And we're live, and hopefully not with any problems, as often ends up happening. Like, for example...
Windows updates recently?
Well, we're smaller than we should be, and I'm like, wait, why is that? Like, our Discord icons, like, oh god, here we go. Like, okay.
Well, last week we had a lot more. It was a big
Oh, it was 9 of us last week.
That's true. That'll do.
Look at that, there you go. That's to normal.
I don't think we're going to be in the same place when I open up the tile, but that's fine. I'll sort that out another day, okay? It's just totally... It's a perfect operation. Silence.
This actually might be the smallest cast EFAP I've ever been on.
My god. Well, you know, just 4 dudes. 4 dudes chatting. What else could you need? Especially in the world of movies. Which actually draws us here today. Oh, the fact that we're like slightly not in the right place. I can't fix it right now. I can't even think about it. No Daredevil. Listen, there is only... Is it 1 episode out right now?
Yeah,
there's only 1 episode
there's
out,
only 1.
and I haven't seen it yet.
I have. And
oh,
it's if you have seen it, then it's probably that you don't need to know why we are not covering only the 1 episode. It's fuck me.
Well, I've been, you know, just wonderful. Like, oh, the absolute nature of reminding yourself of what happened in Born Again season 1. That's what I've been doing before checking out this new episode. Oh, ooh. You know, the thing that stood out immediately, and I think I'll play it when we do, you know, Born Again season 2. The fucking audio editing, some of the horrible things they do in that season. The like handing it to some dude who has to work on it within like 3 hours before posting or some shit with all these weird mistakes. I don't know what happened with that show. I don't want to know. On that front, I mean, you know, we know about all the horrors that made it what it is to an extent.
Nah, but man, season 2, it's truly Born Again this time. Oh yeah, no, it's really Born Again.
This time
it's those
we got
episodes. Yeah, no, the first few were still kind of shit, but later in the season, oh yeah, it's truly Born Again. Look at the lighting; it's red and blue. That's what Daredevil season 1 looked like. It was just red and blue. Yeah, that was the lighting in Daredevil. The lighting in Daredevil drew attention to the fact that it was non-diegetic lighting. That's what that did in that show. Ooh, yeah.
There was that MCU sort of hope that people had when it's like, oh, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back, and they retooled all of Daredevil Born Again, so it's going to be more like the Netflix show, and all these things that are going to be like, yeah, MCU is going to be totally back, so back. And
which foolish person said this?
There was just a lot
Where
of people on Twitter that were saying that, but mostly on the internet. I don't go out much.
Daredevil's back because he yells. That's what Daredevil does. He yells.
Oh, he does that. He does that in season 2, episode 1. Didn't you love it when he did it in the first one?
It's so pathetic.
Yell in every single fight scene.
Every significant fight, yeah. Yes, he has to just have a moment.
And again, when they do their next hallway fight, they'll get tired. They'll get tired at weirdly arbitrary moments.
I hate it so much. Instead of it being an actual, you know, progression of the fight, it's just, well, that's what you do. Well, that's what you do. Yeah. Well, that's what you do.
They get tired, and then they suddenly get, like, insanely, like, motivated again, compared to what happens in the hallway fight in season 1, where, as they get tired, it gets more lethargic, the whole fight. It gets gradually sloppier and sloppier as it goes. I love that they had to do flumpy CGI while he's leaping around on the fucking, to punch, you know, Bullseye, leaps like 10 feet in the air.
I hated that so much.
It's so bad. It's so bad, and I can't believe that like anybody would genuinely expect that season 2 is going to be better. It's going to be shit, and I know that it's going to be bad. And unfortunately, we're locked in for a season 3, but hopefully it'll be the end because I ain't seeing anybody talking about it. So maybe it'll have a merciful end. But I mean, how grim is it that there will be as much Born Again as there was like original Daredevil?
Yeah, which is like the only reason. It feels like that's the only reason
and that's
they
the
did
only
this.
reason that it got. Pretty much, yeah. But I mean, remember, guys, they were so confident, they were so sure that they could do anything that they wanted, that when they initially started Daredevil Born Again, there was like no intention at all of having it be in continuity with the original series. There were like prominent recasts of major characters in the original series. They did not give a fuck. They only decided, oh shit, we need to do that after they had ruined everything for themselves, after they'd ruined their own party, to the point that now we're in a position where things that they formerly shunned, like the Netflix shows, like the Fox X-Men universe, they're now, they have nothing left to plunder.
You know, like killing Foggy, that wasn't locked in by the initial guys, right? It was the follow-up guys that did that.
I mean, the follow-up guys shot the episode where he got shot, so... You know,
because
that was their choice.
The original content is like they allude to an event of some kind from the past that is very sad, and it's like, huh? Mm-hmm. But then the new guys were like, no, specifically, Foggy got his fucking heart shot out, and you're like, what? Like, why?
My bullseye, and then Matt just pretty casually tried to murder him.
Weren't there a bunch of theories though that like Foggy's gonna come back?
Yeah, because this is what people do. This is what people do when they're not ready to accept the reality, which is just it sucks. The decision
even if they did bring him back, it's like, so that just undercuts any drama they tried to generate in the first season, and you don't get any Foggy for the entire first season anyway.
Yeah, which you've already got the problem that you don't have Karen for most of it either, and she gets basically assassinated. It's like, dude, you abandoning Matt, really? Jesus, like, okay. Oh, but Matt got really sad there for a bit. You couldn't handle that. It's like, man, okay.
Anyway,
when your best friend gets murdered, you got to just buck up, move on.
But we don't have to worry about that for at least a little while longer.
That's not today. No, that's not today.
The universe seems to be feeling a little bit kinder than usual. I think that this was a big old thank you from the universe for us doing the top 10 of 2025. They were like, would you like a candidate that may even make it to the top 10 of 2026? And we were like, what? What are you talking about? And they're like, is it? I don't mean to necessarily claim that for anybody here. I haven't spoken to you guys properly about this movie in any kind of depth. However, people seem to like it. It seems pretty thumbs down, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
But I guess I don't actually know exactly what the thorough structural plan is today. I shall just instead say that I thought this movie was neat, and the Platoon. How are you gonna? What you want to do about this today? Do you want to just talk about Ryan Gosling, or do you want to talk about rocks?
I mean, both of those things are quite good, but I was going to start by asking everyone what their overall thoughts on Project Hail Mary actually were. And I suppose we can go from left to right as I see it. So Fringy, what did you make of this exciting science fiction movie?
I like it. I think it's good, and we need more of this. We need a lot more of this. This is something that feels like, in the absence of this movie, is dead, which is like a reasonably well written, full of heart, big budget original because it's an adaptation of a book, science fiction movie that features a alien character who doesn't have a face or any sort of conventional features, yet is still like immensely likable and comprehensible, but also incomprehensible at the same time. For instance, it's I don't know. I'd be curious if our conversation as we continue would elevate exactly where it stands. Because I will be honest, like when I saw the trailers and stuff, I wasn't really thinking much of this movie, and I wonder how much of it is because I didn't think much of The Martian. However, The Martian was made by a man who I would say probably for well over a decade at this point has given up on being like a really interesting filmmaker, whereas Phil Lord and Christopher Miller are more interesting filmmakers. And perhaps the book itself is actually better than The Martian too, because Andy Weir was more developed as a storyteller when he made it. But I think it is good. I think it is good. I think it's a pretty easy film to recommend because kind of what I was saying at the start, we need more of this. Like I'm not interested in this idea that the solution to the problems of the film industry is like, yeah, man, everybody just needs to go aggressively out of their way to see, you know, movies that only cost like $10 million. The fact that it's essentially you're just going to write off, or that you would be expected to write off anything that is reasonably expensive as a film. I don't know, that's just like a big old problem. So yeah, I'll take my big $200 million original science fiction films that actually have good characters and a compelling story and thematically tight. I'll take that. So yeah, I like it.
I was going to go left to right. However, I don't know if he's here because he's muted. So, no, Morlo, what?
I'm here.
Oh, no, you're back. Hello. What did you make of the movie?
Oh, me or Mahler? You said
you,
Mahler.
sorry,
Right?
yes.
Okay, hello, yes. I knew next to nothing about this movie going in. I think I might have seen a trailer that I was not really paying attention to all that much before one of the movie I watched for Forge last year. But the only memory I had of it really was Gosling in space. And Mahler was asking me if I'd seen it and said that he might want me on the EFAP for it. So I was like, oh no, I haven't, but yeah, I'll go check it out. I've got the time. And I was quite pleasantly surprised with this movie. I found it very charming and quite interesting. I thought it developed, especially not knowing anything going in, from a somewhat comical but like very potentially dark space survival movie to, oh, this is like a buddy movie that's actually got a really interesting buddy character that you don't see a lot of, as Frankie mentioned before, like a alien character with no face that emotes with just action for the most part until like other developments happen. But I don't know, I was just enthralled by everything that was happening, found the characters very charming. I was laughing at times. There were some emotional moments. I thought this was a very good movie, and yeah, it surprised me quite a bit. I think you should go see it.
Good stuff. Morla, how about you?
I was planning to see this for some time just because I saw everybody was getting all excited about its potential, and I was just like, all right, you know, I could go for a sci-fi. I hope it doesn't fall into the, no offense anybody who loves these movies, but Gravity, Interstellar, there's a couple where big event sci-fi things that end up being way more pretentious than they do entertaining as stories to me. I'm just like, okay, and I was like, well, Ryan Gosling, he's fun sometimes, and yeah, and I kind of forgot a lot of what the discussion about this film was because I didn't know anything about the book, and I'd heard some bits and bobs. So by the time I go and see it, I've kind of like got a cleanish slate on what I'm even expecting to see. And when the credits were coming up, I was because I was kind of just like mad about it. I was just like, yeah, this could be whatever. And it's like, oh yeah, directed by Lord and Miller. So I was like, that is actually a pretty good plus. Like, they have a really decent track record. So I was like, I should be okay with that. And then it's like, you know, adapted from Andy Weir, and it's like, well, yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of The Martian or anything, but it's like, but I know there's pieces of how The Martian works that are like there's life in there, like and spirit and soul, and you got Lord and Miller adapting that feels, and it's like, who's writing this? And there's like Drew Goddard, who, if you don't know, he's like majorly important for Buffy and Angel, and then Cabin in the Woods, if anyone out there quite like that. And of course, yeah, I was going to say, it's kind of interesting if we were talking about this at the beginning, but he's super important to Daredevil, the Netflix version. So when I saw all those names, I was like, wait a minute, this might be good. It's like these guys, it's not just about the fact that these guys have made good things before, but it's like it's more so I could totally imagine, if things go right, that these guys can assist each other's sort of lacking elements, if such a thing were happening when they were producing this. I was kind of like hoping for that. And then it didn't take long before I was like, ooh, the dialogue isn't treating me like a retard. Okay. Ooh, I kind of already like this guy. It doesn't take long for me to like Ryan Gosling in most stuff because he's just a fun dude a lot of the time. But when I realized he's doing more of his nice guys approach to this role, because I know him best as like the guy from Drive / Blade Runner or the guy from Nice Guys and this at this point. Like those are the two modes I see Ryan Gosling doing, and I personally way prefer the more jokey, more almost silly Ryan Gosling, which we'll talk about as we go through this as well. But yeah, and then so I was like, kind of like, cool, I'm just enjoying this. And then the film like fucking changed 3 different times while watching this into a completely different mode of what I'm even dealing with as a story, and I was just having fun, man. And then it made me feel stuff, and I was like, oh my. Especially with how crazy it is that if you go back to, I want to say it was our Mandalorian like season 3 discussions was heavily about this, but kind of as Fringy mentioned, we've been bringing up forever how Hollywood is like terrified of the idea in a science fiction-y thing in any way, shape, or form to have an alien, let alone a creature that you have to communicate in any way that like doesn't have a face, but simultaneously is something you need to feel for. And watching this movie, I was like, oh my god. It's right there. They've cracked the code. Somebody could do it. Why haven't we done this before? Why don't we do it more? It's a really cool question to have answered. So yeah, it's going to be fun chatting about this, because there's all kinds of stuff that happens in this movie that makes it really neat.
There is. And I suppose from my perspective, I actually went in expecting not to like it, because lots of people said it was really good. And recently, whenever that happens, they're all wrong. So I was not expecting very much from it. And then the trailer actually put me off, because I think it was just snapshots of the dialogue, which in isolation sound quippy. And I thought, okay, so this is going to sound like every other movie that comes out in the last 5 to 10 years. Nothing a huge amount about it sort of stands out. So I was going in not expecting to enjoy this film. And I came out enjoying the film quite a bit. I still think some of the response to it, I've heard people say one of the best movies they've ever seen, and one of the best science fiction movies there has ever been. And I don't think it's quite that good. I think it is benefiting immensely from how shit general movie making is, and how particularly shit science fiction has been recently. So it's almost, well, I suppose in the context of everything else you've seen that you remember recently, yes, it's brilliant. If you put it in the broader context of what movies used to be and what science fiction used to be, this is definitely a step in the right direction, but it's like it's a step back toward what something used to be considered. Just like, it would still be above average, I think, but it's a step back toward a quality level that was safe to assume, as opposed to being remarkable and rare. Which isn't to say this movie does a terrible job by any means. I think it does a really good job. It's just that good job should be expected in many respects. But the stuff that's maybe less, certainly is less expected now, because there's a story behind the movie, and the thing that sort of got me at least intrigued about it, though I wasn't expecting to like it, is you can tell even from the trailer, it doesn't look quite like many other movies that have come out of late. It doesn't look quite so obviously fake. It doesn't scream big budget at you in the way that, it doesn't actually look shit, whereas most big budget movies these days do.
The signal of a high budget is bad graphics. You're like,
yes.
Yeah.
But there's a reason for all of that, and I figured it might be interesting to talk about before we get into the story of the thing, is to sort of the story as to how this came to be, and I think it will tie into questions as to why Rocky the alien creature is so effective. Why it seems so easy to inhabit this world, why everything just looks just that much better and more real. And that story is that because it is that much better and more real. Lord and Miller said proudly that there's not a single green screen or blue screen shot used in this film. Not a single one. That's not to say there's no VFX shots. There are about 2,000 of them. But none of it is fake. Ryan Gosling is never at any point in this film acting against anything that isn't there. And they used a whole bunch of very old techniques in order to do this, which is sort of going to that point about us getting back to what movies used to be, because nothing in the movie is actually that new. They're using a lot of techniques that were staples of science fiction throughout the 1980s in particular. So you have the completely built interior set, several of them. You have them built in multiple directions. They stand vertically, they stand laterally, so you can simulate the effects of gravity. It's all on motion sets, shake rigs, all of the zero gravity stuff. There's no use of like really bad, shitty, clumsy wire work. They use a lot of quite innovative techniques in order to do that. And then the puppet, Rocky, the alien creature that we're going to meet and probably, I think, all love by the end of this film, almost entirely real, with one or two very rare exceptions. He's all puppetry and using techniques that we used for Yoda, for example, in Star Wars. And I think not coincidentally, the guy who did the puppetry or led the design on the puppetry had previously worked on a bunch of that stuff, as well as a bunch of Jim Henson stuff. And it's yes, Neil Scanlon is the guy's name. So he's kind of responsible for the Porgs in Star Wars: The Last Jedi, which isn't like the best thing in the world.
It's
But the Jim
whatever.
Henson stuff recommends it. It's whatever. They weren't the most objectionable thing about that film.
You know what? I agree.
And what this allowed is, and we'll talk about this more in depth and in context later, but there's quite a lot of improvisation that goes on throughout this film, and Ryan Gosling is acting against the puppet. A lot of that isn't scripted, and it makes it feel much more naturalistic, because he is acting against a character who exists on the same set as he does. And he's challenging the puppeteers as they do, because the puppeting style is called bunraku, I think. Yeah, that's the pronunciation. It's what the Japanese used to do. The reason ninjas in movies and TV shows are clad in black is that when you were wearing black on an old ancient Japanese theater stage, it was the code to let you know you weren't there. And that's the reason we always associate ninjas with that color. But what it involves is a whole bunch of people, a big team of people who are standing, usually holding rods and controlling different limbs, different parts of a giant creature or a big puppet. So they're all on set, and there's a particular moment in this film which we'll come to where there's kind of not a dance off, but communication via dancing. None of that was scripted. That was Ryan Gosling saying, right, I wonder if these people are actually good enough to do this. So he just randomly started dancing and had the puppeteers had to mimic him exactly. And that allows for this level of realism, I think, which makes all of this just feel so much more natural, so much more believable, and so much more engrossing and immersive. And it also helps that you're surrounded by gear porn.
I like hearing all of those things. I do want to just put out there, because this has come up with CG or volume or whatever have you, because of the way that filmmakers have tried to cut corners in our recent era, that it's a form of marketing to say, like, we didn't use any of that stuff. And it's like, oh, but that stuff at its best is amazing, as is green screens, of course.
Yeah,
like I don't want to take away from the amazing things that everyone's pulled off with all kinds of technology in filmmaking. However, I assume the spirit of what they're trying to say is like, oh, we were really, really gunning for making this in a particular way that gives off a tangibility that is like rare in film right now. Certainly, as we were just saying, ironically, this budget, ironically, like the top tier stories right now are pretty fake, and that we wanted ours to feel a bit more real, which I'm sure this team would have made it feel real even with green screens. It was just like a notable element that it starts a conversation that I find interesting. So I don't have any problem with them saying it. I just want to clarify that we are not anti-green screen, right? Like, it's, of course, green screens do a lot of good for movies. It's just context, you know?
I learned that Rocky was a puppet just now, and that explains why I thought the CGI on Rocky was so good.
Yeah.
I mean, there were instances for sure where he was like computer animated. But yes, there is a certain tangibility to him in a lot of scenes that is very appreciable.
Sorry, two from memory. I think that it's two moments where they use VFX on him. So essentially, anytime when he has to be moving around a set and the camera is set quite a long way back from him, usually, not always, but usually will be the green screen, or not the green screen, sorry, the VFX moments where he's not actually there. So when there's a bit where he's rolling around the interior of the ship, crashing into everything, which was too difficult to do in terms of puppetry, because you can't physically have the people standing all around him, and then it's difficult to airbrush all of them out. So I think they used it for that. But it's sort of not that dissimilar to the way, because Yoda always comes up for me is when I see stuff like this, rare though it is now, where you use this bunch of different techniques to ensure that as far as is possible, the thing you're seeing is always the thing you're seeing. You're not very often switching from a puppet to a digitally recreated attempt at that puppet to a different version of the puppet, because like, your eyes pick up on very, very subtle details, and it's sort of overall less immersive and engrossing if you can point to it and say, so in this bit, he's not really there, and in this bit, he is really there. So It's the VFX and green screening generally, as we say, we're not completely against it, but it's how you use it. Do you use it as a crutch to basically make the majority of your film after it's been shot? Or do you do basically all the work leading up to that, and then do you augment it with superior effects afterwards, which is broadly the approach they took for this? Because there's some impressive VFX shots in this entire thing. You'll see lots of exterior shots of the spaceship, for example. But most of those were filmed really because the exterior of the spaceship was also a giant, massive practical set. I think the guy from Mythbusters actually took a tour around it and started climbing all over it.
Huh.
And it was set against a huge black screen, which they could then send to Industrial Light and Magic, who could then do some VFX augmenting work. But rather than creating an entire scene, say filming an actor against a green screen, and he doesn't know who he's talking to, and he has nothing to look at, and he doesn't know where he is. In this case, you've done all the work with the actors, you've done all the work with the sets, you send it off for augmentation later, which it just makes it look so much more reliable. The criticism of green screen, as has been mentioned, is not the mere existence of green screen, it's the way in which it now just swallows everything. In a sense, a movie isn't made while the actor is there. The movie is made once the actor is gone and post-production gets involved.
It's almost always the sensibility behind the construction. If it is can someone else sort this out later? It's like, oh, all right, well, I guess, yeah.
You know, compared to, hey, let's figure this all out.
Not just let's figure this out
now.
We want to figure it out, right? Because it's the story. Everything on here is the story, everything they see. So we need to get it the way we need it for the story we want to tell. That kind of passion, you miss it.
Yeah, and then the consequence of that is that you've got a film that, unlike a lot of other, big budget movies that come out now, where it's like, oh man, you look fake, and with every passing year, you're gonna look even worse. This is a film where I can imagine that 20 years from now, it's all still going to be very, very quality, essentially. That it's not going to be like distracting. The progression of technology. It's like a very nice looking film through and through. A big part of it being that so much of it feels tangible, really detailed sets, and then of course the fact that the story that's set in the on Earth in the present day, sort of in the regular world, they're actually like shooting on location. That's nice. Like they're actually in real places. That's cool. Yeah. That's crazy that's something that has to be noted, that they actually went and just shot like a regular building. But hey.
But it does, as was mentioned, it does take a huge amount more pre-planning, which is why I think a lot of films don't do it, particularly if you're sort of mass-produced franchise movies. Marvel could not do this. I think the principal photography for this was about 6 months, which is longer than is usually expected for a movie of this size. But that's because they had to do all the location scouting, and it's because largely they had to spend most of their money up front building all of these hugely complex sets with various moving parts, multiple versions of the same things, multiple sizes of the same things, making it look as good as it does in the movie, but actually physically building the entire thing, as opposed to spending the majority of your money after you're done filming and in post-production. So they committed, and it was a huge risk, because this is I think it might be one of the highest, if not the highest budget Amazon MGM movie that they've ever sort of committed to.
It's at least $200 million.
Yeah, it's 248 million before. It's 200 million once you get tax credits, but 248 is the gross figure.
Which is a lot of money, which means let's be real, we're gonna have to see whether or not it actually is profitable. It's had a really good opening by original movie standards, but it remains to be seen, right? Whether or not it's going to make its money. I sure hope it does.
It also feels like
yeah.
But we've got the second weekend figures. I think just a couple of hours before we went live. So it had the opening. $80 million was the opening weekend. Made quite a lot of money over the first week, and it's only dropped 34% for its second weekend. So the projections are 162.9 domestic is now the current projection, which you would have to imagine if it earns at least usually roughly around the same amount internationally, it's doing okay. It may not be a hugely profitable film, but it will be a profitable film, which is encouraging for a non-franchise original.
that'll work in its favor is that it has been so well received. Like it's
Yeah.
that'll hopefully do something for it as well. But yes, it feels like it's going to be close. But this is a case where it's like, yeah, but the money was well spent. Like I don't really know. Like this is not a case where it feels like they've wasted a lot of money
You know,
on stupid things. You know,
something of an extremely strange and yet very much it's going to happen conversation, probably in this stream, but also when a certain movie arrives. Thanks to this and Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I feel like Mando and Grogu is going to suffer in the sense of like
I think so.
these two others have shown you just how powerful it can be, and one of them was much more comparable, I suppose, with these two characters never met each other before. They can both speak and they're both human. And now Project Hail Mary is done. It's a fucking rock, dude. You guys are screwed. Like Mandalorian Grogu is just when that finally trundles out, there's just going to be comparisons made of what, because it's bad enough you have like 3 seasons plus a bunch of bonus episodes, but there's just like nothing between those characters. Everyone's making fun of it.
And there's more between Grace and Rocky in their first 5 minutes meeting each other than there
Easily,
is
yeah.
in the entire relationship of Mandalorian and Grogu. And again, it's particularly remarkable how bad of a job they've done when this, Project Hail Mary, you could say, slots into a sort of realm of science fiction that Star Wars is obviously apart from, right? It's more...
Yeah.
We're not going to talk much about the science itself, but like it's hard science fiction in terms of how you would class it, right? It's all meant to be sort of recognizable technology, recognizable aesthetics, more grounded in terms of its approach compared to Star Wars, which is soft science fiction, if not just totally science fantasy. This film exists in like a realm where you would expect that Star Wars would be more wacky. Whereas here I'd say it's wacky in the best way possible, which is something that we'll probably talk about a bit as we go. I'd say that something that's so refreshing about this film is that it's really proud of what it is. It's really proud to be a science fiction film. It's really proud to be a bit nerdy. It doesn't make fun of itself. It doesn't poke fun at its own like premise. It takes it seriously. The jokes are derived from character rather than, wow, isn't this all a bit shit and retarded?
Yeah.
That is so refreshing. Holy shit. God damn, I need more of that.
So on that topic, it was actually Nuts that sent me a screenshot of, so someone made a tweet and it said, if you had to choose one, who would you save? And it was Rocky or Baby Yoda, which loads of people were just like, what the fuck? And I said back to it, Rocky Goat Kill Goblin, just because I couldn't do too many words. And then she sent me a response in the thread that had someone say, I would drag Baby Yoda's face on asphalt for 3 miles to save Rocky from any kind of emotional pain. And then there was a response to that saying, I'd do that for free.
Save Rocky, even though Baby Yoda theoretically has the ability to heal your wounds, so keeping him around would have a practical purpose.
Rocky has the ability to heal my soul. That's what he can do for me.
That's the thing, right? It's like...
We'll get there, but I'd be curious if anyone else has there's a part that relates to Rocky that when it happened in the movie, I was like, oh shit, I'm like completely on board now. I just want to see the rest of the story unfold.
I know the bit you're referencing. We will indeed get there, but it does help that they allow just the basic stuff. Rocky can speak. He's a character. And obviously you can do characters without speaking, but that's not what Grogu is. Baby Yoda is not a character. He exists to be cute. And that's literally and occasionally a plot device. He has a more obviously cute design and cute actions, but he's so insufferable because the movie and the TV show he's a part of is just screaming at you, look how cute he is. Whereas Rocky has his cute moments, but he's not designed to be cute. And he's also that you come to care about him because he is a character with an intellect who is invested in the same story as you are, has stakes involved, has priorities, has values which are all communicable. You know so much more about who and what he is after 1 2.5 hour movie than after 3 seasons, probably 3 seasons and a movie of The Mandalorian.
To what like Frank kind of said, it just feels like this movie almost accidentally stole Star Wars' lunch. Like it was just like, this is kind of what you guys are supposed to have done this whole time. You're supposed to create like really endearing,
the problem is...
soulful, spiritually satisfying, and heartfelt stories in science fiction, the cosmos. You haven't been doing it at all. You keep faking it, and you've like
And
ran
the
out
problem
of
is they
even that.
didn't realize that they needed to write like characters. Rocky is a person.
Yeah.
Like he needs to be a person. He needs to be a person who has his own goals. And of course, there is the goals align, but they also deviate because what we're doing with Rocky is like, yeah, in a lot of ways, you recognize him, like you see him as a person, but in many other ways, he is an alien. He is strange and unusual, and his way of communicating is different. Obviously, he looks very different. He's somewhat recognizable, but also not, and his method of communicating is somewhat recognizable, but also not. And the technology in his ship is like, it's a ship. I can tell it's a ship, and I can see elements of how it's sort of a recognizable compared to a human ship. But he doesn't have eyes. He comes from a planet where the conditions for life are totally different, and that means that the design of the ship is like in many ways very alien. All of this is like something that Star Wars was meant to be doing. It's something that Star Wars did do initially, but has given up on, which is very disappointing. It's nice for something like this to come along and sort of remind you of that magic, that movie making magic and that imagination. But it is somewhat concerning that I don't know that this film, having the success that it has, necessarily translates to positive trends in the future, in part because a lot of Hollywood executives are kind of silly, and they come to really strange conclusions about why certain films succeed and fail. And then there is just, as has already been talked about at length, there was a lot of effort that had to go into achieving this movie that I don't think that a lot of films are very interested in. Case in point, on the subject of the amount of time that the production window, this film was shot in 2024. It had over a year of post-production. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, finished in like December, January? And is only going to have like 6 months of post-production. You can see that in the trailer. There's a lot of shots that look shit. And it's probably going to have a lot of shots that look rough, in much the same way that, No Way Home had a lot of shots that looked pretty fucking rough because of that condensed post-production window. And it's not going to matter. It'll make a lot more money than this, obviously. It's Spider-Man, to be fair. But the problem is that you don't need to actually plan it out and take a long time in post-production, and you're not necessarily going to be rewarded for that. Or alternatively, you're not necessarily going to be punished for not doing that. Though maybe that'll happen with the new Superman movie, because that one is rushing a lot harder to get done.
It's gonna be a mess.
Sure is.
Massive mess. But it is interesting to sort of do that comparison with, because I know you said it's the thing that Star Wars used to do, although Star Wars is always a bit more fantasy. So this movie obviously is based on the book by Andy Weir. This movie has been substantially de-scienced compared to that book, because I went to check it out in preparation for this stream. Didn't get all the way through, but got a fairly substantial amount of the way through. And it's sort of, again, going back to that point of that this movie is looking backwards in order to be good. It is doing a lot of stuff narratively in terms of story, which used to make the best science fiction films anyway. It's leaning much further away from the science in the book. There's a huge amount of complex mathematics and workings out, because Andy was very careful to try and make sure that, similarly to The Martian, everything is it sort of passes the smell test of someone who knows more than I do, at least, about science. Whereas this movie has decided, and I think it's worked, that it wants to put its emotional core in the relationship between the two main characters, Grace and Rocky. Sometimes at the expense of some exposition, which might have been helpful if it had been retained. But the focus is always on what is the emotional core of the character, his backstory, and his new relationship, as opposed to using science to solve problems. There are montage cuts where a lot of that sort of exposition now lives, but it's a much less sciencey science fiction film than it could have been, which is another reason I'd say it's probably not one of the best science fiction movies of all time, just because it's significantly less science fiction than its origin was. But it in that sense, it is moving toward what used to make Star Wars Star Wars. It's kind of like you can play a little bit fast and loose with a lot of the rules, a lot of the science, a lot of the physics, so long as you have the strong core emotional character arcs and the relationships that are there, which this movie definitely does. But it moves away from the exposition and it moves toward. Yeah, I think this is true of The Martian as well. It's been such a long time since I've seen that, but my impression is that Andy Weir uses this quite old, even pre-80s, probably more like 1960s science fiction device for his stories, in that they trade quite simply on a whole bunch of optimism, and then they pad a lot of their time with very, very interesting, careful, mathematically precise scientific calculations. And they do not have anything approaching a traditional antagonist. There isn't really any such thing as evil in either The Martian, from what I recall of it, certainly not in this movie. It is all about there is a naturalistic threat, which is not doing things to be mean. It's not doing things because it's evil. It's just doing what life does. It's causing us problems. And then rather than human characters emerging who are the real monsters in the story, because that is very much like a trope since pretty much the 1970s, it's just humans band together, they set aside their differences, they all work together, and we do well if we do this. It's an old-fashioned sort of optimistic collaborationist type philosophy, which is unusual, I think, for movies. I think it's one of the things that makes The Martian stand out as well to a degree, is that this is just a film which wants to be nice, and it thinks everyone can be nice if we meet this common threat together. It pays lip service to certain realities, but it deliberately does not ask questions about like human realism, because that sort of inevitably involves a few conversations about human morality. Whereas this movie particularly is just, no, everyone can by and large get along, go along and do well. And it's just a fundamentally nice, uplifting, optimistic take on what we do when we face a common threat. There aren't that many other movies at the moment that do that, I don't think. I'm trying to think of another one besides this and The Martian being the last standout example.
That's making me think, because he's got a third book which I actually read, Artemis, which Matt, like, I don't remember much about that at all, but I do not remember it being like The Martian or Project Hail Mary. I can't remember though. In terms of that, because yes, I think that the comparison to The Martian, like, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that there's clear similarities with that sort of overall ambition of, hey, people can work together, and ain't that swell, you know, which in some senses kind of refreshing, because it is like it is sort of a plain but admirable like storytelling aspiration. But again, it's funny. I think this might have informed why I wasn't paying much attention to this film, because I will admit I'm not super familiar with, because it turns out I guess I haven't read The Martian or Project Hail Mary, but I read that one. I was wondering going into this one, it's like, is Grace going to be very similar to Matt Damon in The Martian?
Yes.
Which I thought was definitely happening because of the trailer. I was like, he looks like the same character.
Yeah. Which
in some
funnily enough,
respects, he
it's
is,
like,
right?
I'm not even sure if he is, because I don't remember fuck all about The Martian. but I assume he probably is.
There's a degree in terms of presentation to which I think he is, and I'm struggling to remember a huge amount of The Martian as well. But in terms of your basic mannerisms, basic outlook, worldview, the way you carry yourself, it's quite sort of like, it's kind of like the everyman astronaut, and particularly so in this case, as we discover like the background for Grace being just a school teacher essentially. He is a normal human being with a bit of a wry sense of humor, who makes the best of a bad job. They add more depth, I think, to Grace than they do to whatever the fuck Matt Damon's name is in that movie. But in terms
Grace
of the overall mannerisms, they're
That's the
similar.
thing.
He does
He's
have an
got
arc, yes.
which helps. Whereas Matt Damon, I remember that he doesn't. It's much more plotty in terms of just solving a problem.
On that front, it's weird. Almost every time I've seen an adaptation of, if I know it's an adaptation of a book, I'll be sitting there, especially if I like the movie, being like, I wonder if the book, I would think it's better or not. And we just had Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which, you know, I think that they are excellent together. Like, you should read what it's adapting and then watch it, or vice versa if you really want to. This was a film, and I don't mean this to be too critical, but I did conclude from watching it the book's probably better, because there's a bunch of stuff they've moved past quickly that I assume the book gives more time to. And but I was thinking when I was watching it, I was like, they probably decided on this because they've pushed it probably about as far as they can get while looking to get mainstream, you know, traction. Like it's this film. I tried to describe this because it's kind of a strange feeling. Pacing wise, I felt how long it was, but I was fine with what it was spent on. I wasn't like, come on, hurry up, or I also wasn't like, whoa, time's flying. I was like, yeah, that's about how long that would have taken, and they've spent it doing that. That's fair. That's
Which
fine.
I'd say is kind of more what you would expect from the nature of adapting. Yeah, I'd say normally a book is normally going to be longer than a film. Like normally, the contents of a book feels like there's often things that are going to be lost if you try to translate it into a 2 to 3 hour runtime compared to if you do it the other way around. It's like, yeah, a book could be like a whole season of television. And that is the impression I got, is that this is kind of the normal nature of adapting a book, which is book's probably going to have a little bit more depth, a little bit more substance, a little bit more actual exploration of sort of the topic. However, the films, the ambitions of the film is, let's take the essential elements of that story and present them in a context that's more approachable.
Especially true in this case, because I think the Audible version of the book's about 16 hours long. I think they did have the first cut of this movie they showed to the studio was 3 hours and 45 minutes. So obviously a little bit too long, and they cut a huge amount of that down to its current 2.5 hour runtime. But the book's also in first person, so a lot of that, in fact all of that, you are spending inside the head of the protagonist. So there's a lot more time and space and many more devices available to you for exploring not only his scientific workings out, but his feelings about the world. It's the gradual progression of these recovered memories, which don't happen linearly. And a lot of that is skipped over because part of the general sort of de-scientification of the film, but also because, as we discussed, it wants to stress a different emotional conclusion, I think, than the book broadly aims for. So some of that, is just cuts for brevity. Some of it is reordered in order to sort of rejig the focus in this way. There's a bit in the movie which I was kind of surprised to see when it's about the 5-minute mark, which is, as we'll discuss, is sort of when he realizes exactly where he is. And I think that realization happens, I want to say it's like the end of the 5th chapter of the book. So you've been there for a good few hours at that point before you learn the equivalent amount of information about your setting. So it spends a lot more time on the mystery of the build-up. It spends a lot more time on trying, because he tries to use science to figure out stuff that he can't see, whilst also having no functional memory of anything about himself, including his own name. You don't learn what his name is until I think the end of chapter 4. So a lot of it is brevity cuts, but a lot of it is also refocusing the movie away from that stuff. It's less interesting to try and remember what his name is than it is to put that to the narrative use the film has for it.
That's actually making me think of something that it feels like it is worthwhile to add as well, in terms of maybe explaining its appeal as a film. I'd say I don't know how to explain it other than like there's an almost sort of bookish way that a story can have like a sort of very clean and simple hook, almost as if it is through that lens of, you gotta grab the reader's attention in the first page or the first chapter or like the first 5 minutes, otherwise they're gonna stop. The whole thing of leading with like a strong and intriguing premise that makes somebody want to stick with the story. In this case, astronaut wakes up with amnesia a long way from Earth and has to figure out why he's there and what he's doing. That's sort of a clean hook. By comparison to perhaps what you might see in your typical Marvel film, where there is not a clean hook. What the story is going to be like, the promise of the story is kind of esoteric and unclear and muddled. Whereas here it's like way more like right out of the gate. It's like, oh, that sounds cool. Like that could be interesting. A benefit of it being adapted from a book that might have been constructed with that in mind, if you get what I mean.
There was things where they were going past it pretty quickly that I was like, that's probably fair. And there was some stuff that I didn't fully understand, and I was like, I wonder if the science fiction people are actually mad because this isn't as well explained as it could be, or it's thoroughly explained. But funnily enough, what quote unquote annoyed me, I don't want to be too harsh to this film because it did spend a long time on it, but like the thing I was most invested and curious about was going to be communication. And I feel like we went past it a little too fast in this film. Like it developed super quick, and I was actually a little bit disappointed with the lack of bumps. And you'd be like, well, there's loads of like mistakes and clunkiness to it, right? Which creates a lot of really good stuff for the characters. I'd be like, yes, but there's lots more in that dynamic that I would have expected, and I think if the film was being more honest, would have encountered. It works real easy for Grace in a way that I was like, okay, I guess we did that to sort of move past it relatively quickly, and it gets you to
Also,
a big old juicy part of the movie, which is very much going to be a lot of people's favorite part, including probably myself. It's just that I love the idea of like you've got two creatures that both living but have a completely different way of understanding the universe. How did they get to a point of being able to say hello to each other?
I was just gonna say also with Grace not being like a linguist or anything, it seems pretty quick that he goes from trying to figure out basic communications, like let's figure out numbers and math, to coding Google Translate for them.
Well,
They skip
I wonder.
pieces.
I wonder how much of it is because something that I wonder if it's literally just because I very recently watched the Let Me Know video about interstellar like communications. But I get the strong impression because of course, I assume Andy Weir is into all of that stuff, right? About like NASA and sort of the history of NASA and all of these different like missions and the interesting thing about the nature of these interstellar communications with alien life is like, well, what are like the foundations that we need to establish in order to move forward? Like, how can we? What are sort of like common? If we want to go past the fact that there are any assumptions that we can make about what aliens would be like, how they would communicate, what kind of life form they are there certain fundamentals that we assume that we would be able to communicate with? So, for instance, I think on the like the golden, like using like hydrogen, for instance, the hydrogen atom as sort of like the almost foundational, we assume that an alien would be able to figure out what that is and would represent it in a similar way, and then use that as like a base unit of measurement that then can then be expanded out and more and more complicated. I got a certain spirit of that sort of thinking of like, what is the how do we establish like a common foundation that's rooted in science and then build up to regular communication. However, I would agree with Mauler that it's like, yeah, it's we're moving pretty rapidly and the clunk starts to get a little bit more I don't know, almost narratively easier, narratively complementary. Whenever the clunk happens, it's all very thematically potent rather than it being actual just mechanical, pure logistical clunk where they get confused.
Jokes.
Yeah. Or meaning, right, for the name of Adrian, right? Rocky's
Oh
Rocky's
my God,
mate, stuff like that.
that made me laugh. I was like, yeah, all right, that's great. We'll get to it, I'm sure. But
We
the
will.
Adrian thing I thought was funny.
It is, yeah. It's one of those examples where the end to which they are putting Rocky in the film is more useful to them and more interesting to them, I think, than the process by which you get there, which is why you sort of allied over all of the potential clunks. You can make a bunch of what are in reality extremely unsafe assumptions, but in this movie they are very safe assumptions, like the essential humanness of this alien creature, because it is essentially human. There are some sort of notable differences in terms of how it sees, but in terms of its everything from its capacity for language, its recognition of numbers, its existence, it has relationships, it has a loved one back home, it has a concept of home. It's not there's all of these. You have to make it, in a sense, less of a reach in terms of science fiction in order to make it useful to you as a writer of a film like this. So Rocky is kind of like a vaguely alien-ish person. He's just sort of like, if you were born in Kansas, then he grew up in Osaka or somewhere like that. He's not, in fact, that far away from you in terms of his cultural upbringing. But we'll come on to him in more detail. But I suppose, since we're now sort of talking about the story materials a little bit more deeply, we might as well step through that story. We don't meet Rocky for a little while yet.
Yeah.
We don't entirely know who we do meet for a good few minutes at least, but because we see a man who first he wakes up, he's on a bed and the computer above him says eye movement detected, and these robotic arms reach down and they pull a tube out of his throat and he vomits, and it's all quite visceral. It's unpleasant to look at, and you can imagine it's unpleasant to feel as well. He's got a big bushy beard, so the implication you're getting purely visually is he's been like this for a while. That's the one. And the robot says, "What's 2 plus 2?" And he throws up, and the robot says, "Incorrect." And it asks again, and he can't answer. He just makes noises, and this goes on for a couple of minutes. It tries to trim his beard with a razor, and it says as he's sort of panicking. So you half hear the robot explain that he's been in an induced coma and might experience memory loss, and then he falls off the bed. So it's a pretty I say viscerally dramatic opening. You very often see the first thing is a guy choking on a tube that's being yanked out of his throat. Especially not the tone the movie this movie overall goes for. It's kind of like it's a little bit unexpected beginning.
You may experience difficulty speaking, and then he does his scream. That already made me go.
His funny Ryan Gosling scream. Yeah.
Yes, which if anyone hasn't seen Nice Guys, he does it in that movie, and it's very funny. That movie is creatively funny, and there's a bit of that in this, in like a pleasant way. I thought it was going to be mostly cringy humor, but there was a whole bunch of things in this, so I was like, that's funny. Good for you.
Yeah, when the second time the robot asks what's 2 plus 2, he just like clanks his teeth 3 times and it's like incorrect. And I thought that was all right too. And it's interesting too because it's dancing a fine tone between something that, like, if you do this differently, this same scene could be the beginning of a sci-fi horror movie. Like he's getting a thing yanked out of his mouth, he's waking up, he doesn't know what's going on, but it's making that seem uncomfortable, but not horrifying in a way that it could have been.
Does anyone remember? I'm blanking on this. There's like 3 different ways I could identify this movie. Where I've forgotten all 3 things. It's Dennis Quaid and I want to say Ben something. He was the dude in 3:10 to Yuma, but they're in like a sci-fi movie. Someone in chat will say the name and then I will confirm it's that one. But it opens with someone waking up from hypersleep, and it's like the most gross, borderline naturalistic, like they're in like a fleshy pod. Pandorum, that's it. Yeah, there you go.
I never saw that. I remember wanting to.
There's things I like about it. I don't know. I can't remember if I'd recommend it, but it's just, it reminded me of that, of just like the gross. But that film is supposed to be leaning into the horror elements.
Dennis Quaid was in the other movie I watched yesterday. That one with the Reacher guy. That's honestly a better Predator movie than Predator Badlands, but it's still not very good.
The Reacher guy, who, Tom Cruise or Alan Richardson?
No, TV Reacher. Alan Richardson.
Dude, that was crazy. That dude jumping in front of his bike.
Yeah,
that's like insane that he did that.
I didn't see it, but I heard he like punched his neighbor or something like that.
I think he even got let off because it was self-defense.
He was riding on his motorcycle and the neighbor jumped out like in front of the bike, and then he fell off the bike, and then when he tried to get on it again, the neighbor pushed him, so he kicked the shit out of him, which I mean, fuck you.
That was a weird story because
you can't just be
when I saw only the second half of it, I was like, well, I wonder what happened in the first half, but there's couple places to go. But the second I saw the dude step in front of him while he was driving on the road, I was like, oh, you're screwed, dude. Like you've already fucked up.
Absolutely, that's an insane thing to do. Do not do that, obviously. And it's like, oh well, motorcycles are loud. Get over it. Yeah, they're loud and they're fun. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also add that this movie is a better Predator movie than Predator Badlands, because most movies are. But it's actually this. So the beginning of the book is very similar to this, but slower, and in a way more visceral, but also slightly more discordant. So the movie omits the bit. I wonder if you can see the reason why, where he panics and he flops off a bed and rips a catheter out of the inside of his dick, which leaves a little red blood stain on the floor, which triggers a repressed memory. That's how that begins.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but it's because it's first person and the guy always has this sort of semi-ironic detachment. It makes it not like it's horrible to think about, but because he's narrating it to you as though it's kind of just like, well, that just happened. It's a bit of a weird book in terms of its style, but it's also important because we're sort of changing the structure by which information is delivered already, and we're like 30 seconds in. So like he sees this little line of blood on the floor that triggers this repressed memory of someone talking about the Petrova line, which becomes very important later. And it's one of the first things you learn, but you only learn a little bit about it because the memories are less structured than they appear in this film. So he remembers somebody talking about this thing. You don't learn what it is at this point, but it introduces it as a concept, as something to be aware of. Whereas we take it much more linearly in this film, and we'll learn what that is in due course. But he does flop off the bed. It's just that his dick is intact in the film. And the robot says, for your own safety, please return to the medical platform. Remember, muscle function has not yet been restored. And he's sort of he's not with it yet. He's sort of flailing around. He's grunting. He's making weird noises, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And very quickly, he finds a ladder, which takes hours in the book. Goes up, sees some bunks, and 2 of them seem to be occupied. He pulls back the covers on one of them, and he sees a woman, and the woman is dead. And so now we're already thinking, well, what on earth happened here? This is something's gone badly wrong. Has he been woken up because it's gone wrong? Has the mission failed? Is that why he's awake? It's inviting a bunch of interesting questions.
Agreed.
I don't know whether or not. So you'll learn a bit more about who these 2 dead people are. I kind of felt that was a little bit So in the book, the equivalent is that he finds them. This all takes a much longer period of time. Obviously, it's a book; it has more time to work with. Finds them, doesn't know who they are, doesn't know what their names are, doesn't know that he has what the relationship he had with them was, but stares at them and looking at them immediately sends him to start crying. So you have this slightly different form of hook as opposed to just what happened, why are they dead. It's what happened, why are they dead, and why does this fill me with grief like I've lost my best friend? And I felt that when we do get the resolution in this film, it is thematically important to his journey, for reasons we'll discuss when we get there. I felt still that they were a little bit underutilized. That you find them and they're dead, and then he immediately moves on. Is immediately moving on what you would do in this situation? I'm not entirely convinced.
I understand what you're saying. It was weird for me too, because did we get we don't necessarily need it, but is there an answer for why they died, other than just?
I don't recall there being one.
Some fuck up seems like that because I don't recall an explanation explicitly. That's the impression I get. It's just something went wrong.
Someone I was thinking about was like, man, don't you think they probably would have put more than 3 people on this mission, considering it's Earth's last hope?
But there's a reason for that given in the book, which is just you have to, in order to build the type of spaceship they need to go for that particular distance, the crew cabin can only be a certain size, and it can only fit 3 people. But then there's also a lot more discussion, particularly from the people in charge, about the problems they're going to encounter when they do it. Merely putting them in comas was tried is a bunch of scientific exposition because Andy Weir has read a bunch of literature, but how Russians tried to do this for a putative mission to Mars, and it turned their brain into mush. But if you didn't put them into comas, the Russians also found that after about 4 months, they would try and kill each other. And so they had to come up with all of these various compromises. None of it was ideal. Only having 3 people, not ideal. Confined space, not ideal. Putting them in comas, not ideal. Like, all of this stuff is presented to you as being much, much, much more risky and dangerous. Whereas the movie doesn't necessarily have the time to do that. You understand that it's risky and dangerous.
Which is funny because obviously the whole risky, it's all Hail Mary, right?
Yeah.
That's like what all of it is meant to be. Which I would say in this film, I think that there is plenty in the story that is like consistently reinforcing that as like as sort of a thematic underpinning of this story, like Hail Mary, full of grace, all of that sort of stuff. And just generally how many of the things that happen in the story are like taking a big gamble. That's a big gamble. This is a big gamble. We're doing something that's pretty crazy. Because I'd say in this case, it would have been interesting if they had that. I don't necessarily know that they would have not been able to fit that in this film. More of an explanation for why there were only 3 people. Because we just sort of moved past that. It's like, yep, it's 3. That's it.
And why they die, and what that means, and all the rest of it. You get the explanation for Rocky and his friends to a degree. I mean, it's a loose explanation, but the explanation is there. But I don't recall there being one for the 3 main characters.
I think there was a reason why there were 3 people discussed when, like, in one of the Earth scenes when they're sort of trying to figure things out. Because I think I remember saying that, like, this is a mission we can send 3 people on, but I don't remember the justification behind it.
I think it's more the working out is implied to have been done as opposed to shown on screen, which is the general approach the movie takes to a lot of the book scientific stuff. Is that you see it having already happened, or you see it happening in a montage wordlessly. So it sort of depends how much charity you're willing to give it. In terms of like, do you need this explained, or are you satisfied with knowing that it was explained at some point and you just didn't necessarily receive the full set of information? But didn't bump me too much. It was just I think a notable change from how the narrative use of the dead bodies works as well, because we're going to use it to tell us a lot more later about who Grace is and what his core flaw as a person is, essentially, as opposed to like actually hinging a mystery on really who these people were and what they meant to him. So yeah, he's still flying around. He sees the bodies. He finds another ladder because we move very, very quickly through this opening section. And so he goes up another ladder, and he finds a new room. It's a small room. It's kind of not. It's a very small enclosed space, and there's a window in the corner which he goes up to. And he goes up to the window, and he looks outside the window, and outside the window there is space, so nothing. And we cut to the ship, the first exterior shot of the ship, I think, which is flying very silently toward a star in the very far distance.
Which.
So,
and I mean this in a cohesive way, but it's what I was kind of saying with the whole, like, this feels like the first movie is presented to the viewer of who am I, why am I in the middle of space alone, what the hell is happening, is already kind of interesting as a movie, like, but will only be in that film for, you know, another half hour plus, and then it's like we move into the second version once we get more context on the actual mission, and then once you meet Rocky, right? Like the dynamic of the film and what emotions you're going to be feeling or expecting, they just like alter significantly. And I think it's kind of cool that they managed to maintain everything, well, despite changing the story significantly. If you went in with no knowledge and you just hit this, you're like, you might be expecting one thing and then you get another, you know?
Yeah. But what we are doing as well at this point is introducing ourselves without necessarily realizing this is what we're doing to a bunch of locations on the ship, which are going to be kind of important later. So having established that he doesn't know who or where he is, but he is in space somewhere, we don't know where that is. He goes back inside, he starts stumbling around again, and then he spots something that he recognizes on a table. And he says, "Why is there an atomic resolution scanning electron microscope?" And about a half-second pause. "Why do I know that? Am I smart?"
I like that. Why do I know what that is?
Which is nice. Yeah, it's because we don't hinge too much of the mystery on what his actual backstory is, but it's a funny, interesting play on amnesia, which can be, if deployed badly, just the most insufferably convenient writing device there is. It's like, okay, so we just lost all of his memories, and now we get to go and replay them all. But one way around that is to make him kind of entertaining and actually to hinge mysteries on those things. Have that, like, selections of knowledge brought forward in time, which he still possesses, but does not have the background context of, which we get in this first instance. So now we know, because he says, "Am I smart?" And he evidently must be smart. And he's on a spaceship with only 3 people. So you know that, well, presumably at least, he's been chosen for this extremely important and expensive mission because he must be incredibly smart. And he does recognize things that would suggest he's smart, but we don't yet know anything more than he does about himself.
Yeah.
So
as someone who just, you know, didn't know anything about the story, I was just happy to see more context on how the mission was constructed and what the plan was. It didn't like get in the way or anything. But it was also neat that they tried to tie in, you know, the reason he was having any given memory at any given time with what he was currently doing, and then of course that these were things he's thinking about at that moment as well. And I actually found it quite. It was because we can wait till we get there, but the sort of final flashback, I thought that was very refreshing in a storytelling way.
yeah,
We're gonna obviously there's a lot to say about this movie and what it's about, but I didn't quite see that coming. I was very much taken in the direction that I think the film is almost appealing to as a story that is very normal in these sorts of circumstances, and I was with it on that front. And then they did the thing, and I was like, "Oh shit! Okay, cool. That's interesting." And it's funny because I wasn't expecting that bonus, if you will. I was just expecting a wrap up of what connects the last flashback to the beginning of the film.
It poses
Yeah.
a really interesting moral question too, that last flashback. I don't know if we want to wait to discuss it when we get there, but
I think probably wait to discuss that bit about it. But But no, you're right. It is, and it tells you a lot about how desperate the situation is, and as light as the movie's taken it all the way through, it is in fact very severe in life or death. But we will get to that because for now. He finds another room. The room is full of computer screens, and there's an automated voice, the robot shipboard computer, whose name is Mary, says, "Please record a video diary." And he says, "No." And then he asks to speak to the person in charge, the captain. But the computer tells him that the captain, who's Captain Yao Li Ji, who's one of the people we've already seen, is dead. And Grace says, "Well, then where are the living people?" And Mary says, "Dr. Ryland Grace, end of manifest." So he is the only living person. And we have done in 45 seconds what the book does in 5 chapters, because we now know who he is. We now know his name. And that video log stuff is also set up for a device that they use later on, because he doesn't know what sort of mission this is. But then, and there are many potential uses for video diaries, but one of them might potentially be that this leaves a record of what you do if and when you end up dying. So it's setting up something that will be useful later, as well as introducing a little bit more mystery about the nature of what this mission really is. But he climbs into a seat in this small, quite claustrophobic room, and everywhere around him it's all buttons and gadgets, and it's claustrophobic, and it looks virtually incomprehensible. There's so many little gubbins and buttons and things that you have to try and figure out, and how much of this does he already know? How much is he going to have to learn? How could you possibly learn all of this stuff? And it's, and all of this done practically as well, which is really helps. It sort of reminded me a little bit of discussions we had about Iron Lung and just the advantages of building this single but very, very complex set, which you can spend a huge amount of your time in, taking all of that time and money and focusing it as opposed to splurging it all over the place. It really does work, but and it fills you with a bit of a sense of dread on his part as well, because if he doesn't remember anything, then how the hell is he going to get aboard this? Oh, he's already aboard. How the hell is he going to get on aboard this extremely complicated scientific instrument? But so he says, "I can't be the only person here." And Mary says, "Pilot detected." And he says, "No, I'm not the pilot. Call Houston." And Mary says, "Unknown command." And Grace is trying his best. It's Operation Go Home in effect. Mary says, "Invalid operation." And so he starts clicking buttons randomly on one of the screens. And then he spots a familiar image. He says, "That's the sun." So where are we? Like Neptune-ish? Crank up the radio and call Earth. And it's fair enough. I think it's a little bit convenient that he happens to find the right screen with exactly the right button to find all of this very quickly, but we're moving past all of this setup stuff at a fair rate of knots, because it's not really what the movie's interested in. What we're more interested in is Mary's response, and she says, "Current transmission time to Earth is 11 years, 10 months, 14 days, and 6 hours." And obviously this is absurd. That's not how long it takes to get from Neptune to Earth. So Grace says, "Nope, you're wrong. I need a map." And he finds a map, again, very quickly and conveniently. Starts scrolling out, looking for Earth, and realizes as he is scrolling out that, no, Earth is an incredibly long way away. And he says to himself, "That's not our sun." So now we know. We are awake aboard a strange spaceship, reasons unknown, and somehow we are in a different solar system entirely.
What I mean about, like,
it's
it's like lost in the universe, basically. It's like, oh shit, this film could be about anything. What could? Because Pandorum, unless I'm misremembering, it turns out there's like a fucking horde of crazy, like, goblin demon people that eat flesh on that ship. It's like insane. You could take this anywhere you want, really. And this one isn't as horror-esque as that. It goes a different direction.
Does indeed. So he climbs back down the ladder, and so he starts rummaging around again, and we get some fun little quirky camera work. It's sort of playing with its angles. You get quite a lot of rapid rotations. It's just to sort of throw you as off balance as he feels, I think. And he's hunting for the fuel, and he finds a readout on the screen for the fuel, and the readout on the screen says the tanks are pretty much just empty. He says, where is the fuel? Where is the fuel? Wait. And then it sort of fades out, and we cut to our first flashback memory. And the flashback memory is to a news report back on Earth for something called the Arclight probe, which is on its way to Venus. The news report says we're just minutes away from this flyby through the Petrova line, which we don't yet know the nature of. near Venus and asks the scientist, the news reporter asks the scientist they're interviewing, what can you tell us about the Arclight probe? What do we expect to find? And the scientist, who's Dr. Brown, not a recurring character, I don't think, but nevertheless has a name, says the image it'll come back from the microscopes soon, and the image appears, and you see these little black dots moving around on the screen, and the scientist says, oh my god, I have to go now. So you're getting little pieces of information thrown at you quite quickly. And the information we've got then is that there was some mission to do with something called the Petrova line, and they discovered something which evidently was very, almost world-shattering for the scientists watching it to have to leave the interview so quickly. But it's a switch up in the order of information, again, compared to the book. So in the book, you've already learned about what the Petrova line is by this point. You've already learned that the sun is dimming by this point. You just don't know why. And then you learn more about the Arclight mission, and it's more of a generic mission. They weren't going there with the expectation of finding life, and in fact, they were just trying to find out what the Petrova line really is comprised of. And when they discover that actually there are these little black dots moving around, the implication being that there is life there, it's presented as more of a, oh shit, this could be bad kind of presentation, whereas here the presentation in the news report is very excited. It's, oh my goodness, we found alien life, which I think as a change probably doesn't work quite as well, given that they are there to solve basically the extinction of the human race. And so the generic excitement that the scientist presents sort of rubbed me slightly up the wrong way, because it's like, well, hold on, like, as opposed to I've discovered alien life, it's that you've discovered potentially alien life which is eating your son. That is kind of the context of the news report. But otherwise, we're still speeding through, but doing a lot of the setup stuff more efficiently, and switching the order where we need to do so. And we get another memory straight after in this case. So you get to the classroom now, and we find Grace himself. He is a school teacher. This is why he knows so much about pieces of physics and recognizes scientific instruments. And the kids are kind of an expository tool in this scene.
Yeah.
It's mostly what they're for.
Yes. I will say
they are there to pump him.
The as much as that's very much true, I think something the scene does that sits in the back of the mind that's important is he for the brief time we get him, he seems like a pretty damn good teacher. Like the way that he interacts, the way he creates like a physical sort of
he
elements.
has like fun games to prompt them to.
He
to
seems
sort of
invested in bouncing between
Well,
everybody, giving them attention. And there was a little thing that I appreciate where he was clearly deciding how much information he should be giving versus parents regarding certain realities of the universe. I was like, yeah, I think in a matter of a minute or so, they're trying to tell me he's a good teacher, and it's like, I wonder if that'll be relevant.
Yes, showing a lot of skills that might potentially serve him well later on. But they do miss so there is a beat later which the movie cuts out where it's where he's being almost taken off the project, and he makes a direct appeal to the person in charge, and he says, I have to do this, I have to solve this problem for my kids. And she says, you don't have kids. And he says, I do, I've got 30 of them, and they'll all grow up in the world. Most of them won't even grow up in the world if we can't complete this mission. Which is a beat they miss out of the film. They are brought back, the kids, as a reference a little bit later on, but in a very different context. So I think the perfectly acceptable use for displaying some of his skills that will be useful later, and a perfectly acceptable excuse to do a bunch of exposition. But weirdly, for a movie that otherwise does a really good job hitting the emotional beats, it misses this one, I think. It establishes he's a good teacher, but he doesn't really show any evidence later in the film, except for one very brief moment that, like, the fate of these kids and his care for the kids is the thing that's really motivating his actions. Which is the thing that the book does do, and that I think the film probably should have done.
Motivating his actions to solve the problem of the universe, right? But like we also have to straddle that with that is the fundamental of his character, is that not even that is enough to necessarily motivate him to what he needs to do, at least in the flashback portion.
Because that's the big change that they do make, is because all the way through, and then there'll be a foreshadowing line we get to later where he says that the trick to being brave is to discover someone to be brave for. And because in the film he needs to learn this lesson, he can't already have people to be brave for, whereas in the book it's more definitive that he already does have people to be brave for. Those are the school kids. So the change has a point to it. It's just
wait. So
I think
But I don't necessarily want to get too far ahead, but I am curious. Like the revelation of the final flashback, is that in the book?
I don't know. I didn't get to that stage of the book, so right at the end, so
Okay.
I can't recall. But this particular part of it is not quite the same. The kids are there to sort of learn. They do ask about what this Petrova line is. Obviously, the audience needs to learn what the Petrova line is, which is why the kids are a pretty good use for that. And he says, I think your parents should maybe be the ones to tell you that. But they do press him, and he eventually does start opening up. He does let them know a little bit. It says 2 years ago, there's a radio telescope enthusiast named Irina Petrova who noticed that there was a streak of infrared light from the sun to Venus, and that is now known as the Petrova line. And he tries to end the explanation there because he doesn't want to really get into it too much more. But then one of the kids says, "So that's the black dots, the moving black dots?" And he says, "Well, they think so." And he says these dots they sent a probe up to the Petrova line. He shows them what they found, and one of the kids says, quite bluntly, "Are they eating the sun?" And Gray says, "Well, they seem to be, dimming the sun a tiny, weeny little bit." And one of the kids says, "Well, there's nothing to be concerned about, no big whoop." And Gray says, "Well, it's a small whoop, it's a small to medium whoop,
Yeah.
just a minor problem. Over the next 30 years, the Earth could cool between 10 and 15 degrees." And one of the kids says, "I heard all the crops will die, the economy will freefall, half the earth will die of starvation." And all the students start sort of acting up, and one of them shouts, "We're all going to die." And Grace says, "Well, you're forgetting something. That's if that were to happen. They're going to figure this out, and right now the best minds in the entire world are on it. And we hard
Something
cut."
I'd say it's probably something to note about that as in terms of the premise. Like, if we're to conclude that the sun is sort of dimming at a sort of linear rate, and that by the time that you hit 30 years, we're fucked. By the time that you hit like 10, it's already pretty bad. Like
Yep.
I don't know how we're treating it as because my assumption would be that whatever happened is not reversible. Like whatever mass the sun loses is just gone.
I was going to ask that. It wasn't he
so-
switches it back, right? It just stops the process.
Stops it, yeah, which means that like if by year 30 you think it wouldn't be like as soon as you hit year 30, all right, now people start dying. It's like, well, Christ, right? Like if you are like climate change right now, right? What is a projection that like if the temperature of Earth increased by 4 degrees on average by the end of the century, it's already pretty fucking bad. I would assume that if it got cooler by even 5 degrees in the span of like 10 years, it's already game over, basically. Like,
it would still be
Even
a
just
staggeringly
Sorry, go
more hope than the alternative, right? Like even if it became an extreme environment, that's still better than absolute destruction.
I think
I
also
also read it as that the
all
sun
I'm-
would recover, because
Okay.
what they're doing is that so they're harvesting the energy it puts out, which stops it getting to Earth. But in the it's kind of like because the comparison is made with algae, but in the same way as if you remove algae, then more light can reflect off the surface of water. So if you remove essentially space algae from above the surface of the sun, then the sun can regenerate and more of its energy gets to Earth, was how I read it, but I could be wrong about that.
okay.
That's all I was wondering is if
I
it can
Yeah,
the
all
sun
I'd
can
want is
recover.
basically a bit more about it, because that was something that I was wondering. Is like, well, wait a minute, if like surely there are going to be big problems before you hit that 30-year mark, because it felt like the 30-year was kind of the ticking clock. It's like year 30, that's when it all goes to shit, and it's like surely it would be getting progressively worse up to that point, but
Yeah,
it's not a big deal.
You see it right at the end of the movie that obviously that there have been some climactic consequences, because the final shot of on Earth is on a big old icebreaker, which I think it was supposed to tell you that there's been some substantial dimming already, given the amount of time the mission has taken. But in theory, I think it is supposed to be recoverable. But obviously, a huge amount of damage will have been done by that point. The movie does not spend a huge amount of time dealing with those consequences, though. It's more about the hope of the conclusion as opposed to it's still kind of fucked conclusion.
She does say as well, because there's a notion of delaying the mission for a particular reason when we get further in the plot, and the implication is like for every second we take longer, like the numbers are exponentially rising of potential deaths, because it's just so it's like we cannot be doing that, in the sense that the longer you take, the more times by two every hour and it just becomes huge. So yeah, like stop it. It's not like if you do 15 years, it does 50% of the damage. It's more like 50% of the damage probably gets done at year 29, and then 30 is 100.
And not just the actual dimming of the sun and environmental effects effects on food production that would cause, but if the world is certain that there's a ticking clock on when there's going to be a massive famine and essentially an apocalypse, there's going to be cultural effects that would probably also be causing a lot of problems too.
Yeah, and you get a line to pay lip service
She
to
does,
that.
yeah.
So the movie doesn't really want to delve into it too much because its main message is, everyone works together and hope wins out in the end. But it does acknowledge that there may have been, if things had gone on too much longer, some pretty dire human consequences.
I don't know what you mean. The
because of,
geopolitical situation would have been wonderful, comfy, warm, and helpful, and everyone would have done what they needed to do to make all countries work together and make it past this horrible event. And that's wonderful.
Yeah.
High five.
Or the Wakandans would have solved the problem for themselves and refused to share the
Shot a
technology
giant
with anybody else.
laser into the sun to super boost it.
Except only for them, not for everybody else.
Yeah, no, it only affects
Yes.
them somehow. Like, what?
But so he says in the end of the classroom, says that the best minds in the world are on it, solving this problem, and then we hard cut to the ship, and we see that he is draggled, despondent, slumped on the floor, looking a total mess, and he finds a bag of vodka and he gets drunk, which is a nice little contrast, I think. The best minds may have been on it, but this is the state of the best minds. They're either dead or missing, and he apparently is the best they've got, which is a bit of foreshadowing for his internal view of himself as becomes more apparent later in the film. So he spends a lot of time just getting drunk. He's found 3 bags of vodka, and as he drinks and tries to find some clothes, he also finds the possessions of his dead crewmates, and he tries to remember who they were. And they're sort of interspersed with these very brief little flashbacks as he sees what they may have looked like, what they may have done. Very, very brief memories of his previous encounters with them. He finds his own name on a suit, and you get essentially 5 or 6 chapters of the book represented very quickly in about 20 seconds, and it's all in a cutaway shot to where he's scrawling questions for himself on a whiteboard. Like, who am I? Why am I here? Why always muscles? Because there's a big chunk of the book figuring out how in space he's not completely degraded. So he's doing some figuring out as well, but mainly he's getting drunk and he finds the entertainment room. It's a big sort of circular room with a bunch of screens that can show you all kinds of visuals from Earth, and you can interact with them, which will be used for very, very different reasons later. But at the moment, it's pure homesickness, which is useful because then it will contrast with the way in which that room is used later in the movie. And his final whiteboard question of this sequence is, how did I get here? And this is our trigger for another little flashback. So, but that's the basic establishment stuff on the ship done for now. What do we make of it so far?
I just asked, why do they bring booze on the mission? We get an implication. We'll go over the nature of this mission in a moment, I'm sure, but
yes.
There's a couple of things they'd be bringing that would be kind of arguably reckless in a normal situation, but this is far from normal, and they would probably have absolutely been allowed to do that. I could buy that completely. As long as
you can bring your last supper.
Well, they mentioned heroin.
Yeah, I was about to say vodka, heroin.
Pretty good job that he didn't find that. Actually,
yeah, true.
Might have ruined a few things, but so yeah, that's the end of sort of the original sort of ship establishment stuff. You've got the main question at the moment overhanging everything is like, how did I get here? Is the last bit. But we've learned bits and pieces subtly about who he is, where he might have come from. And notwithstanding the changes that have been mentioned, I think it does a pretty good job as a hook for this movie. I was intrigued by this point. Wasn't sure yet if I was going to like the rest of it, but there was enough in it to make me think, okay, this isn't total shit. Kind of intrigued as to what's going to come next.
I was like, I will allow more of you film to exist. Yes, go ahead. We're fine right now.
Mm-hmm. So we get another flashback after this section then. And we go back to the scroll room. And again, the camera does its nice little innovative twisty thing as you sort of get one perspective. It flips upside down, but it's the right side up as you go back to Earth, which I kind of like just as a piece to make it visually interesting. And he's sitting alone in his classroom and a woman walks in. And this is probably the most important person on Earth during this time. This is Eva Stratt, and she is with the Petrova task force. And I like what they do with her in the film, and because she's extremely matter of fact. She's like no nonsense. She does not let emotion come through for now, at least. It's quite subtly done later when she does, but she just presents absolutely everything as like, well, this has to happen, so this is going to happen, and she doesn't have any time for your bullshit or indeed for your feelings. And I like the way she's performed. I think they do her quite well all the way through this movie. She reminds me of a boss I used to have, which is nice. But so she approaches. She says, "Knock, knock." He says, "Who's there?" And she says, "Not good at jokes." And he says, "Not." She says, "Not good at jokes. Who?" And she doesn't do jokes though. She has no time for this stuff. And she introduces herself, says she's with the Petrova task force, and she says she needs his help. And he's surprised to hear this, and she presents him with a sheaf of papers, an academic paper that he had himself written a long time ago. And she's getting straight to business, is that he has no clue why she's here, why this is relevant. She says, "I'm interested in this section here." And he's kind of confused. And she says, "It's page 31. It's the Goldilocks zone is for idiots, why everyone is wrong about life." And he tries to dismiss this as like, that was a long time ago. But she insistently says, like, "Did you stand by what you wrote?" And he says, "I was fired for standing by what I wrote." And she says, "No, you were fired for calling the leading scholar in your field a staggering waste of carbon at the UNESCO conference in Denmark." And she says, like, I need you on side, basically. Like, she needs to talk to him about this particular paper. And he still does not quite understand why, given he's not been in that field for a long time. And as she explains, no one in that field wants anything to do with him because he didn't back down from his very unpopular view. And she says, "I can give you a chance to prove all of them wrong." And he tries to deflect. He doesn't really want to engage in this. He tells a kid who's passing to stop running, and the kid correctly points out, "I'm not running."
Yeah, he's basically panicky throughout this whole, and Ryan Gosling does it really well. Like he's so uncomfortable. There's loads of things he's saying. Like there's little like just flourishes that I enjoy. Like earlier with the classroom, they have a little game where the ball they throw around is lava, right? And the idea is that he asks you a question, throws you the ball, and you got to answer as soon as you can to throw the ball again because it's lava. She picks up the ball while she's talking to him. There's no classroom. He goes, "That's lava," and she goes, "No, it's not."
No, it's not.
Like it's really deadpan funny, like the conflict of these two kinds of characters. And as he's walking away, she's asking him more stuff. He's clearly like, "Oh God, where is this going? I'm panicking." And that's when he's just like, "That's Kevin, no running." There's just this kid walking, and he's like, "I'm not." I was amused by all of that. I was just like, "Oh my God, he's really capturing just how fucking panicked he is right now." But also like a teacher.
And she spots it as well, and she's not afraid of making people feel a little bit uncomfortable. And she says, because he says, "I don't even care." And she says, "I think you do care. You're just running away because you're scared." And he denies this, but that's a foreshadowing line. She gets to the point and says, "Do you believe water is unnecessary for life to evolve?" And he says, "Look, there's nothing magical about hydrogen and oxygen. Water is required for life on Earth, but a completely different planet might have completely different conditions, and I don't know why that makes me such a nut." And she says, "Then I need you to come with us."
Him saying that, it's like, oh, I like you a lot already, Grace. I'm so on board with that shit. Like, in terms of, hey, who knows what conditions are required for alien life out there? Even though, to be fair, the looking for water as an essential element in the Goldilocks zone is a totally fair and logical thing to do.
What
all things considered.
I think it's a little bit later than now. It's soonish, but it's captured quite well by Carl, one of the top tier supporting characters, where he says they suggest like where they might be going for whatever reason, and Grace suggests like it wouldn't work because they would want X thing, and then Carl's just like, "You don't know what they like." Like the aliens, they might like the opposite of that.
And he's a total invention. He is not in the book at all. He's here to be a foil mainly for some. Otherwise, it would have to be just scientific monologuing. But Carl is a very good foil, as we will see. And in fact, he pops up in this very scene. And he pops up right now. She says, "Hi," and he says, "Hi back." And And Strat then sort of gives the pitch and says, the Petrova line samples, they splashed down last night, and I want you to tell me what they are and how they work. And so you've established two useful things about his character and how she views his character in just this one conversation. She's correct to say that he's running scared. That will be very relevant to his broader arc later on. But you've also established that she is, if not desperate, then at least willing to search for unorthodox or even heterodox theories, because things are pretty dire. The thing that appeals to her about him is that he has this extremely heterodox theory, which he has not pulled back from, and they're at the stage, and it sort of gives you a sense of how desperate they might be, where they're prepared to consider absolutely anything. This man does not think the same thing as everybody else, so we might as well give it a shot. He may only be a school teacher, but we're going to bring him along with us anyway. So
Yeah, well, if you're fairly certain the orthodox thinking is not producing any results, then moving outside
yes,
that is
Yeah.
for a person who's so matter of fact, logical, it's like this is the situation in which a woman like that would be like, yes, I'm going to start talking to the quote quote crazy people, because the non-crazy people aren't helping.
I was kind of amused too, because the conversations go back and forth. He's clearly trying to push it away, she's pushing it forward, and then there's this little gap as Carl, who's quite an imposing tall guy, just stands next to her, and Ryan Gosling just pauses and looks at him. He's like, "Hi," like, wait, are you about to kidnap me? Like, what's about to happen?
and he's the one that he asks, because when Strat says, "Well, it survives on the surface of the sun," does that sound like a water-based life form to you? And she's off now. She's ready to get back to business. And then Gray sort of stands there for a couple of seconds, and he turns to Carl and says, "The sun's really dying, isn't it?" And Carl just says, "Yeah," and that's kind of it.
He's very matter of
That's
fact,
what
Carl.
he's there for. Very, very much so.
I like too that at first you sort of think that Kyle is going to be, sorry, not Kyle, Carl is going to be as serious as she is, but then kind of opens up a little bit, and I actually found him to be quite charming.
He's witty, that Carl.
Yeah.
He's a fun dude to have around.
And he's sort of understatedly supportive, which comes out in several scenes later on as well. Like
and they do the cool thing of, like, there's ways to fuck this up. I think the film did pretty well, of the person who's clearly not the scientist suggesting a simple observation that the smart person goes, "Oh fuck, yeah, okay, actually that could work."
Yeah.
A lot of things try it and it's retarded, but I think they did a pretty good job in this.
They did. We then hop forward and we find ourselves in a lab, and the only person inside the lab itself, wearing a big old bulky suit, is Grace. And there is a crowd of official types watching from the other side of the glass, which I quite like as a bit of both foreshadowing and thematic visual stuff there. Like, he is all alone, he's wearing this spacesuit. It's kind of like this is preparing him without him realizing what it's doing for what he's about to do, but it is also the eyes of the world are on you, and you don't really feel at all comfortable with this, that you don't believe that you deserve to be in that position.
You were saying she's so, like, the facts are all that matter, straight to the point sort of person. I thought they did a good job generating another joke of, he's trying to have a back and forth. He's starting to realize the situation is actually potentially worse than he realizes. Then I think, does he ask, like, am I expendable? Do you guys even care if I die? And she, like, takes her hand off the butt and turns around and talks for a little bit. And it just creates this, like, really awkward, like, oh god. And then she finally turns back and is like, "No, we would prefer you do not die."
That's not the only reason.
No one here wants you to die, but
it's funny because you know that she took that question very seriously and got a real answer. And it's just like, but from him pausing after asking that is the worst thing ever.
The answer is so officious as well, because I think the full line is, the consensus here is that it would be preferable if you did not die.
Yeah.
Which is, so you had to get the consensus view on that before you could answer that question. Fair enough. So they're all sort of sitting around watching him, and he's got his first chance to take a look at these mysterious black dots, and he opens them up from their little glass sphere, and he says, "Whoa, welcome to Earth." And then we get a testing montage as he puts them through their paces, essentially. He's trying to find out anything at all about what they are. Obviously, the book just spends a huge amount of time explaining all of this, internal thought processes, all the different scientific devices he's trying, testing for everything he's trying to test for. The movie, I think, quite wisely condenses all of that. You see it in this montage. It's mostly visual. It doesn't actually bog you down with much by way of explanation at all. But the first and most important question they want to learn is, as Strat asks, is, are they alive? And Grace says, well, they're moving. Bat says, so they're alive. And Grace says, well, there could be many reasons for that, but she's already decided this. This is like she's not entirely a scientist herself. She just needs the answers as quickly as possible. So he says, well, probably, but they could be moving for other reasons. But she bakes that in. The assumption is they're alive. Moves on immediately. What are they made of? And he says, well, it took 200 years to figure out how bacteria works. And she says, please do it faster. I like a lot of the comedy in this movie. It is very understated, and it is just one particularly blunt person playing off a guy who needs social reassurance that she can't provide.
It's the friction in the characters and staying true to the characters, and then the fact that they really needed this because this is a lot of setup and exposition. So if you have humor, it makes a lot of it easier and faster because you're enjoying it for other reasons, as finding out why you should care about anything as well.
Platoon also, like, is the humor like this in the book, or was that more like a Lord and Miller thing?
No, but I think it's amped up a little bit in the movie, but the juxtaposition between these two characters in particular is from the book, and a lot of these lines are directly from the book as well. Like, she is like this all the way through, and he's pretty much like this all the way through too. I actually find him more enjoyable in the movie. I think he's a bit insufferable in the book. But I think they just slightly augmented some of it. Then obviously they can do way more with visual gags than you can on the page.
I would have thought there's going to be jokes in the movie that aren't in the book because of the fact you've got Ryan Gosling, who likes his improv, and Lord and Miller. It would only make sense that they came up with some jokes that weren't in the book.
Yeah, like all the dancing stuff.
Because and even in editing, right? Like a joke that's not even necessarily possible in the same way in the book, but there's because I forget how close by this is, but there's a moment where like the music is building up as really achieving something. It's like grandiose, and he's celebrating, and then it just cuts out, and he just goes, "Oh, it died." It's like, I always appreciate when you can make punctuation with that kind of effort in music. It feels like much more of a YouTube thing when movies do it well. It's like, yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, because there's one, in fact, right here. He says it because he's like, you see brief cutaways to the people in the observation room as all of this is going on. They start off standing up, and they're all quite sort of dispassionately interested. And he's fiddling around, and you cut back to them, and they're all kind of like sitting in their chairs, and you cut away, cut back, and they're kind of basically falling asleep at this point. But he sort of plays games with them. So there's one place to say, "Wow, you're not going to believe this," and they sort of take notice and sit up, and he says, "Nothing happened," and then that's the end, and they go back to sleep again. So there's a few of those which are kind of fun.
Yeah.
But so he's tried everything on them at this point. So he can't. He's trying to find out what's inside them. He's tried X-rays and microwaves and gamma rays and visible light, and he can't do it. But he still carries on, and he's sort of endlessly enthusiastic. This is basically like any kind of science-interested schoolboy's dream, is to be given all of this equipment and tasked with examining the first alien life you've ever encountered. The suits, they're not interested. They are just sleeping at this point. And then he finally says, "Oh, I've been dying to do this all day." And he sticks a tiny microneedle into one of the dots, and the dot looks like it pops. And he sees inside it for the first time, and he decides it must be a cell. And Strat at this point gets very excited, and she tells everyone to wake up. It's a cell. He says it's a tiny alien cell. He says, "You guys," and then they will start applauding, and the music swells. And this is the bit, and he says, "It was first contact with life outside of the..."
Yeah.
And then the music just stops. He says, "Oh, it died." This is great news. Now we can find out what they're made of. Which is, it's nice. It's like these two are playing off of each other, even though they're not really in the same room.
It's not like laugh out loud funny, but a lot of it for me was just like smirk level of I appreciate these jokes. These are solid. I like.
Got a bit of vitality here.
Yeah.
You know, it's not sterile and dead.
Yeah, charming is the way I described it when people have asked me about this movie. It was like it's got a lot of real charming humor.
The way people often describe the laugh level is you breathe out through your nose, if you know what I mean. You do a good old It's I don't know what that's called, but that's the kind of laugh you do.
It's also paced quite well because like this is quite a light-hearted, entertaining moment. But in the very next scene, you get quite a major and serious setback because he finally gets a look inside of this cell, and he lists out what he can see, and it's carbon, oxygen, hydrogen. Oh, it's made almost entirely of water. And so having gone from this lighthearted moment, all of a sudden, the only reason he's here having this lighthearted moment has just exploded, quite literally in front of him. He was totally, spectacularly wrong. The one insight he might have had is incorrect. And you see shots of him sitting disconsolately in this big tube outside. I think he sort of realizes what this probably means. And so you go from quite, genuinely enjoyable, funny stuff to shit, very serious moment. And the movie does this quite consistently. It doesn't let you sort of relax too long into this being a very light-hearted jape. It understands when to punctuate that with the actual serious stakes of the thing, both personal and sort of global. And this being the first one of those, Strat comes out for a chat with him, and he apologizes for overreacting, but this is bad. He was wrong about the only original idea he ever had. And Strat offers very little sympathy because that's not what she does. That's not her character. She just asks, "What else did you learn?" And he says, "Well, they gave off infrared light when they move. So much of that, I don't know how they store all of the energy, but their wavelength is exactly the Petrova frequency." And she says, "So the light is how they move." And he says, "Yep, they consume the sun's energy, they expel it for propulsion, they toot to scoot, basically." And she asks then, "Why did they go to Venus?" And he acknowledges that he just does not know. And then she says, "Fine, we'll tell you." And she goes to leave. Because for now, at least, it looks like he's out.
On the front of Toot to Scoot, so this kind of, we'd have to admit, is ripping off a bit of Captain Thunderpants, right?
If you say so. Not a reference I'm familiar with.
Oh my god. I'm probably the only person who knows what that is.
I don't catch it.
Come on, chat, help me out. Chat, no. Look at them go. They know. Captain Thunderpants is a very important icon of cinema, so it's okay.
I'll take your word for that and check it out later. But for now, yes, it looks like Grace is done. And Strat tells them, "I've got 347 other biologists in 21 countries mobilizing as we speak. Thank you for your help. I'm glad you didn't die." And then through the walkie-talkie, she says, "Let's pack this up." But he's not prepared quite to give up on it all that easily. And he follows her outside. And he immediately asks Carl the question he needs to ask her. He says, "That's it, Carl?" And Carl just says, "Talk to her." And he says, "Well, you're just taking all of the stuff?" And she says, "Well, at the school you said there are thousands of people more qualified than you." And he tries to explain this away. He says, "I was just being modest." She says, "I don't need modest. I need people who think they're right when everyone else thinks they're wrong. I need people who piss other people off." And he says, "Well, that's me." And then she invites him back onto the project. And he says, "Well, I'll do it if you think I can help." And she says, just answer. Carl tells him just to answer the question because he understands what Strat is and how she thinks and how you need to answer her. And then Grace says, "I want to help the world." And then Strat says, "Then I left you 3 dots plus the one you killed." And so he's got a bit of a lifeline there, which is a difference. Again, so the way that this happens in the books is like the architecture is the same. So the same failure is there, and it looks like he's off the project. But in the book, he has to beg her, and this is, I think, the bit where he invokes the children, and so says, "I need to save them." And this convinces her to leave him with the 3 dots, where she wasn't actually going to do that originally. So it's a slight difference, but it is a difference in terms of like how he's thinking versus like how she's thinking, and whether she's responsive to certain emotional cues that you wouldn't necessarily expect from her. But it still functions in much the same way. She's still extremely mission focused. It's just that we're moving that part of the story along without dwelling on it too much. And the payoff is kind of still present in the movie, even it's just moved to later on. But
well, I was just gonna, because the one thing that I did get wrong, I think he would be a captain, but he was just Thunderpants. But it is a 2002 movie that you should all obviously see. But particularly Platoon, I thought I would read the small summary of it, so that you, first of all, actually, I want to tell you that Stephen Fry, Paul Giamatti, Ned Beatty, and Rupert Grint are in it. Okay.
Oh.
And this is what the film is about. Thunderpants is a 2002 family comedy. It's about a boy whose incredible capacity for flatulence gets him a job as an astronaut. The film was directed by Pete Hewitt, and the script was written by Phil Hughes, based on a story by Pete Hewitt about a boy who dreams of being a spaceman despite his chronic flatulence. That is the movie they made, and I remember getting ads for it all over the fucking place at that time.
Did they design him a special suit?
the budget was $7 million.
Was it money well spent?
Probably not. $3 million in the box office. That's amazing.
Oh.
A movie about a farting astronaut got $3 million. We used to be a real country, okay? We used to be able to make anything, and we used to have wonderful stories. But like I said, obviously this film robbed a lot from Thunderpants, and that's okay. You know, inspiration comes from everywhere. It's just good to see that art creates art, I guess.
Just farting your way through space. High art.
He's got to be farting powerfully enough to get through the spacesuit, or he needs a special suit, though, right?
I think it was a special suit, yeah, that would even maybe amplify the flatulence.
Well, there you go.
So back to this movie, which obviously can't quite compare to that, but we'll try. So he says it's time. Well, essentially, it's time to go. So it's he's back on the mission, and we go back to the lab, and the lab is basically deserted now. The only people left are Grace himself and Carl, and a couple of security people who are just sort of watching over them. And this is Carl's moment to shine.
Dropping a bit of almost I guess a pin on the board a little bit. When I was watching this, and she said, you said, you know, like in relation to whether or not they cut this sort of arm of the project, she says there's like, you said there were countless people who were better than you, and then he says, I was being modest, and I was like, we're doing the pieces already of he's the reluctant guy, doesn't want to do all these things, but gradually over time he will, and he'll be the dude who's needed for this job, and that's what we're learning. It's like he starts out as the unlikely hero, but the more he gets involved, the more invested he gets. And I remember, like, I had a thing of the trailer. I remember there's like a scene, and I'm talking about when I was watching this movie at this point. I was like, I know there's a scene in like a boardroom of some kind where they tell him that he's going to be needed for the job, and that he's like, oh god, like me. And I was already imagining, it's like, so we're going to get the scene where he explains like he's going to do it because he has to, he needs to, and it's going to be the most important thing ever. That's where I thought everything was going.
Yeah, because it lays all those pieces out,
and that's just how movies often go, you know. That's the story they often tell.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be just a fairly simple, competently done. Lots of foreshadowing, set up, obvious payoff, but they do manage to surprise you with that. It's a nice little beat. But this is Carl's moment to shine, because obviously they've sort of been left alone to experiment on these 3 remaining dots without a huge amount to go on. And Grace asks Carl, says, you know, just imagine for a second that you're an interstellar microorganism. And Carl says, I'm not doing that. But Grace sort of plays along because he's good at working with recalcitrant children. So he says, why would you leave the sun to go to Venus? Why not stop at Mercury? Because it's closer. And Carl suggests fresh air. And Grace says, well, the atmosphere is mostly CO2 on Venus. And Carl says, well, maybe that's fresh air to them. You don't know what these little space dots like. And that gives Grace an idea. He thinks maybe he's onto something here. So he asks if they have an expense account. And Carl says, well, we don't. And Grace is disappointed, but then Carl says, but I do. And then they go shopping together. It's a nice little montage with some cheerful music playing in the background as they pick up all sorts of stuff that they'll need for their own little private experiments to prove that Grace deserves to be back on the team proper. And they go to pay for it, and the cashier says, do you have a coupon? And Carl says, we don't need the coupon, we're the government. And the cashier says, which government? And he says, all of them. Which is, nice. It's all of them, which is that's more efficient than the book does it, because the book has an entire scene where like you sort of slowly realize, and Grace slowly realizes how serious this is when it's mentioned that like the Russians, the Canadians, and the Americans are all together collaborating to get these samples back from space, and they will land in Canada, and then the Russians will take them from Canada to America, whatever the fuck it is. And that's like when you realize for the first time this is really all happening. This is actually serious. They are all working together. And it's supposed to be slightly more ominous, I suppose, or at least momentous, whereas this is, obviously it's been used as the punchline for a joke, but it does still accomplish much the same thing. They are all he is all the government, because it's serious enough. You don't even need to spend any more time to understand really how big a deal this is, that everyone is working together.
Dead serious when you need the Canadians' help.
Oh, yes. I sort of mentioned in chat that they felt like maybe this was a bit of a weaker like example of, because wouldn't a scientist have considered this option? And the impression I got was that it's not that he wouldn't have or didn't entirely. It's that just he was just thinking out loud, and something was said, and it's like, oh, that might be the way to go. Where I always the way I like the ones they do in this for the Carl's suggestions is just that I picture Ryan Gosling's going through like every more complicated idea first, and then someone suggesting like, well, it could just be as simple as this, and then it's like the kind of idea that's like a brainworm of, I don't think so, but then it's like, oh, then again, it could actually be that. Oh, okay, fuck it. Let's actually try that. That sounds like it could lead somewhere, or at least rule out some things. Because the next one Carl suggests felt that way to me, of scientists looking at the big picture and complicated solutions and ways of figuring out shit, and then the simpler dude is just like, well, do what sounds kind of stupid, but is actually makes a lot of sense if it works.
Yeah, because there's one particular moment where that's called out quite explicitly when like a big high-powered professional scientist says, well, your experiment was shoddy, but we did replicate your results. And so it's like, well, it actually, they are evidently so competent and so aware of their own status within the scientific profession that they think they are above some of these very simple, almost school teacher level experiments, which turn out to be the correct ones. Because I remember having a similar question at that point, which is like, well, okay, but if they've replicated it, and that's kind of like the last big revelation that he can provide them, then why do they keep him around? But at that point, you're moving away from like expertise as an explanation for him being there, and it's all been seeded in the character level, because this is what Strat said all along. She needs people who are prepared to do this. It's not that he's necessarily the best; it's that he is able to stick to his guns about things that other people might consider or not consider because it is beneath them. So I think it does a good enough job explaining his continued presence and why he's the one, and he and Carl are the one to provide these explanations rather than anybody better than them.
Yeah,
though
Grace is
in
still
reality,
doing like
probably not.
98% of the work.
Yeah,
Carl's just sort of there to provide commentary.
yeah, and to help explain without just speaking directly to the camera what's happening. So like, they build this box, and Carl asks, so the box is Venus, and Grace says, yeah, the box is Venus. It's said to emit the same infrared light frequency as Venus's CO2 atmosphere, and then because it's a foil for exposition, but it works quite well because he's a funny, intriguing kind of character. And then it's a way of explaining things like when the dots will move when you turn the lights on. Then that's how we prove that they are looking for CO2. And then Grace says, "Yep, that will prove the Carl hypothesis." And Carl says, "Sick," which is good. I do like it. He's very handy because this could have been done in a way more clunky, or at least a less interesting and entertaining way. Because the information is still quite dry, but just by virtue of having Carl there, with just little simple reactions like sick, as a normal person would have, because he's technically solving like a world-ending problem here, it makes it kind of more entertaining, I think, to have a normie's perspective on things. But they test it, they go and conduct their experiment, and it seems to work, but then the black dots, they disappear. Oh dear, the only 3 they've got. And Grace says they must have moved off the slide. So now they have to go around and fix this problem. And what they do is they put the box that they were experimenting in inside another bigger box, and they turn all the lights off so the strange creatures don't move away. They go in, and he finds 1, he finds 2, he finds 3, but then he finds 4. And so now they have solved a problem they weren't even looking to solve. They have learned how and why the creatures reproduce. And at this point, the creatures have a name. The name is the Astrophage. Which,
Power killer.
yeah,
I mean, not like the most creative name in the world, but that's okay.
Or Star Eater.
no. So I did the thing I normally do. So I was in the cinema for this to get like first impressions, and then the copy that I saw to pull all of the notes and stuff together has a more interesting name for them in the subtitles because it's not in English, and they are Astrophagus, which I quite like. But,
it's definitely funnier.
Space
So,
gay.
yeah.
The sun
Makes
is
them-
being killed by the gay.
So they have learned how the Astrophagus reproduce, which is good. This obviously gives them a very, very, very important piece of information that nobody was expecting to find, and has proven that they have immense value to the rest of the team. So they immediately call Strat to tell her what they've just learned. And she's obviously quite enthused by this breakthrough that they've had. And she invites them back. So they're going to the main base now. They take them to an airport, and it's not any old airport. It's an airfield to get a jet, which is not any old jet. It's a fighter jet. They're taking him directly to an aircraft carrier on a fighter jet. And again, you might be thinking, okay, it's kind of funny to watch him go through these hygiene maneuvers and he passes out and he throws up. That's entertaining. But then what you also realize later on in the movie is that all of this, without meaning it this way, was training. He's been going through these hygiene maneuvers in complex equipment. He's been out of his element, and we've seen he can't really deal with it very well. But he's had some past experience, which is going to be really, really useful to him when he ends up in an analogous situation later. And they land on this aircraft carrier, and they meet back up with Strat again. He's throwing up, and he needs some water to wash a pill down. And someone passes by with these 2 coffees, and she takes both the coffees, and then still orders water for him because they're both for her because she needs them both. And it's a funny moment, but it's also a moment that sort of tells you a little bit about maybe how much pressure she's really under, because she doesn't really let it show at any point. But there's a couple of little moments in it where you think, oh yeah, you do have the most stressful job in the world. No wonder you need 2 coffees.
It's something that sort of gradually built up to, I suppose what you could say are 2 big payoffs. One of them more positive in terms of showing her humanity, and then the other one being the choice that she commits to.
Yeah.
That she's clearly very uncomfortable with. But yes, and I think that makes it a sort of interesting character because she does have a sort of cold and clinical approach, belying, real humanity.
He does. There is a scene not too much more advanced than this in the book where it's the first time you really see her crack is when she's like shotting gin basically to cope with a very serious decision she's had to make, which is less subtle and not in the film. And the movie does a good job replacing that with other stuff that is more subtle. Like she reads better with emotions on her face, as subtle as they are. They are all present. Which is good as well, because there's not that much time in which we really have to give these people characterization. And I think they do quite a good job all around of, even if a character's on screen for maybe 5 to 10 minutes total, all in flashbacks, you do come away at the end of the movie having a pretty clear idea about everything you need to know about them. They don't really feel too cardboardy or cut out, which I like. I think the film's done a fairly good job with all of that. But we are going to go and meet some of these ancillary characters right now, because Strat is escorting Grace through the aircraft carrier, and she says this is going to be kind of a tough room, don't take it personally. And he thinks that she's leading him to a bedroom so he can obviously rest and recuperate, having just thrown his guts up after a long journey on a fighter jet. But there she opens the door and they walk in, and it's not a bedroom at all. It's a huge meeting room, and it's packed with basically all the top scientists in the world and a whole bunch of military brass as well. And you start to see a little bit more of Grace's possibly defining personality trait. He is actually an extremely nervous, shy human being. Maybe even a bit cowardly, because as soon as he sees this, he turns to Grace and whispers, I can't do this. And she says, no, you can do this. And he says, I can't. And she says, nope, you're doing great. And then she leads him to a table. This is where we sort of, everyone else around the table is kind of, you see on their faces that they are not happy he's here, because we've established already that he's pissed off a lot of them and they don't rate him highly at all. But they're now going to have to work with this person they believe is beneath them. And so she introduces him to this entire room, and she says, this is Dr. Ryland Grace from the United States, and she tells him to sit down and where to sit. And she tells them that he's figured out how to breed the astrophage, and the room sort of politely applauds. But then everyone starts piling in with all of these various questions. How, and how long did the process take? And what process is the process? How do they do it? What's the incubation period? And it all sort of dissolves into white noise from his perspective. And he sort of bashfully leans forward and clears his throat and says, well, we made a mini Venus out of a plywood box. And as soon as the samples recognized the spectral signature of CO2, they were like, whoop, there it is. Which is really awkward and quite funny. And Strat sort of says, okay, sit down. And he says, whoop, there it is again. But nobody else is laughing. And she tells him to sit down again. And this is why we're sort of seeing a little bit more about the reason he really failed in this academic career. Because the story we've been given prior to this point is that, obviously, he told her, well, he insulted somebody very important. And that's the kind of thing that a very bold, assertive human being would do. But actually what you see, I think, in this scene is that he was never actually cut out for it psychologically. It's like he did that because he had failed, but that wasn't the reason he failed. The reason he failed is that he's too timid for it. Like, he doesn't feel like he belongs anywhere near this room of people. He doesn't think he has anything to offer this group of people. He wants to, but he doesn't ultimately believe it, which is kind of something that comes back up again once we rejoin him in the present tense on the ship. He has imposter syndrome, and we're sort of seeding all of these things here in the midst of a bunch of jokes, which is really good because you don't immediately spot what they're doing, and it all becomes relevant later.
And I think that's enhanced it as well by the one person who reflects that comment eventually, right? In that conversation, so I think he says, "Whoop, there it is," and then Grace is like, "I like him," because that guy.
Yes, it's Dr. Lee, who's like, because he seems quite intimidating, and you think, well, about this time in a conventional movie, you might meet the rival or even the antagonist, the human antagonist in the film, and like he's a good candidate because like he looks sinister and severe, and like, he says that your experiment was crude and clumsy, and it's kind of a dickish thing to say. And you think, okay, so is this going to be like, are we going to do a human antagonist? But no, because they pull the rug quite quickly. Says despite this, our scientists have replicated these results. They've estimated this 8-day doubling time, and Dr. Grace is right. It's the CO2. Whoop, there it is. So even the most sinister and imposing person in the room quickly is revealed to be quite a nice, friendly human being, and Grace says, "I like that guy." Which is so we've now got essentially the most important information in place. Like they know why the astrophage is doing what it's doing, where it's doing what it's doing. They know how it breathes. They know how it moves. They know all of this very, very important information. And this is where we discover now that the humans have potentially a use for this. Because another scientist pipes up and says, how long will it take to make 2 million kilograms of astrophage? And Grace kind of is nonplussed. It's like, well, why would you need to make that much astrophage? And the scientist says, well, nobody told him. And someone says that he's got no clearance, and Strat then stands up and tells him to stand up and says, I hereby grant you top secret clearance to all information pertaining to Project Hail Mary. And this is our cue to jump away then to another exposition scene where we learn exactly what it is. Darkened briefing room. And you could maybe say that they should have done this in a different way. It didn't need to be this way. He could have read it on his travels there, but for the audience's benefit, I think it's a justifiable use for the exposition. And we learn the stakes very clearly. The sun is dying, but it's not the only star that's dying, because there is a pattern of infection, a kind of stellar infection. Every star seems to have been infected by its neighbor except for one, and that star is Tau Ceti, 11.9 light years away. Yes.
Familiar. It feels like Tau Ceti or Epsilon Eridani or Alpha Centauri. It's one of those three is going to get selected for your science fiction story that involves going to a nearby-ish star. It's one of those three.
Yeah, so Proxima Centauri is another one, but
I'm sure.
The number is also familiar because it's the 11.9 light years, and it's very similar to the amount of time it would take to say send radio messages back to Earth, as the computer informed us earlier on. So the audience can pick up from a little detail already if they want to, probably where he is. And they explain that it's uninfected, even though it probably should be infected given its proximity to the other stars. And it's explained that, we don't actually know why this is the case. And that's why they have a plan. They are going to build a ship, they're going to go there, and they're going to find out. Which obviously sounds so far in advance of any possible human technology that it's impossible. But this is why they need to build this huge amount of astrophage.
To be clear, I don't know why people in chat. I'm just making an observation. It's fun and cute. I don't think there's a problem with the fact that so many stories choose the nearest stars to Earth.
I guess you'd also make one up, but you'd rather not, right?
Like I don't understand why everybody's so confused. It's just fun that it's always those three.
You're kind of limited if you're doing a semi-realistic science fiction thing anyway, because there just aren't that many to choose from, which would be even semi-believable in the journey time that they have.
Even the close ones are really far away.
Well, part of it as well that makes it kind of fun is that it's sometimes these stars will get chosen based on whether or not they think or know that there are exoplanets there, and whether or not they think that those exoplanets are within the habitable zone. And I think for Tau Ceti, wasn't it the case that they thought there was an exoplanet that was in the habitable star system, the habitable zone rather, and then maybe not. Like maybe later on they realized, like, oh damn, it might not actually be there. Which is
sounds familiar.
Do you remember
because the whole
people discussing whether or not Titan for the home world of Thanos was one of the moons on Jupiter
Titan
or whatever, right?
and Saturn.
Or Saturn,
It's like
it was like there's no fucking way the origin planet of Thanos' species was in our solar system. Like that was
yeah.
We could see that with like a reasonably powerful telescope. I think we'd notice if there was whole society.
Well,
they've been spacefaring a lot longer than we were. They would have fucking grabbed Earth immediately. I just thought that was really funny because it was like, well, is that where they're traveling for in Infinity War? It's like, no, they're going way further. They gotta go way further than that.
But I guess it's because Titan is another one of those, like, oh, hey, maybe there's life there, but probably not.
Also,
it's
like,
kind of this is the
I don't know if
yeah.
I don't know if that was the way it was in the comics, but if it was, that's stupid. I'm sorry. Like, you can't have that. That doesn't work.
Well, you can't have two spacefaring civilizations because essentially in the MCU, humans are in the same star system, but then they just sort of never bumped into each other.
Yeah, you have to assume they're wormholing it in that movie or jump pointing it and all that sort of stuff.
But I wouldn't put it past the MCU to be that.
No,
retarded, But yeah, so the plan in this movie is that they're going to use this astrophage as fuel because we've learned that it can store immense amounts of energy and it expels that energy and it can move extremely efficiently. So they can use it to propel their own ship across 11.9 light years. And I think this is really interesting and creative as a science fiction premise. It's also one that like poses so many questions, which the movie probably wisely doesn't even gesture at or acknowledge at all. But you basically said you've got an unlimited, basically clean, impossibly powerful new source of energy, which could transform the entire planet, as well as giving us access to interstellar travel, which we've never had before. Like, there's so many implications about this discovery, which, of course, because the sun is dying, you have no real space in the film. But it's like, I did sort of sit here through this entire exposition scene thinking, Christ, but okay, this is just going to transform literally everything. And I know the author has said that he's not opposed maybe to writing a sequel to this story, and it's like, you probably shouldn't, because like there's a lot of interesting things you could do, but it is so transformative a discovery that you can't have it subsist as a layer beneath the main story. It has to be the story, otherwise you're going to just ignore a whole bunch of stuff you have to really account for.
I mean, it's akin to the Industrial Revolution almost in terms of this technology. It's like, dude, this is like interstellar travel among many other things. What's being figured out here?
Yeah, well, no more need for nuclear power, no more need for wind turbine, coal, gas. Like everything is kind of fixed by these little microorganisms.
Yeah, pretty much. Because I on the one hand, I kind of I like the effort to use the sort of the thrust of the story as the literal thrust, right? Like that the astrophage and what they've discovered about them can now be used to invent a propulsion system that essentially solves the how do we move through space reasonably quickly, even though it's 11 years, it's still massively quick, all things considered, to sort of have the story play out on a time scale where it's not so far in the future that you lose the grounding of all of the humans that you meet during the Earth sequence.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool, but it is that problem. It's like you've created a technology that changes everything beyond even just I mean, to the point that the Hail Mary might not even be that important. It's like, dude, obviously the sun thing is a problem that you want to be dealing with, but if you're in a position of potentially just have solved energy, like shit, you might be able to improvise some really creative solutions to the whole planet cooling problem.
There might have been a reason for it, and I don't know if it would be like better to address this later, but sort of the only like issue I have with the movie, which I also accept as something that I just might not have caught. Is there a reason why the Hail Mary mission has to be a suicide mission if they can infinitely replicate the fuel?
Well, enough fuel to get them back, and then where, like, how it's going to get stored, I assume would be the problem. It's like, yeah, you can create it, but then you need to put it on something that you can shoot up into space, send it all the way there, get it back, and then I guess as well, it's and then there is the ticking clock as well.
I more meant that, like, for the people on the mission to, like, have a machine that is just constantly cranking out new fuel as fuel's being expended. Like, I didn't quite get why that wasn't
putting
the
it on
plan.
the ship would be harder than being able to create it on facilities on Earth, just because of the general space consciousness of a spaceship in space. There's, I mean, to launch anything into space, like even to launch like a kilogram of mass into space is like massively expensive in terms of resources and energy. Like I assume that would be, and then someone in chat's pointed out the explosion later, right, would probably be indicative of that as a problem as well. If you're trying to create it on the spaceship and something goes wrong, it's game over, and you wouldn't know.
I also,
Yeah, I think that's fair. It was just like the thing I was thinking is that, like, wait, if he figured out how to effectively breed the fuel, like with a couple cardboard
I
panels,
do think that.
then like,
no,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
another thing they could have spent a bit more time on to
It's a
seal
good
up,
question.
completely. Though, sort of all the notions of what the astrophage mean and applications, and the fact that it would revolutionize everything, but the film doesn't need to be too concerned about that because that's not what this is about, and that will happen later, and this continuity, or whatever. Way prefer all of the implications and applications of that compared to if you were just to take a random hypothetical. If a film was about like how you needed to solve gravity with a formula that was sent through time in the form of binary by touching the walls of the fifth dimension or whatever. Like if that was something that was in the film, that might completely throw everyone off in a way that no one can even explain what the fuck that was. Versus this, which I understood. I followed this and I was also invested. I was getting it.
Mm-hmm. But then we get another little bit of a setup line coming in here because Gray says these guys, they store a lot of energy. One mistake and that much astrophage can vaporize California even, which will be relevant for later on. But the Strat explains this is why they're now on a boat in the middle of the ocean, just in case that happens. They're not going to take out California, much as some people would like that to happen. So he says he's trying to sort of wrap his own head around how crazy and ambitious this plan is, that you build a near light speed spaceship, have it travel further than any human-made object has ever traveled, and visit a star, and they don't even know what they're going there and what they're going to see and what they're going to find over there. And then he says, well, then what? And this is when it's explained that there's not enough fuel for the round trip, so the findings will be sent back on probes, and the astronauts will just die in space. And he sort of says, have you thought about any other plan, anything? And Strat says, well, there are infinite possibilities for this to go wrong. It almost certainly won't work. It's what you Americans would call a long shot. And Gray says, Hail Mary, I get it now.
Oh, that's
they
the
said
title
name
of the
thing.
movie.
Yeah,
Credits.
and they did it in a way that I didn't hate. I like it.
Yeah, no, it's I like it. I mean, I think it's just a cool idea anyway. It's a cool name for a movie, makes you think, and then the fact that the film is so consistently about these long shots, just sort of over and over and over again in various permutations and forms. It's good.
Yeah, I tend to dislike titles with project in them. It almost like feels like you gave up while making the working title, but this movie being about a project that was an actual Hail Mary, and yeah, I was fine with it. It made sense.
I think it's like a really good name because if you know the term Hail Mary, it's like a good hook. It's like what does that mean? Ooh, this must be like a crazy story against all odds. It's it's clever enough.
Yeah, without the project modifier, if you just called it Hail Mary, people would be thinking it's a religious film of sorts.
It's quite
No,
possible.
Project
yes.
Hail Mary is the correct name for this movie. It is the perfect name for this story. IMO.
I mean, you could have
we
called
start
it
cutting-
Rocky, I guess, but fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have been okay with that.
Which Rocky film would this be? 7? 8? How many put in?
I guess like if you're
Rocky-
counting Creed, I think we're technically at
think it's
this would
9,
be
isn't it?
10. 10 would be coming
Oh,
up?
man.
Because there's 3 Creed movies,
Yeah,
right?
there's
10
3
is
Creeds,
usually the
right?
movie where people go to space. Isn't that what happens in Fast X? Is that the one where they go to space? And
That is
Jason
the one
X,
they
I
go
think
to
they go to
space in.
space as
Yeah,
well.
so,
Yeah.
Rocky X is when Rocky is going to fight the robot Apollo Creed in space.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But so we start cutting a little bit back and forward in time here because obviously now we're talking in the past, in the flashbacks, about these doomed astronauts who are going to go. And Grace says it's a long time to be in space, and Strat tells them they'll be in comas for most of it. And he asks if it's safe, and she says nothing about this is safe. And we cut to the dead astronauts in the present tense as he sort of looks and prepares those bodies for burial, and he's reading through all of the stuff that he's found about who those people were. And then we cut back, and Strat says we only need 3 as a pilot, an engineer, and a scientist. And we cut back to the present, and he gives them a little funeral service as he's remembered who these people are and why they're here. And he sends them off. He says, I must have known you, but I just don't remember. But he sort of talks about the photos that he's found and what they were doing in the photos. And he says, well, you must have been smart and strong and brave, and you must have done this amazing thing, and I'm sure you were both very loved. And he starts sort of tearing up at this prospect, which is, as mentioned, it's a different way than I think the book does it, but I like the way this movie does it too, because he's talking about all of these amazing qualities that they all have, and these are all qualities that he does not think he has. So while he is tearing up just at the generalized sadness of people having died, he's also keenly aware that they've left alone the one person who thinks he's not really worth being there. So it's a comment as much about him as it is about what they were doing. And he closes by saying, I'll do my best. Which is it's a poignant, emotional scene. He jettisons them out into space through the airlock, and the ship sort of sails on, and then that's them done. He's the only one left aboard. And he gets a bit of homesickness too. He goes to this entertainment bubble room that they have, and he sits on the beach, and it sort of blurs past and present together a little bit because the waves literally do wash up over his feet as though it's really happening, and then he's woken up from this sort of semi-trance by the computer. But it's kind of a neat visual way of telling you where his mind is at and where he wants to be. And this homesickness is really more powerful than he'll ever express through words, because he's literally just lost himself in these images of the world that he's left behind and probably won't ever see again. Which is a nice little break moment.
I got when he's talking, I think it's in the flashback. I can't remember if he says it about them during this, so to speak, funeral, but that he says they must be very brave. In engaging in this sort of thing. And again, I was sort of sitting there being like, and you're gonna be too, buddy. That's what this story is. You're gonna step up to the plate. You're gonna be the third dude because their dude isn't gonna be good enough. That's where this story's going. Like it was funny because I was fine with that as well. That he would keep calling them brave, and that he's like, I'm not the guy to do this. This isn't my thing. And I was just like, yeah. Like go along. I was like, of course you go right, Gosling. You're gonna do the brave thing.
With you.
Yeah, so now we move into quite a different part of the movie at this point with the computer's interruption. Informs him that they've approaching orbit for Tau Ceti, and the engines will be cutting off at the time it goes down. And he gets alarmed because what happens at 0 at the end of this countdown, and then the engine shut off and gravity disappears, and he starts screaming and floating around. And it's funny, but it's also like it tells you a lot about like all of the stuff that the previous scene is kind of established about him is still in evidence here. Like he is not prepared for any of this stuff.
No, there's a lot of, I guess, I don't know how else to call it, but like there's like a fine line between relatable dialogue and wholesome chungus, which is the unfortunate world we're in, where a lot of dialogue is trying to be relatable and it fails miserably. But having him floating around panicking, and then I think he says, shields up, and then you just have, there are no shields aboard the Hail Mary. And he goes, why not? Like, what is, like, why would they, it's not a fucking, this isn't Star Trek. Like, why use shields up?
So that's pretty much the bit we're at now. So they've arrived at Tau Ceti, and there's the Petrova scope activates automatically. But as he's sort of trying to stop himself floating around randomly, he grabs it, and then you get this quick cutaway shot of the outside of the ship as the telescope sort of extends and then retracts and extends and retracts because he's fucking around with it. But he finally gets a hang of things, and he looks through it, and he sees the Petrova line, as they expected to find. It's big and it's solid and it's getting bigger. But the curious thing is that the sun itself is not dimming despite all of this. So, as has been established in the previous flashback, something is very different about this star. But before he has any time to do any exploration of that, we get another message from the computer: blip A detected. And he says, well, what's blip A? And the computer just repeats itself. And we cut back to outside the ship again, and we see these mechanical-looking shadows, a big shape on the hull, which is a neat little visual, as something massive is sort of floating alongside his ship. And he goes slowly toward the window, and he looks outside, and he sees this huge, metallic, alien-looking object. It's obviously made, it's obviously machined, it's like scaffolding and struts, but the material just looks weird, and the design is obviously so far out there, and it's just an alien spaceship.
It's far out there, but
encountered one.
That's the thing that's cool about it. It is strange and unusual, but you can still tell what it is. It is an alien spaceship.
Yes.
And whatever reason the aliens have decided to build one that looks like this, I suppose will remain to be seen. But it's cool as a visual, especially, against the much more recognizable, comprehensible human spaceship. And it feels his reaction is appropriate, but also quite amusing.
Also, I find it intuitively neat that it doesn't take any explanation from the film to already figure. It's like, why do you think that's there? It's like probably the same reason. It's the one healthy star. I like the idea of completely different, cosmic cultures being like, oh, hey, hi, you're here for the same reason I am.
We have the same problem as you guys, huh?
Yeah, like neighbors meeting on the street to sort out what's going on with the water. It's all shut off or something. It's like, what's going on?
But he doesn't immediately think that this is a surprising and wonderful thing, which in the book he does. He's really excited to make first contact with aliens. But here he is just like, it overwhelms him. And so he says, no, let's go. And he grabs he sits in the seat, grabs the stick, and he starts frantically trying to pilot the ship away from this great big alien construction that's out there. And he's making a bit of a mess of it because he doesn't know how to pilot the ship, but he does a good enough job. But just as he thinks he's succeeded and he stops and he leans back in the chair, then the alien ship's there again. It's just followed him. And then you get this sort of chase sequence. It is. I'm not sure how much I like it beyond the fact that it's a comedic bit. It seems a bit like, I think the comedy might be working against the believability a little bit in this scene. Would that really be your reaction? Should it be your reaction? Would it even be his reaction? But I do like it is funny. I kind of like it. I'm just not sure I should, really, to be honest. But
because I guess it's the sort of almost amusing persistence that this alien has, and that I think it makes when we meet Rocky, that it makes a hell of a lot of sense why he would be so persistent in terms of trying to connect with anybody, given what we learn about the fate of his crew. Yeah. By comparison to Grace, who is much more of the fish out of water in this situation, who I suppose has the equal but also understandable reaction of, no thanks.
Are we sorry, just to be clear, so are we talking about the moving toward him and paralleling wherever he goes sort of thing briefly?
I'd say that entire sequence, so his reaction being to panic and fly away from it, and then the comedic way that it sort of tracks all of his movies. Because I agree with everything Fringy's just said, and that's the reason I like the scene. In terms though of whether I believe it of his character or whether I think that's sensible, whether the joke is working against what the story should be doing in this situation is, I guess, my question. Because I could go either way on it. I do like the scene, but at the same time, it is kind of a bit too silly almost.
I can buy someone freaking out because of all the implications, but it's like a matter of how long should that go for. And then on Grace or Rocky's side, you can sort of judge this, but because Rocky's intentions are to be like, I am reacting to you, but I'm also non-hostile, right? Like it's, step by step sort of thing. Because it is silly, and it is supposed to make people, giggle and stuff. Because it certainly did in my theater.
Yeah, and it succeeds at that, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's the reason I still like it. So I think it might because I had read that scene in the book basically an hour earlier, and so it takes it obviously way more seriously, but it's slightly more believable of a character with the background of this really enthusiastic school teacher who's actually excited by the prospect of alien life as opposed to terrified of it. So it's kind of a fundamental shift in the character's outlook. I think it probably does track with this characterization in the movie. Maybe it's just it's the interpretation is clashing with my pre-existing knowledge in that sense, but it's still kind of funny even as it sort of calms down a bit. So having finally accepted he can't fly away from this ship, he then notes that there's something moving on the outside of it, and this strange arm throws something, a little canister, at his ship, and he says, like, what if it's a bomb? And starts panicking. This is the shields up moment, but then it sort of clanks against it and goes off, and he says, well, I guess we've both got egg on our faces then. But then it throws another one, and much, much slower this time. And he says, why is it moving so much slower than the last one? Oh, they think I'm dumb. Then he says, if we were going to catch it, what would we do? And then the computer offers him a chance to go on a spacewalk. I like the they think I'm dumb line. That's quite funny.
Yeah, I think that would work for me because I realized it the moment he said it, because at first I was like much slower, presumably because like some kind of physics thing or what. Like my brain was considering a bunch of options. It's like, no, he thinks that like he made it too difficult for you and that you're stupid. It's like, oh, that's funny.
We get the first spacewalk scene of the movie. So he very clumsily gets through his airlock and grabs his suit, and you see him sort of reading the instructions desperately as he's trying to get this thing on him, knocks his glasses off and everything. He's clearly still very much fish out of water, but he makes it into the suit, gets the door open, depressurizing it, and then he looks over the edge and just into the vast empty nothingness of space, and this is too much for him, so he scrambles back. But the cord he's attached to sort of yanks him back out again. So he's forced beyond the first threshold in the old hero's journey schema by his own incompetence. And having accepted he's now stuck outside of the ship, he figures, fuck it, he reattaches the line, and he does start clambering along the outside of the ship. And the canister is slowly approaching, and he just about makes it. He jumps for it and catches it, and he lands, and it looks awesome. And you see this kind of like a shadow puppet play on the wall behind him, and he looks really pleased with himself, and then he falls over. But then he gets up again and celebrates, and he's got this thing. So he takes it back inside the ship. And he starts trying to figure out how to open it. And then he tries to twist it, and it doesn't work. And then he runs an analysis on it, which seems to suggest it's made of xenon, which is a noble gas and not a solid. So he concludes that the machine is broken. And then he's thrown into...
When he says that, he says, oh, this thing must be broken. And he like tosses it to the point where it could probably get damaged. And I remember thinking like, come on, bro. You're dealing with a completely new thing that you couldn't possibly do anything about. Like, I didn't like the idea, you know, everything is sparse. Everything on that ship matters immensely. Being like, getting a result you don't like from a piece of technology could mean everything, could mean anything, you know? And he was like, oh, it must be broken, throws it. I was like, like, don't do that, take care. Those things are, like, super important. And, you know, he might even be capable of fixing it if it was, broken or miswired or whatever.
Yeah, it is extremely careless, though. But it throws us into a quick flashback where really we're just establishing how sensitive this technology is, which is kind of funny given what we've just seen him do with it, the difficulties of making zero gravity versions of equipment that they have on Earth, and then B, to explain how he's going to switch gravity on his ship, and you get the explanation for the centrifuge that they use, which memory is going to allow him to turn on the gravity back in the present tense. And he throws out a little anecdote about it being used to make butter during the Civil War, which all the really top scientists around him just look at him slightly bemused.
And Chad can help us out with this. Because it's like centrifuge. You know, they used to make butter in the Civil War using that, and they just peepo stare at him.
Yep.
It's such a like, okay. It felt very authentic as like, hey, fun fact that no one cares about at all. It's like, okay.
But something you might tell the students if you're a school teacher.
Yes, that sort of enthusiastic of knowledge.
But having gained this memory, he now figures out how to turn on the centrifuge in real time in the present tense. So he does that, and gravity is restored. The way they did this, I think, is that because most of the sets they built, or several of the sets they built for the interior, could just rotate basically 360 degrees. So when they wanted to shift gravity, they had him literally standing in the set and turned it. So gravity literally does shift from our perspective. But obviously, with the camera trick, you can make it look like gravity is appearing somewhere else, which I think is a trick they used in 2001 as well to get some of the nifty little gravity tricks that they do there.
There's a lot of there's some cool techniques that can be used because Apollo 13 used the whole get in a plane parabolic arc, and then that simulates weightlessness. So that was how they would shoot all the weightless scenes. And that obviously a lot of things now just do boring like Fantastic Four. It's just wires. It's kind of lame.
Well,
you
even,
know, compared to
what we saw
more of
behind
these
the
fun
scenes in Iron Lung, where he's like screaming because he's getting tossed around in the big machine. It's like, yay! Like, I hope you guys do that.
Well,
it's
yeah,
funny.
no, it's kind of like Inception, right? With the hallway, where the hallway was built, but it was on like a rotating.
Yeah, that shit's cool.
So that way, and it always looks better because, you know, wire work, it can be cool, but man, like, it also generally doesn't look real,
You know,
at all.
man,
You know,
you make me think about that, and I was like, oh, what an awesome moment of Inception. It's like, yeah, it's kind of the moment. It got shared everywhere. People remembers it because it's the most creative that like the crazy dream shit gets. Because damn it, Nolan, with your dry dream craziness.
I don't know, isn't it noteworthy that in the third simulation, which the third dream, which should be affected by the physics as well, it's not. They're just on the mountain and it doesn't flip or anything. For some reason, it only translates one layer down when it should be perpetual. It should perpetually go down.
That's the thing. That, the whole movie annoys me in that because like I'm pretty sure I like Inception. I haven't seen it in ages, but just on a creative sense of what the thing is. It's like, oh, we're going to be in a city and then a hotel and then the Alps or some shit. It's like, dude, come on.
Yeah. I remember even when I first saw it, I was a little bit disappointed, but getting to the end of the movie and thinking, man, with this premise of just like being able to exist in people's dreamscapes, they don't do much with it.
Well, they do the thing where they flip like Paris, and then they have it like flip, and then they walk on the wall, and it's like that's about as crazy as it gets.
We covered Eternal Sunshine not too long ago, and it's just like, God, the dreams in that. Like, I wish Inception played with even a little bit of that, you know.
Yeah.
I actually haven't seen Eternal Sunshine since I was like in high school. I think I saw it around the time it came out, not in theaters, but on like DVD. So I don't remember it very well.
We give it
an episode on it.
Yeah, we give it a recommendation, I suppose. Probably checking it. Yeah.
The one thing they have done in this movie is because I think Andy Wig made a design for the spaceship because you obviously wanted it to be as believable as possible. And centrifuges in space, they are good for simulating gravity, but there are certain requirements that must be in place. Obviously, size being one of them. So his design had a slightly more creative and less familiar looking ship, basically to get the centrifuge thing to function properly and get any semblance of real gravity. Essentially, I think there's two halves of the ship which are attached to these like extending chains. So to get the thing working, the chain elongates, and then you have the weight and the counterweight on one end. Further apart, then that section starts spinning around to generate gravity. Whereas this movie, I think, wanted to have a more visually familiar looking human spaceship than that. So the centrifuge, I think, as you look at it from the outside of the ship in this movie, wouldn't work. It wouldn't be big enough to generate the gravity. And then you also need like fluid counterweight, because otherwise you moving around causes wobble, which is like many science fiction things don't account for wobble. So having a liquid as the counterweight kind of does, because it can move against the gravity changes or the mass changes of humans walking on one side in a way that solid counterweights can't do that. So the movie sort of, again, it's slightly less sciencey science fiction for that reason, but I do kind of like the overall like believability of the spaceship design. It tracks more with what you think spaceships do look like, as opposed to how they would need to work to do the things they do in this setting.
I appreciate the effort to account for the fact that they need to have an explanation for why there's gravity, which is something that they would obviously want from a filmmaking perspective because it was shot on Earth. That they recognize that there's a solution that they need to come up with, and that it wasn't as simple as, they just have gravity, like they got some system that makes it work.
Yeah, gravity generators for years in this story.
I remember the
it's,
Martian did something similar where the living space for the astronauts was like part of like it was a big rounded sort of space that rotated around. It's, appreciate it.
Yeah, because a lot of science fiction is like, we're not dealing with that, so shut up. Artificial
No,
gravity
it just
on.
has
You're like,
artificial
okay.
gravity. Yeah, you just press a button, it's on.
Gravity is important, partly for believability reasons, but it's also important to get the lab on the ship operational, which it does once the gravity is restored. So now he can do a few more creative experiments on the canister, which is, again, actually a nod to realism there, which I quite like. So he takes another look at this canister that he's picked up, and it's still reading as xenon. So his basic understanding of the universe has just been kind of broken there, and he says, up is down, left is right, xenons are solid, aliens are real. I'm wrong about everything, and everything is wrong. But having gone through all of these really, really complicated processes and learned not much more else about the canister, he suddenly realizes that he didn't try twisting the lid the other way. So actually, the simple thing is the thing that works once again. He opens it. Yeah, I like it. And he sort of impulsively just leans in to sniff it and then says, fuck no.
I think I could see people taking issue with that, but I actually enjoyed it because he spent so much time trying to get this thing open in every way possible. It became a mundane object until he actually gets it open, is completely forgotten. This is a fucking alien canister that's been provided. So he opens it and it makes the hiss sound of like you've just released some kind of gas. And he just instinctively is like, oh, I wonder what that smells like. And he's like, oh, fuck, I could die. Like, it's just, yeah, I thought that was fun.
Then he chucks it very quickly into this more controlled environment. But inside it, he finds a little metal object. Again, quite obviously designed, obviously even artistic. There's clearly a purpose and intent behind it. And it expands, and it turns out it's a little sort of wire star map. And he immediately thinks to compare this to the star charts that he has on his own ship, and he can sort of cross-reference between the positions of the little nodules on it. And it turns out they map up entirely with the map of the local stars in this region of the solar system. So he can figure out from that where this ship has come from. And he says, you're a long way from home.
This felt very much the golden plates on God, I'm forgetting. It wasn't Voyager, was it? It was the ones before that. But because they had a similar thing on them where with the plaque where it's like, hey, here's people, here's the hydrogen atoms. There was also the like this kind of star map. Obviously not Voyager also had them. Okay, well, nevertheless, it was the same sort of thing of like using this kind of star map and then pointing to Earth. And it's like, here we are. And then he was doing the same thing, but in his own kind of fun way. I enjoy that as a sort of callback to what feels like a very simple and wholesome, and as presented in this story, universal sort of desire to communicate with other life. Mm. Like, this is my home, right? This is where I'm from. Where are you from?
Yeah.
It's very simple but cool. But in this case, it's like, oh, this is a kind of a weird and alien way of presenting it, and yet it's also comprehensible. There's a universal language here, that being science.
And that being sort of the, I guess, one of the driving forces behind this act of the movie, where it's like, oh, this is an alien being that I don't really have anything immediately in common with, but there are ways in which we've got common ground that we can use as a basis for communication. And then it's about them kind of developing that from there.
Well, sorry, with everything that's been done so far, this is where I was just like, ooh, how are they going to do this? Because that's very much what I'm interested in, especially because it's so much fun. It's like a puzzle to solve. Once you've unlocked a couple of things, like it just, cascades on getting better and better communication and then building a lot of trust and stuff. I was very ready to watch that part.
A lot more interesting, too, than the rock alien just being like, oh, here, I'm going to equip you with this universal translator.
Yeah, well, the space I'll give, and even to an extent with the gravity one, it's like, sci-fi and stuff, it's allowed to be about other things. It's not like I'm saying, everything must do this. If you're allowed to do the universal translator if you've got a lot more different story to tell in the sci-fi genre, because, it's fucking borderline infinite. There's so many things you can talk about in so many ways that not everyone has to do it. This film is, we've pretty much moved into the second film now of, like, things feel very different. It's like you've just met alien life for the first time and you need to, establish connections and stuff. That's what this movie wants to be about, which is totally chill. Because, lots of our favorite stuff has universal translators, and to an extent, Our phones do that now. When we go to foreign countries, we're like, hello, and then it goes bonjour, and you're like, ugh. But it's just
That's what I was saying earlier. It's that Grace just kind of codes a little Google Translate for him and Rocky to use.
But we almost do get a kind of universal translator shortly, which is made very, very quickly. But they pay lip service to the idea that this takes some time and some workings out and figurings out. But before we get to there, the ship sends another little canister, and this time it has a metallic model of the two ships, and it shows that there's a pipe that's connecting them. And so Grace figures, I guess it wants to dock. And there's the nice sort of semi-contrast, I suppose, because you get the first star map thing, which is perfectly intelligible, and it's like, okay, so this alien is a huge amount like us. So it has the same concept of time and distance and space and mathematics and art and visual representation. It's like it's easy to communicate with. It's kind of weirdly familiar. But then you go to align the two ships, and then the manner of it docking is just like almost impossibly advanced, and it seems so much alien again, so much more alien again. Because it's like these metallic rods that seem to come from almost nowhere, just extend infinitely as long as they need to, and they attach on either side of the airlock, and then it extends a huge tube over it as well. And you see, it's almost like, what is this, like 3D printing, or do these things just have infinite control over whatever hard matter, whatever xenon type construction they have? Can they just generate it? And it's like you get that nice balance between the very human-like and the very different, which makes it like unsettling but not threatening. It's clearly more advanced, but it's also clearly not evil. So you have some sense of what you're going in for. And then this tunnel's now extended, and everything sort of goes quiet and silent, because obviously it's still kind of, this is the moment you're going to, for the first time, see an alien life form, and he's the one to do it. The tunnel is long, and it's dark, and it looks strange, and he has to summon up this huge amount of courage just to walk into it. And he's still struggling a little bit with the zero-G environment as well. He's out of his element, very much so. But he makes it to the end, and at the other end, there is a wall with these small, almost crystalline, glass-like windows, but it's all dark on the other side, and you can't see anything. So he sort of looks at it, and he examines it, and then he prods it and gives it a little knock, as you would on somebody's front door, and then gets jump-scared by something. You can't quite see what it is yet, and he flies backwards, but he's still got enough courage in him to come back to the window. He looks through the window, and then this little small rocky hand just sort of extends, and it knocks on the window itself, and then it holds out a little sculpture, and the sculpture is a little sculpture of a man, and it's a sculpture of Grace himself. And then it shows him a spinning model of his own ship.
A little like fuck yeah sort of. I like it as an icon of humanity. The little thing he makes of Grace.
Yeah, and it's another means of communication. It's got visual representation, and it's the best it can do is show him like a version of himself. But communication isn't all that easy, because like he figures out, okay, so it must be showing me a model of myself, and then he figures out, I guess it's showing me a model of my ship as well, but he doesn't understand what. And then like you could take this in any number of directions. Obviously, it's almost infinite the ways you could imagine communicating with an alien race. But the movie chooses kind of this charming, almost childlike puppet play, and it just like plays with these two toys, trying to show him what to do. And he figures out from this playing that it wants him to go back to his own ship. And this is a weird instruction, because like, well, I only just got here, but he sort of takes it at his word and says, "I'll talk to you later," and says goodbye and gives a thumbs up. And then he starts floating away and goes back to his ship and closes the door. And then the tunnel remakes itself as he's watching. So the tunnel sort of retracts, and then it extends again. And then the entire ship starts to spin. And it turns out it's exactly mirroring the spin that's creating the gravity on the Hail Mary. So you can infer from this that what the alien is quite politely and kindly trying to do is just to mimic the environment in which he feels most comfortable. So then it reattaches itself, and a little soundtrack piece starts playing at that point. And so he asks, what is the thing doing? But then he has an idea, and he starts pressing his buttons, and the computer says he probably shouldn't be touching the centrifugal settings of your own ship, but he says thank you and carries on doing it, and they start matching themselves. And then once it's matched, the gravity is restored, and it's perfectly level and even again. And he starts collecting all of these things from his own ship, like wires and electric lights and test tubes, And he picks up a big wrench for no particular reason, but it makes him look heroic and probably feel comfortable and secure. And he gets an almost hero pose, which I quite like, because then he immediately sort of opens the door, ready to go off on this adventure, but then he gets blasted back because the pressurization is already happened, and so his seeming gaining of confidence has just been smashed out of him immediately.
He's getting there, you know, little pieces of bravery, you might even say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a rocky road, huh?
Ooh.
But he's recovered now, so he steps back into the tunnel and he drags all of this stuff with him, and he goes for the second meeting with the alien. And this time there isn't a wall at the end of the tunnel; it's just a big pane of this sort of almost crystalline glass. And he says, "Well, this is new," and he knocks on it and says, "Is anybody home? I like what you've done with the gravity." And he gives a thumbs up, and then he presents a model of the alien spaceship, which he's made with ramen. And it's the only one he makes, he said, because he wasn't sure how many of them there were. But there's no response immediately. It's all quite quiet until you see this dark shape on the other side of the glass, and then a little creature emerges. This little rocky creature. It's a creature. It's got like 5 legs, and it looks like a little bit of a rock spider type creature. And then it makes a really lovely musical noise, and he says hi. And it's clambering over the glass, and it gets a good look at him. And then it reaches out a limb, and it makes a weird noise. And it's kind of scary because it looks like it's roaring at him. And Grace screams, and he raises his wrench to defend himself. But then the alien sort of screeches too. And I sort of got E.T. vibes in a weird way from this scene. Like they've startled each other accidentally.
I was also just thinking about the wrench. It's a good choice of weapon, which, you know, BioShock, I think, is like the game that I always like go back to. Is it felt like they chose the wrench was your basic attack because they didn't want to copy Crowbar for Half-Life.
But the wrench was the weapon in Half-Life Opposing Force, like the expansion.
Hey, look, all right, that's an expansion, so it's okay.
Yeah, nobody cares. It's expansion.
It doesn't count.
It was
as much.
pretty good, but it is probably also the reason we have Randy Pitchford today. So you know.
But it feels like it's worth noting that they both have this sort of startled reaction because it's like very quick. Already, there's been a lot of stuff that's been shown that would indicate that whoever this fella is probably has a good amount in common with Grace. But this feels like it, you know, before we start to have them having real conversations with each other, it's like, oh no, they're look, the snake is just as scared of you as you are of it. Though of course in this case, Rocky will emerge as being the opposite of a snake. He is a Chad hero. Also, but I like it. They're both very scared, but they're both very curious, and they're both pretty excited.
Some people mentioned that it was in System Shock. I still haven't played them. I do intend to, but that's probably then why they had the wrench. But a wrench, as someone's also pointed out, is also symbolic. If you're bringing that as a tool, right? It's to fix shit, even though it's a weapon in this case, potentially, depending on what happens. But they're gonna fix the universe,
you can
man.
Build a bridge with a wrench. That's
you
what
can build anything. You can build a friendship with a wrench. A wrench ship.
Nightdive's remake of System Shock is quite good. I do recommend that. And they remastered System Shock 2 as well, I believe.
I need to get around to them. I will someday. They're neat, from what I've heard excessively.
Yeah.
It does speak to the artistic power of video games that we see wrench and immediately think, oh, I can club someone with that.
Yes.
As opposed to, oh yeah, I can make something with that, which is what it's supposed to be used for. But so having realized that the alien is just as scared as he is, Grace sort of apologizes. No, you just scared me when you made that noise. But then he notices something, because the alien, this rock alien, it seems to be like matching his movements in some weird way. So he starts dancing, and this is the improvised scene where Ryan Gosling was testing out the skills of the puppeteers. And the rock alien starts dancing back, and it's like this is another point of commonality. They both sort of way that the alien doesn't know it's dancing, but he can make it dance. And it's clearly non-threatening, because if you do that, the odds of it trying to kill you pretty slim. So Grace approaches the glass again, and the alien approaches from the other side, and he grabs his light and he brings it closer, and then he sees the alien in more detail. It's got these strange markings on it, but it doesn't seem to have a face. And he says, well, your faces are overrated.
Man, like, all of this is so cool to me. Like everything about the design they have for Rocky. Number one, the fact that he is sort of like a rock spider fellow that doesn't have a face. But then it is also these sort of interesting elements of him. He's got like these sort of slightly bioluminescent, like green glowing sort of like forms on his joints, and then the fact that he's got like these markings that are like carved into the rock that are various forms, because it looks like he's got the one that's on his like his forearm that he can sort of rub his hand against to make what's the instrument that you can where it's just got all the little sort of bumps on it, and then you rub
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I
it.
can't. My mum's
Is
got
that-
like 5 of them. What the fuck are they called?
Are you talking about what
There-
you're reminding
there's
me
a
of?
whole-
I don't know about the instrument name, but like when you have a little frog toy, you can take out. You guys remember talking about? You run it across the back of the frog toy. It's wooden, and it'll go and it'll make frog sound because of that.
It sounds similar in terms of what it is, but and then that he has markings that almost look like it's his own kind of like NASA spacesuit that's got the logo for whatever his mission is. It's all like what I like about it so much is that it feels like there's a lot of thought that's gone into it beyond the baseline of what you would go for. Of, oh, he's like a rock spider. It's like, well, sure, but like what? Like if he's not wearing clothes, for instance, if that's something that these aliens don't do, it's like, would they have some other thing that they would do? Almost like their own equivalent of tattoos that they would use. Even though he is like a rock person, what are these little elements that we would give him that would, one, make him seem more alive, like more, I suppose organic, but also that would sort of, you would assume would be things that you would see on like an actual living thing, right? Markings of some kind, discoloration on certain parts of the body, just all of these things that feel like there was a real effort into making him come across like a genuine living entity, rather than sort of like a boring, almost like, yep, we've done the basics of what we would do for an alien, but we're not going to treat this alien as if we would see as much diversity in what these aliens would look like as we see in human beings or any of the animals that live on this planet. It's so cool.
And it's committed to, right? Like he never gains a face. Ryan Gosling doesn't create a device that allows him to have a face or anything. It's like, no, he just doesn't have a face. Meanwhile, like, it was cool in concept. The Mandalorian has the helmet that never comes off, but they keep fucking taking it off all the time because they've got the exact same problem as every superhero as well, where it's like, no, if you don't, Halo guys, if you don't have the face available, how are you gonna know what they feel?
Because you gotta connect with the character. Yeah, if he doesn't have a face. Meanwhile, I care way more about Rocky already, let alone what we're about to have with this story with Grace. I care about him way more than any of these fucking losers.
Yeah,
and all of this other shit. Ugh.
So Rocky starts tapping quite insistently on the glass. And Grace just thinks, oh, you seem to enjoy tapping. But then, so he taps back, but then Rocky starts tapping even more insistently. And he starts thinking, oh, maybe this isn't just a fun thing. So, oh, you're pointing, you're not tapping. So he retrieves this other canister that he's got, and he opens it. And inside, there's these 2 linked bracelets. But he has no idea what they are. He just says, well, another present. I don't have one of these. I love it. Thank you. And Rocky's trying to tell him to do something, and he sort of speaks with these musical vocalizations as well as sort of his arm movements. And Grace just does not have a clue what he's saying. He's like, what, do you want me to put this on my head? And he goes on to take off my head. Oh, no, take my helmet off. Obviously, and Rocky's like, yes. He makes this excited little noise. And Grace is just quite flatly says, no. Because and he imitates like this head exploding basically, and he says, "Oh, this is taking a turn. Thank you for what I hope is not handcuffs. Sorry about the whole helmet thing. Unfortunately, I need oxygen to breathe." And he sort of goes to return to his ship, and then he looks at these little bracelets again, and he spots that they are 2 rings of 8, and then he realizes that they symbolize O2, oxygen. He says, "You little rascal." Yeah, it's a neat
I
little
like
thing.
it. The sort of the idea that there is this universal communication through science. Good shit. I love it. It's It feels very NASA nerdy sort of thing, which I assume Andy Weir definitely is. That's what I mean when I see these glimpses. Even though obviously there's an effort that's been made for this film to try and make it more approachable. And it's just like, man, this some good shit. Like there's someone who loves this shit. He loves space and science and whatever. You know, I don't know like how much he knows about it, because look, I don't know that much myself, but it's just like, man, I appreciate that. That's good. It's refreshing. Instead of being like, haha, isn't this all lame and shit? That is just the energy that permeates from so much fucking Marvel shit.
There is, though, there's a tightrope, and I wasn't sure how I felt about, because this then develops into, he's like, I still don't want to take the helmet off, because, like, as much as I understand you've made an effort here, you actually understand some of my biology, it's like, it's a bit of a risk, though. And then he goes to, like, leave, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna do it. And then he goes like, and he's like, ah, sweet, it works. And I was just kind of struck, I was like, why the fuck, you just go get a fucking tool, like, from your ship.
Yeah, because you've already established they have those tools that can test.
Yeah, like, I thought it was bizarre that he, even if there's to quote Batman, if there's even a 1% chance that your head was going to explode, then you have to treat it as an absolute certainty, in the sense that you need to wipe out that potential, because this is way more important than just a random encounter with an alien. Like, you know, that's cool and everything and amazing, but you actually need to save Earth. You need to be alive, buddy.
Yep.
And so
thematic, obviously, what we're doing here, but it is kind of what you're getting at. It's like, obviously on theme, he's taking a chance, a Hail Mary, if you will, but he does have the means to not have to do this.
It just felt like a good example of, you know, one of the four, like, storytelling pillars is benefited, but it's at the detriment of another one. I was like, oh, damn it. Like, you know, you could have found a way, like, to make that work a bit better, because it's just no scientist is ever going to be like, oh, just give me 2 minutes and I'll find out. Like, instead of being like, nah, I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to take the helmet off anyway. You know, so I was a little bit like, careful, but you could tell they want the payoff.
And you know, I like it for that, but yes, I would agree. But I mean, these are problems that I'll take compared to.
No, like I said, I see the purpose. I see, and it does strengthen another element. It's just that, you know, that's the problem solving of writing. You try and find a way to do one without, you know, damaging the other.
But he does indeed take off this helmet and takes a deep breath and realizes he can breathe. And he turns around kind of excited and holds the helmet up. And he's proven to himself and to the alien that he's sort of an act of faith. The Hail Mary, as has been mentioned. But the ships sort of continue to spin, and he returns to the Hail Mary itself with another gift from Rocky, and he looks at it and sees what it is, and it's a model of the Petrova line. And he realizes that they must be here for the same reason. Says, you have this Petrova line problem too. You need to solve it. I need to solve it. That's why you made me this. And Rocky sort of does this little excited little musical sound to say yes. And so now they have this point of commonality. Gray says, you know, I'm going to take this as a yes. If we're going to save our planets, we have to learn how to communicate. And, you know, they say math is the universal language. So I thought maybe you'd find out if that's true. So this is the beginning of their learning to speak little arc. And the first thing he gives Rocky is a measuring tape, which is kind of funny because he tries to show him the numbers, but as everyone who's ever used those things has some experience with, they are horrible, they tangle up, they snap for no particular reason, you get lost in them, and this is quite clearly what Rocky has been distracted by. So as a tool for trying to establish communication, this does not work at all. Fuck those tape measures. But he sort of gets a different idea and tries to do a clock instead. And he shows him the clock, and he tries pointing out, you know, these are the numbers, 1, 2, 3, they point the numbers, but Rocky's still way too interested and frustrated by the tape measure. And so Grace has an idea, because he sort of notes on the other side, it's really, really, really dark in that alien spaceship. So maybe it doesn't use light to see. Maybe it's just not seeing what I'm showing it on this clock. And we do briefly see a little look through Rocky's eyes is the wrong word.
Daredevil-esque radar sense is what he's got going on.
That's the one. And all he can see through that is this smoky silhouette of a guy holding a disc. So it doesn't see the details. It doesn't see the numbers on the clock. So Grace then gets an idea. And he goes back and he returns to the ship to modify the clock, which he then brings back to Rocky. And because he can use echolocation and it sees surfaces, so he gives him this modified clock where he's made these numbers visible. And now we see through Rocky's eyes again, and we see that it's worked, and it can make out the symbols on the clock. And Rocky's making excited noises because he's established something that he can use to communicate. They sort of do this jazz hands thing, and Grace tries to teach him thumbs up, and then Rocky does thumbs down, and it doesn't work. And the thumbs down thing has given this movie, in the space of half an hour, as many memes as the entire Avatar franchise has ever spawned, which is good.
Yep, sure
like
has. But I mean, is that a surprise? There's a lot of character here already.
I did wonder, because I think this has sort of come up in the conversation before. Obviously, this whole learning to speak thing is really charming, and I like lots of it. But at the same time, it is so fast and so convenient, and it does sort of rely on the stuff that you're not seeing on screen.
Yeah.
That like the assumptions that have to be made from it sees symbols on this disc, and therefore it knows they are numbers, and then it realizes it's a clock. It's like, I see what you're doing, but that's very, very convenient that it make that assumption.
Maybe I might be retarded, but I would not have opted for the clock being like a key to understanding time as much as you'd be like, why not? That's like perfect. It's like, well, there's a lot of reasons to go over, but one that stands out to me, and I don't know if people know this or not, but I was talking to Free about it like a month ago or something. You know that there's like the younger generations, some of them don't know how to read analog clocks.
I saw that, yeah.
That's so depressing. You have no idea. And the idea
would that not be just like a thing in elementary school they would teach?
Yes,
so
I remember being taught how to read analog clocks when I was in like year 2 or super fucking early. And just, I guess it's gone out of fashion to teach, or that children are more retarded than ever. I don't know, but
the irony of TikTok being something that they might be doing.
I know. So obviously, I was thinking about that among other things, like how would you conceptualize, as Platoon just put it, a disc with these notations on it in increments of like 12 spaces. I don't know. Is that I have no idea how he conceptualized. So
it's a fair point. It's because again, reminder that Let Me Know video. One of the commonalities of a lot of the interstellar messages is that they would be in binary, and that the hope is that it would be interpreted, that you could like place it on a grid, and by using that to just have black or white, that you'd be able to create images based on that. And it's like, well, what's the thought process there? It's like, well, binary boils it down to as basic as possible. It's alternating. It's either yes or no, right? It's 0 or 1. And then when you use that as a baseline, it's like, well, you can build from there. But if you just lead with like, yeah, so here's a clock and here's these symbols, it's like, man, you're asking a lot already. You're asking that the symbols will be recognized as being like you're hoping that an alien knows what like numerals are, like in the same way that we do.
That's the first huge jump that I was almost disappointed by, because it's like, okay, so I'm pointing to 1. What's your 1? And then he's like, Brr, and it's just like that. How did you already get there? Like, hang on.
You can make it so it also hears. I think it hears. Rocky hears like the sound of it taking. So I think that those two things do. But even then, because a clock is an attempt to measure time, which sort of derives from the position ultimately of the sun in the sky on Earth. They sort of evolve out of sundials. Their attempt to measure the length of an Earth day. So to any alien species, which is not like that specific distance from its own star, it's not immediately clear to me that it would assume that something which ticks and is ticking periodically would map onto whatever it considers seconds to be, unless it coincidentally happens to live in exactly the same distance from its own sun. But it's hard to say like how much of that you could fix without really bogging the movie down. But given it's doing a montage anyway, they could potentially have started with something else, moved on to clocks, moved on to something else.
I think I just wanted something, and again, I'm not the one to fucking solve this. I would need some physicist or languager. That's what they're called, right? People who do language. No, languager.
Yes, cunning linguists even.
Well, it's funny because Arrival, right, is not. That ain't a great film, but there was some more of like an effort to be dealing with the translating of the language.
That's like what the film is about in almost total, right? Because the final message they need to get out, sort of thing. But I just would have thought you can definitely skip parts. If you can show me like Grace holding up basic shapes, I would even possibly prefer as just being like, what is it? And then using the sun linear and maybe pointing to stars and getting words and labels for that, and then trying to manipulate and question and then we skip time because because it is like the Daredevil vision of, like you said, of seeing the clock. Like that's like it like solves everything almost, because everything comes
The
from
thing
that.
is, it relies really hard on Rocky being able to understand this, which to some extent you have the benefit that like Rocky is more or less like on the same page in terms of we're trying to figure out the barriers of communication and work through them. But
Yeah.
the problem is that it's almost more fundamental than that. It's because then it almost moves to, well, it's kind of lucky that Rocky happens to be a kind of alien life form that, for as strange and unusual as he is in a position to understand these things pretty quickly.
Yeah, because
But
even
I understand why, right? Because they wanna get to a certain point pretty quickly, which is Rocky can kind of speak in sort of broken English through text to speech, or not text to speech, but like, you know, audio to speech. Like I understand that there was a goal to get there quickly because it lets you do a lot of cool stuff.
yeah.
But yes, it is brisk, the
Well,
movement
I guess
here.
also knowing what Platoon mentioned about apparently there was like a 3 hour and 45 minute cut initially, you got to kind of wonder if maybe this is some of the stuff that they
Maybe,
trimmed
yeah.
down.
Maybe, yeah,
Yeah.
Not
maybe. And
only
the film is not
more
short, you know, as it is.
not only more ways of communicating, but possibly like more explanations as well, to make sure it's like, listen, we went through. I would presume the book takes longer with this. This is what I mean about, like, when I was watching this, I was like, I'm assuming the book was very insistent on this all running very, very from like basic to stronger and stronger. And I even like the idea of seeing more failures of communication. In fact, that, you know, the most you're going to get is when they're starting, right? 'Cause you can't even know if you are succeeding in a lot of ways. So it's just constant failure until you
And I
make
suppose
little breakthroughs.
another thing that is worth noting that becomes apparent as more of it goes on is that the film is obviously very lopsided towards the human perspective on it, and that we don't get much of an explanation at all for like how Rocky is translating all of the, you know, English language stuff to something that he can understand. Like, you know, the communication will be Grace speaks English, Rocky will do his sounds, and then the computer will translate it into English, and like that's the mode that we're always seeing rather than the other way around.
Yeah, because it does almost just seem like Rocky can entirely understand Grace, and it's just Rocky
Pretty
who needs
much.
the
Yeah, from
translator.
the get-go, right? Like Rocky has a universal translator on his end, but Grace doesn't have one. So it's
I mean, I did kind of bring that up as a joke, but I mean that actually might make sense.
well, it's
I
Seems like
I,
the
I don't know
different ways
what
the
word
brain
to
happens, 'cause I
conclude, I
think
suppose.
I wasn't sure.
That's the
yeah,
thing.
the movie doesn't really go into it. And from what I remember of the book, so generally speaking, anything in the movie that takes 2 seconds will take place over like 4 weeks in the book. So like the process of learning the language generally is way more thorough and elongated. And I think it's also like, I think Grace like deduces, I don't know if it's ever actually that clear even in the book, but like he sort of deduces that Rocky has this, whatever the linguistic equivalent of a photographic memory is. So like it can immediately register words which are attached to concept, and they are just permanently logged in Rocky's memory. He doesn't need any assistance
You know,
from that point. As long as like you've made the association between object and noun, basically that's established forever.
You know, if you hold up like a sphere, cube, prism, cuboid, pyramids, whatever, like all these different items, and you try to get Rocky to name them as you point to them, and then you put that into a computer, you might not have his word for cube, you might have his word for object, you might have his word for, you know, fucking whatever. It could be so many different ones, but I'm okay with that because I think that's information. But then if you had like one sphere is small, and then next to it is 2, then next to that is 3, next to that is 4, next to that is 5, and then you move between each one and see if there's a difference in how Rocky describes them. So, because, like, you know, that could get you his measurement of units. And then if you had a metronome as you were moving between them, he could give a word for what that concept is, but it wouldn't necessarily be time or seconds or whatever is equivalent for species, but it's all information, which is what I appreciate that sort of stuff, and you just keep doing that until, and maybe you get away with some of this by saying we're using an advanced AI that is trying to piece a pattern together from Rocky's language, you know, from human level societies sort of stuff, whatever year this is set exactly, maybe a bit in the future, and then it starts to construct a really broken and wobbly language. and then just over time we see reasons for why it gets better. The movie instead, and I don't blame it for this. We've kind of gone over this. It's like it's moving quickly past this because it wants to get to the the relationship between these two, which is awesome.
It is, and it also cuts that corner by establishing Rocky has a clock of his own. So once you accept that the leap has been made, they say, oh, so he recognizes it because it reminds him of his own clock, which is like, okay, fair enough. It's not the best, but it's better than nothing. So
so it gets them past the step, but like the seeing the symbols that humans have, the numerals for 1, 2, 3, 4, your sort of thing around it in a 12. It's like, I don't know if that would mean anything to Rocky at all.
You might identify it as like a sequence of items. There's clearly a purpose behind it, but
that's what I am
not
saying, though. That's the interesting part. What he describes it as could be one of many things, but it's way fewer than all things. So it's progress. But to conclude immediately that he would get time out of it and then present his own clock, it's like, okay.
Yeah. However, that doesn't solve the problem of the rest of the communication, because now they've established that they both have clocks. But that's kind of all, because Rocky keeps trying to make musical noises and Grace isn't getting it. But then he gets another idea, so he goes back to the ship and he grabs his laptop and he grabs a microphone. And he comes back and he points the microphone at Rocky, and Rocky thinks it might be a gun and sort of panics. But Grace calms him down and says, no, it's just a microphone. It works like this. You say, let's start with 1. 1. And then Rocky makes a noise. And then Grace records this and then plays types 1 into the computer. So now he's established what the word for 1 in Rocky's language is. And then they start doing the same thing. It's a montage which is interspersed with a video log that Grace is leaving, where he explains, I met an alien and we're learning to communicate. And then the montage has a huge amount of blurring those lines that we've been talking about. It's just like, it is too quick. It is too easy to do, but the montage at least hides some of those problems to the point where it doesn't break your immersion in the film particularly.
Even Rocky had a montage.
Even Rocky had a montage. God, they should have played that song, because he's literally doing that right now.
Yeah.
But then they do the same thing for their own names, and it's kind of like another funny moment when Grace asks what Rocky's word for Grace is, and he sort of makes this weird burp noise, which is kind of fun.
I enjoy that it seems to be an aspect of how Rocky's, species say names, that he has kind of like a gesture that accompanies it as well. It's kind of like an interesting detail. Their names are quite long, and there's a level of showmanship that seems to be obligatory when doing it, which again feels to me like a bit of we're doing a bit of alien culture here, and it's maybe a little bit unusual. It's these little detail, dude. I need more of this, man. I do. I need more. I need more characters like Rocky in these science fiction stories. All right.
That would be nice. It would be very nice.
Does his clock using seconds mean he's using? It wouldn't mean he's using base 60, right? Or like it would mean how everything else splits apart, because those are moving in second intervals, aren't they?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and check to see what intervals they're moving in. So it's got, because it's a big rectangular thing with essentially lots of layers, and the layers tick I don't know if it ticks by second intervals. I'd have to check that, but it ticks by the equivalent of a second
6.
interval.
But what was interesting to think about? I was because again, I don't know if the book does this or whatever, but like if you, instead of doing the clock, had the thing I was saying with like 1 sphere, 2 spheres, 3 spheres, 4 spheres next to each other, and you point to each one to get a sound out of him. But then you do 1 sphere, 1 sphere, 1 cube, 1 sphere, 1 cube, 1 prism, and so on, and see if the sounds are different this time. Like if Rocky recognizes we're talking in how many in a group, or if he's talking about a sound that represents not just how many's in a group, but what the group is in shape. Like trying to distinguish between amount of and shape of. I assume that these are all things that would take forever to write through, and you kind of need to even address. This is going beyond that of a writer. This is like you actually can find probably like precedent in history of how these things are solved, which is it's all very fascinating. This is the thing I was like super looking forward to, I guess, what I'm trying to get across, especially as like a hyper layman. It's all cool.
Yeah. It is. It's very, very cool. Certainly in concept. Very, very difficult to do, but cool in concept. So after a little while, we get back to the video log, and Grace has sort of pieced bits and pieces about Rocky's history together. He's a mechanic, I think. He does indeed use a kind of metal form of xenon, and he can make anything with that. And he shows the camera this xenonite creation. And he says, if I can't understand what he's saying, which is most of the time, he puts on a little puppet show for me and my tiny brain. And you know what? I don't mind it. He's kind of growing on me. At least he's not growing in me, which was a concern for a little while. His son is dying too, so maybe we can help each other. And then it cuts back to when they first sort of broach the subject of why they're both here. And he holds up a little model of the Astrophage, and says we called it Astrophage. It means star eater. And Rocky obviously reacts badly to this, which tells you that this is a problem for them as well. And he records them saying Astrophage, and now they have a word for that. And it translates because we've had the montage, so we're quite well ahead of ourselves now, and we've got quite a comprehensive little library of Rocky translations. And he says, Astrophage on my star, bad, 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 bad. And Grace says, yeah, same. And then Rocky changes the subject, and he says he's happy he's not alone. And Grace asks why he's alone. And Rocky explains there were 23 Iridians on the ship, now only one. And Grace says, what happened? And Rocky makes a sad noise, and Grace says, I'm sorry. And Grace asks how they died, and Rocky doesn't know. Only Rocky is the one who survived. He couldn't fix this problem. But then he asks the same question back. How many humans on Grace's ship? Question. And Grace explains there were 3, but 2 died on the way here. I wish I knew why, and now it's only me. And Rocky corrects him. It's only us. And Grace acknowledges the correction, and Rocky says, Grace, Rocky saves stars, and Grace says, deal. So we've established not only commonality in references, but commonality in story. They are basically alien versions of each other. They are both alone. They've both come a very long way from home to fix exactly the same problem.
There will be a notable difference that gets revealed.
This so endearing, though. Like, in the cosmos, there's these 2 little life forms that could, and they're like, together we could maybe save our universe, sort of thing. It's like, ooh, I already like this a lot.
Yeah.
You get little meme jokes as well to sort of punctuate the otherwise very, very nice and endearing parts of it. As Grace sort of gives him a fist bump and says it's called a fist bump, and Rocky translates this as fist my bump, which is going to come up a couple of times, which is just nice and funny. I like it. He says it's not the same, but later on it'll be like it's not the same, but it's good enough.
Yeah.
So we jump forward a bit again, because now we're making some significant progress solving this Astrophage problem. They've concluded it must be here because there's a Petrova line here, and Rocky sort of takes the piss and criticizes his Grace's very bad model. And they joke around with each other, which is another one of those things. Is like, well, would aliens have the same concept of humor and jokes? As I guess in this universe they do, but it's an unsafe assumption. But for character reasons, it works pretty well. And it says they need to know a plan. They need a plan. They need to figure out why this star isn't dying, and they need to work on a new model. They need to make a plan so they can solve this problem. And so he starts running these AI voices across his computer now. So Rocky doesn't have to read Rocky's translations anymore. And it goes through several voices. And there's like a Yoda voice. And there's a Meryl Streep voice. And Rocky's kind of like reacting to these voices. He likes some, not others. And then he finally gets a voice. So we've moved beyond the mere translation to the reading of the thing. And now Rocky is just able to speak in this sort of semi-AI generated voice.
I thought they would have had a few more jokes in this section. I like the voices they went through, but I was expecting, like, dude, how could you resist not having like another, several like celebrity cameos just for the fun of it?
Make him sound like Sean Connery. Welcome to the Rock.
Yeah, there's lots of different like references, or even throw a few like sci-fi legend actors in there just for the fun of it, as opposed to Meryl Streep. I don't hate Meryl Streep. I'm just saying.
I think one of the voices was the audiobook narrator for
that's cool.
Mary.
That's cute.
Yeah. Porter, I want to say, man, I've heard him in other audiobooks. His name is eluding me right now, but that's like one of them.
Oh yeah, like Stallone would have been a really
Yeah,
solid
that would be
choice,
great.
right? And a silly, funny one.
Ray Porter, that's who. He's done a lot of audiobooks. Good narrator.
For a split
And
second.
yes, he did play Darkseid in the Snyder Cut. He did.
Hey.
Which
Oh,
is
really?
yeah.
Also Kermit, I would have suggested. That would have been very fun as well. But not the fucking Kermit we got right now. You'd have to get someone else, okay?
No.
Could you imagine if he threw that voice on and then he was like, haha, Kermit, and we're all like, oh, that's what that was? Like, okay.
I think that the way they did this, because obviously they had to do a lot of the audio processing after the fact, so to keep the timings correct, they had a bunch of people, like Ryan Gosling had an earpiece in, and they had, quite often it was his daughters who were reading him the lines from Rocky. So he could sort of, the dialogue is taking place in real time, but then obviously they add the AI voice in after the fact. But it's just a neat little way of making sure that there's not any sort of, it all feels very naturalistic. You don't ever get the sense that he's speaking to someone who's not in the scene with him, because someone is usually in the scene with him at this time. But at the end of it, Rocky asks a question. It's like, why is a school teacher in space, is the question. And Grace says, I have no idea. I don't remember. And Rocky says, Grace find out when Grace go home. And Grace hesitates, and then he deflects, because he doesn't actually want to face this question just yet. So he says he's going to go to sleep, and has to translate the word sleep. He mimes going to sleep, and Rocky panics because it looks like he's dying, and he's evidently clearly traumatized by what's gone on his own ship in the journey time that it's taken him there, having lost 20-something of his own people. So Grace has to reassure him, says, no, it's not dead, just sleep. And Rocky has a concept of sleep. His species also sleeps, but they have practices for sleep. They always sleep together. One of them watches the other while they sleep. And he insists on doing this, even though Grace thinks it's going to be awkward. But clearly Rocky is insistent, and Grace sort of detects there is an emotional reason for him being like this, as well as a natural species reason for him being like this. So he kind of relents, and he lies down by the big glass canister, so they can watch themselves sleep. And Rocky says he watched his own crew for many days, and crew not wake up.
I was about to say I'm sure it brings him great comfort now that this is something that he can have again, that he hasn't had for so long.
Yeah, and you can tell Grace is doing it as like a sort of like, oh man, I think he needs this sort of thing. It's like a sweet moment. But he does say, right, like it's something to do with their species can't wake up when danger like hits them. They don't work like we do in terms of like pain can wake you up or something. I think that was what he said, something like that.
Yeah, so the video log is Iridians don't sleep like humans. They seem legitimately paralyzed. If danger comes, he can't wake up. It's a survival norm. Someone has to keep you safe, is the explanation.
Yeah, which I like, because I mean we even see that, like, because cats sleep lighter than humans do, for instance.
Yeah,
you know, it's like there's a gradient of like how deeply certain animals will sleep, and it kind of depends on the environmental circumstances. The reason why a cat doesn't sleep as deeply as a person is because they're a little bit more vulnerable than a person is. And it's like, yeah, makes you wonder what it looks like on Rocky's home planet.
Might be a reason why bears can sleep through an entire winter too. It's like,
yeah, they can
hibernate
in a forest is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I think there's some species of fish as well that sleep with one half of the brain at a time, so that they're always going around, but they shut like the left half down and the right half down. But what else this does, besides establishing like a pretty useful species trait, which makes him seem, you know, a little bit more alien, is that you can gain a mental image from that exchange in the video log he leaves as to just what life had to be like for Rocky, because sleep is basically indistinguishable from death, so he wouldn't assume that his other crewmates who'd gone to sleep were in fact dead. So when he says, I watched them for a long time, you can kind of picture him sitting there for months, even years, assuming that they're asleep, and then gradually the realization dawns. So like it helps. It's just a basic, simple statement of fact that actually helps build this mental map of how traumatic that experience was, which is a nice little touch.
I might have missed it. Did we go over the when he tells Grace what his name sounds like in his language?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, I did mention it.
Okay, yeah.
We didn't linger on it though.
Talking about the dance and and then the funny sound.
Which is like a fart sound. Which
Yeah.
It ends with
it is peak of like a childish joke, but I thought it was appropriate. Like, I was just like, yeah. I even kind of knew it was coming. It's like, what does mine sound like? It's like it's gonna be a fucking shitty
So
sound,
his
isn't
facial
it?
expression is in response to that's very funny as well. It's just like it's disappointment but acceptance. But that is the end of this scene. So we've now got a proper full introduction to Rocky, and they're now communicating and working together, and we're learning a little bit about Rocky's backstory in particular, but also seeing how similar that's going to be to Grace's. But for now, though, we go back for another flashback because it's they're asleep, and sleep is time for flashbacks. And we go back to the aircraft carrier where the labs, they're all in full operation, and Strat's bringing in the astronauts and also their backups in case something goes wrong. To introduce them to Dr. Grace, who is, she says, now like the world's leading authority on astrophage biology, which is a position he would never have expected himself to be in. And she introduces these people to him, and obviously it's a weird introduction because everybody knows, including these astronauts, that these are people who've presumably volunteered to go on a one-way suicide mission. How do you speak to someone? Like, how do you even begin to what is going on in their minds that they would be willing to sign up for such a thing? And so he explains how like the astrophage drive works to them and all the engines that they've got. And one of them is Yao, is the lead astronaut, who says that this guy speaks like a child, and Strat speaks back to him in Chinese because she's just good at everything. Says you'll get used to it, and encourages Grace. Says, you're doing great, but. And Yao says, getting straight to the point, once the mission's complete, we have the option to end our lives on our terms. The alternative is slow, miserable death by starvation, and it's Ilya Kina, I think, is the Russian woman who says, I want to do a little injection of heroin. And so they're probably backfilling the explanation for why the vodka was there, as we were talking about earlier. And Yao's kind of a funny guy. He just says, I'll have what she's having. And we get some more explanation, really just exposition of how the drive works, and how infrared kind of reacts to and attracts the astrophage, and how this motivates the drive, and then they can propel the ship forward. And they do a demonstration, which is going to be relevant later because it's not just exposition; it is also a setup beat. So Grace is showing them what a less than a gram of astrophage will do, and to do this, they have this huge metric ton of metal. And it's explained that just less than a gram of astrophage will completely melt this thing. And they give this demonstration, and it takes less than a second, and this huge slab of metal is reduced to a pile of molten stuff on the floor. So we know this, and we know that this is how the ship's going to work, but we're also going to then, we'll know what happens later when there's a big explosion. We know what's gone wrong, and maybe this will have something to do with why Grace ends up on this mission. But for now, he also broaches this conversation about the fact this is a suicide mission, and he sort of doesn't really entirely know how to present this. But he says to Commander Yao, he says, "I really appreciate what you're doing," and Yao says, "You do the same." And Grace says, "I would choose just to not go at all." And Yao sort of laughs at this, and he says, "I don't have the bravery gene that you all have." Yao says, "It's not a gene. You just need to find someone to be brave for." And the placement of this little flashback, obviously having just met this new alien friend, is deliberate because it gives us some foreshadowing. But it's also backshadowing in a weird way because it's telling us something that we maybe, we don't yet know the circumstances that got Grace to the ship.
Again,
we'll assume something, but yeah.
When I was watching it, I was like, so I wonder if I was thinking to myself, I wonder if he's gonna start a relationship in some way with the lady, and he'll be like, I want to save you, or will it be his classroom that he'll say, I'm gonna be brave for them, or he's gonna. I was like, that line was way too theme levels. It's like, so I was just thinking, it's like, who will be the person that he decides he needs to go into space to save? And I just enjoy being somewhat tricked. I appreciate it.
It is a neat little trick. So we go then back to the present day, and we're still working out some science stuff. And Grace is on his own at the moment in his ship working on his science projects, but then the computer tells him that movement has been detected. And he opens the airlock door, and he finds Rocky has built himself a little crystal hamster ball. And he's extremely enthusiastic. And this is just a very funny sequence because Rocky's like, it kind of reminds me of when you first meet Yoda in Empire and he's a little ball of chaos and he goes around stealing sausages and smacking Artie with sticks.
I love this scene. This was where the movie had me completely. I was just like, all right, I'm ready for anything you've got now because this is so much fucking fun. Like just awkwardly, bumpily rolling past him and be like, where my bedroom? It's like, what the fuck is going on? And how he's like, I'm not used to the ball yet. It's like, yeah, I can fucking tell.
And he's like, he can't like focus on one thing for more than half a second because he just wants to see everything.
Yeah.
So he flits between, oh, what's this? Is this room for this? Why is the room so dirty? Is this the room for garbage? Oh, what's it? This is where the science happens. What's this? Is this the evaporator? Yeah, he's mad, but it's really endearing because he's been on his own for such a long time as well as this being first encounter with aliens. This is a really lonely little guy, and he's finally got a friend.
Yeah, it's all,
and a hamster ball.
It's all no less fascinating to him to be on a human ship than it is for a human to be on his ship. He's just like, he wants to see everything. There's like trash. Is this garbage room? Whatever. It's like, ew.
I didn't think I was going to be having company.
Yeah.
And we establish another little species trait for Rocky because Grace is doing video logs explaining all of this as it happens. Talking about his new roommate, and he's whispering, and he says, Rocky, he tells me what to do, he tells me why to do it, he tells me how to do it, he tells me when to do it, and then when I do it, he's like, what are you doing? But what they're establishing is kind of a comedic beat, is that like Rocky has super hearing as well, so like he's trying to whisper this privately, and as time goes on, you can kind of tell that Grace is getting slightly annoyed with him because he cannot have a moment of privacy, so he tries to explain this, and he's whispering. And then Rocky's voice will appear from around the corner and say, who are you talking to? Like, you see, this is the fucking problem. There's only one bit in the movie, though, where this sort of harms it a little bit. Because we've established this about him, and it is a nice, funny, charming bit, and it's establishing their ongoing relationship, and also it's establishing that time is passing. But there is one bit later in the movie where Grace says something privately to the video log, which it's important that Rocky doesn't hear, except that we have already established he should really be able to hear it, which is the very nature of the suicide mission, which he's currently hiding from Rocky.
I remember thinking that,
beyond that, yeah. It's the only real problem that I don't think there's any other sort of contradictions or like little nitpicky things to have about it. It is a really charming scene, but like you probably should have done that message before establishing, or done it in a way that doesn't contradict what you're doing here as like his super hearing being established. But
yeah, just use subtext instead from Grace's point of view. Just him say, allude to it.
Yeah, like he doesn't understand what this really is, and then he could even hear it and say, "What is this?" And he says, "Oh, nothing. I'm talking about something else." There's ways to do it. But hell, if that's like the level of complaint about a movie, then I think the movie's doing a pretty good job overall because it's relatively minor.
Well, it's just really fun. Like he's like whispering, right? Like, there's no way he can hear this. And then he's like, can hear. Who are you talking to? Like, he moves the camera. He's like, look how far away he is. Look, over there. He goes, hello, Grace. Hello, Grace, friend. Like, it's so charming that he's like, he doesn't understand Grace fully. So him being like, look, he's all over there. He was like, hello, friend. Friend. Like, we're good. We all good.
It's funny, and then you get the slightly less subtle visual humor, which is when he learns how he eats as well, because he sees Grace eat and says, "Why are you so ugly when you eat?" He says, "Well, let's see you do it then." And it looks to the human eye like these creatures eat by shoving food up their asses, which is quite funny, on a different level of humor. But
there's a different layer to the fist my bump joke. It's like, oh man,
it's like when Cartman shoves food up his ass and then craps out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Classic episode.
That episode is so gross.
But it's also just a perfect setup, right? It's like, no, we eat beautiful. Like, just the most, it's possibly the most like gross thing that could have been imagined with the structure that Rocky is almost impressive. Of like, wow, that's like the worst way I could have imagined. But at the same time, that's possibly how he sees Grace doing it. It's like the worst way.
It is. So they continue building this rapport and this relationship, and Grace is learning things about him and says that his species doesn't know about things like relativity and radiation. The relativity point doesn't really come up again from what I could detect in the movie. The radiation point does, though, because this is going to explain later how and why the rest of Rocky's crew died. It's a bit of a weird one because I guess, we don't know how the aliens ships work or anything like that. I suppose they could be this advanced, having no concept of radiation. I'm not entirely sure I buy that they would, but we'll run with it. Why not? And because he's describing the circumstances in which they died, because Grace asks, what happened to the rest of the crew, and it's just in the middle of the ship, they were sort of. They were sleeping near Rocky was the one sleeping near the Astrophage, near the fuel tanks. So radiation is what swept through the rest of the ship, and Rocky was kept safe by being the only one sleeping near the Astrophage, which was eating that radiation, I think, is how it works. He's kind of trying to make Rocky, because Rocky's trauma is that this was a problem and he couldn't fix this problem. But what Grace is trying to explain to him is that it was a problem, but it was not a problem you could fix because you just didn't have the language. You didn't know what was happening. You don't have a concept of radiation, which is it's okay.
That's kind of I take that as a given, I guess, but I feel like a scientician could possibly poke a hole in that of like, really, they never, because not even necessarily understanding it as a concept, they would see its consequences, right? Or they'd be able to detect them in some way.
Especially once they discover space travel. It's difficult to not address radiation if you're traveling through space at all, never mind like 2 different solar systems.
Yeah, and they know enough to know what atmospheres they can survive in as well, so they have similar knowledge in different but similar fields. It's just, particularly for radiation, it didn't work. I think there is an explanation in the book as to why that is the case. Like, it's like that their home planet is shielded from it more effectively or something like that. But as you mentioned, like, you can't really do space travel without some working knowledge of what radiation is. It could have done with a bit of an explanation, I think, to make it a bit more believable. But at least we now know what happened. And Grace says to him, it's just something you didn't know about, but together we're pretty smart. And anyway, now they get back to talking about what their plan is, and the plan is they have to intersect with the Petrova line, and they need to gather some samples. But Grace doesn't know exactly how to do it, because they'll only be able to do it for a few seconds because of the way that the line is moving so quickly. So Rocky comes up with a suggestion, using a puppet show again, to match its orbit, I think is how they're going to do it. So they'll be able to match its speed, and this will give them more time to fly through it to gather the samples, which is relatively simple. And Grace sort of chastises himself for not thinking of that, which is probably important, because it's something I think even I would have been able to come up with. So like him saying, damn it, I didn't think of that, at least says it's something he should have been able to come up with.
Well, does he says, I didn't think of that. There's just a gap. He just goes, I did.
Yep.
I enjoyed the, too fast, do puppet show. And then he's like, I don't want to do the puppet show. And he's like, yes, do puppet show. And when he starts like bouncing up and down enthusiastically. I was just like, that's fun. He really likes his puppets.
He does indeed, but now they have their full plan then. They've reached Tau Ceti, they need to enter orbit, gather a sample, having matched the speed with the Petrova line, and then they can figure out why the astrophage is not eating the sun there like it is everywhere else. It's pretty high concept, but they've done a very good job of making that all very simple and plausible and believable, so everybody knows roughly what the stakes are at this point. They calculate they will reach the planet in, I think it's 11 days and 3 hours. The computer chimes in, so they know how long it's going to take, and they have some time to kill. So Grace takes Rocky to the little video dome room, the mental health room, and he gets to show him loads of scenes from Earth. So he shows him the beach, and he shows him birds and trees and the sky, and he's showing him his home planet, and they start surfing together, and and he explains the beach. The beach is always changing. He says you go to the same spot every day. You're always looking at a different beach. It's a nice little moment showing him that. It's almost a shame. It's important for the movie that this doesn't happen, but it is kind of a shame that Grace never really asks any questions about what's on Rocky's ship, or whether he has an equivalent, or whether he can show him anything of his home planet. Because you think he would be really interested in that.
Honestly, you could expand this thing out into like seasons. Each part of the movie, because I don't feel like any time is wasted. It's just that like you could do so much more in every part of it, honestly. In like a good way. There's a lot of potential.
Yeah, I mean,
that
it does.
Extended cut.
Yeah, that would be good. I wouldn't mind seeing what else did make it into that cut, because None of these scenes are boring for as long as it is like quite a lengthy movie. It never leaves you thinking, "Shit, this needs to hurry up." If anything, the opposite is the case. It's like this is a really interesting concept, but probably needed more time, if anything. Understand that they needed to cut it theatrically, but even so, it would have been nice.
I just noticed a couple of people are asking about Rocky being able to see the screen. Does he have his little remote, like the thing he thought was a gun?
Yeah, they build a little device. I think that it's only really mentioned it's like a line of dialogue, and then he holds up a device, and it's kind of one of those. It's probably like techno babbly, I suppose, is the way you'd put it. It's like, oh, he can just do that now.
Yeah, it'll scan like a flat thing and then recreate it physically with like the ridges and edges, like a topographical map, so that he can make out the shape of the thing he's looking at if it's flat.
What I was asking is, does he have that when he's shown the screen room? I
think
it
gets
it's
like
the previous sequence.
Am I right? It gets like permanently attached to one of his limbs, sort of thing. So he's almost always got it, and he's just pointing it wherever he wants. Like that little device.
He needs it in the previous sequence because then he points it. They do that mirroring thing where Gosling sort of jokes, "Oh, he's got a gun," because he just made that thing.
And I guess then that for everyone in the chat who was wondering how he sees, that would be how he's got a little 2D to 3D scanner.
Yeah.
These are the jumps that they make because you know that they're like, we can't spend too much longer. We got to keep the story going.
So they carry on in this room for a little bit, just having time. This is the bit where you get the brief voiceover saying he's excited about us both getting to go home. There's no harm in pretending for a little while. And it's like, yeah, he should have been able to hear that, but never mind. And they watch a bunch of stuff. They play around in the room. They watch Rocky for a bit. And Rocky's really into Rocky. And he's like, punch, 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 punch. Yeah, he's really, really enjoying the movie, which is fine because it's a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Rocky says, "I like Earth." And Grace tells him that I miss the fog. And then he does ask a little bit about Rocky. So he says, "What do you miss most about home?" And Rocky says, "My mate." And Grace is surprised to hear this. He says, "You got a mate?" And Rocky says, "Yes." And he asks what his name is, what their name is, its name is, whatever it is. And Rocky makes like this really, really long, quite elaborate string of musical chord sounds and hand gestures, which is what the name is. And obviously this doesn't mean anything to Grace, but he says it's beautiful. And Rocky asks if Grace has a mate. And Grace says, "No, I did, but she thought I had my head in the clouds and I didn't really want to live in the real world. She was right. And anyway, now she's with Mark." And Rocky says, "Rocky hate Mark."
Yeah.
That played really well in the theater. That little... Because of the pause that is Rocky hate Mark was very funny.
Yep.
I felt attacked.
You should.
And Grace is, as usually the case, it doesn't come up very often, but when it does come up, when he's asked a question that's personal, he does deflect quite quickly. So he changes the subject back to Rocky and asks how long he's been with his mate. And he says 186.3 years, which is a really long time. They've been together for a very long time. So we now know that they live a very long time. Though there is that sort of interesting open question because he's just explained to us that they have no concept of relativity. So does he actually understand how long this journey is? And does he know what he's actually signed up for? And that's, I don't think, ever really addressed. Because you'll get a bit later. Later, where he'll offer, like, essentially to elongate his own journey by 6 years, but like he has no concept of relativity. So actually, that's probably way longer than 6 years. But maybe it doesn't matter because they live a really, really long time. Maybe it just, those relativity doesn't matter quite so much if you're, but we don't even know how long they live in total. Maybe they're immortal. Who knows? So we get another flashback at this point in the movie. So we go back and we find the astronauts and the scientists. They're all in the bar and they're singing karaoke, and Grace is just staring at them. And again, all of these flashbacks are usually placed deliberately because they sort of play off of a line of dialogue in the previous present tense scene. So having just talked about these relationships and how Grace doesn't have them, he doesn't want to live in the real world. Obviously, we pick up with people forming relationships, and he's sitting alone watching other people do stuff that he can't do himself. Again, a nice little sort of half rhyme that goes on there. And he goes outside for a breather, and he meets Strat, who's out there as well, just sort of watching the sunset. And they have a chat again, and he asks her if she's got the free hat that they all get. And she says, "Yes, I bought them." Asks her if she sings, because everyone's doing karaoke. She says, "I do, actually." She sang in an Eastern German youth choir, which is not something you'd expect coming from her. And he points out that she's very mysterious. And she says that, no, I'm not. And he says, I always wanted to be mysterious. I talk too much. That's my problem. Like right now. Then he apologizes for bothering her. And she says, you don't bother me. You just, she sort of trails off. And
It's funny Ryan Gosling saying that when like his other sort of character archetype is
Yeah.
silent autistic loner.
100%. And this again was just another. It was all slotted in for me. I was like, the scene where they're gonna connect emotionally, and then I was like, and I'm probably gonna get a follow up where they do something kind of more emotionally focused in a scene soon, which technically happens. And I was like, yeah, it's all lighted up. He's gonna those two maybe gonna get together, and then he'll have his reason.
Yeah, he will. He points out it's a really weird party, and she seems not to even realize that it is. But like he says, Yao's singing, everyone's happy, everyone's hooking up, and they all know they're going to die. And she tells him that camaraderie helps them do their jobs, not so much me. And he says it must be hard having to ask everyone to basically kill themselves, and she straightforwardly says, actually, it isn't. Which is she's a weird, hard to read little person. Is Strat, but she's going to then sort of pull the rug on it because you think that that's a really, really cold and heartless answer. But then when they go back inside, she voluntarily goes up and starts singing karaoke, which is almost the opposite of the thing you do. And she's picked a song by Harry Styles. So not the best taste in the world, but it's a thematic song because it's talking about, leaving home and everything's ultimately being fine in the end, as hard as everything currently is. And she sort of gets almost to the end of, or probably to the second third of the song, and just breaks it off and says, and that is enough, and then she walks off and everyone cheers.
Very, very appropriate for a character to have this brief, expression of humanity cut off by, that's enough. It's like, okay.
And I think she sort of locks eyes with Grace during this period, and so you start to get this sense that some of what she does, she's not actually emotionally illiterate. She doesn't have time for any of it, but when she realizes something might be needed, she'll do it. So in this scene, she's showing him something that he needs to see, that she actually is not all that aloof and alien and mysterious. Like she is also feeling things that he's probably feeling about all of this. So it's a good scene, and actually even the song I don't hate in context. So well done, you've made me like Harry Styles. But that brings us back to the present. And they are going for a spacewalk. Grace specifically is going for a spacewalk. And it's a beautiful little moment. It's very, very pretty. It's one of the more impressive VFX shots that they used. Rocky's stuck inside the ship. He can't go. But Grace is outside because he has to go and collect all of these samples. And Rocky sort of criticizes the naming convention. He says Tau Ceti E is just name of star plus E, boring. So it's funny because what's the so then Grace asks what would you call it then, and he says medium rough texture circle planet.
Yeah,
which is nice.
Well, did he also just before that, because when you have the visual you were talking about, we as humans can very relate to what Grace can see, but that's not what Rocky's like detecting, and he's just like planet is boring. It's like, when you see this amazing visual, it's like boring. Anyway, like what else we got?
And then so yeah, you get the name joke, and then so they decide that maybe medium rough texture circle planet isn't the best name either. So what would you call it if you had to go with something personal? And Grace says, well, what's your mate's name again? And then Rocky starts doing it, and it's a really long name. So Grace stops him and says, no, I remember. And Rocky says, we need a human word for Rocky mate. And Grace says, Adrian. And Rocky says, it's beautiful. So now we have the planet Adrian.
Kind of, I see this as, you know where they have films where they can fucking, like, they'll reference other shit, and it always feels, especially in their own universe or IP, where it's, like, cringe and key jangly. This for me always feels like if a film could pull this off, it's like, that's cool that you're like celebrating the medium that you're a new arrival to,
No, it's cool. It's very easy to become like shit Ready Player One, like just fucking all of these inane references to movies, whereas this obviously, I'd say part of it is that there is a good amount of restraint. He's called Rocky, not just because that's a reference to a character in a movie, but he is a rock man.
Yeah.
And if we're going to call him Rocky, and we're going to make something out of Rocky having a mate who he cares about, in contrast to Grace, who doesn't have that. Calling the planet Adrian after Rocky's mate. It's like, yep, there's enough layers there to make it worthwhile.
A logical through line.
You'll love to see it.
Yes. So he brings the samples back on board the ship to examine it, and they note that there's something strange about it, because there's only the same amount of astrophage coming and going. But if astrophage had come to this planet Adrian to breed, there should be more of them leaving. It should be probably double the amount that went there. So either it's not reproducing, or for some reason it is not leaving the planet. And then he takes a closer look. He says, "Oh my God." And Rocky gets really excited and asks what he sees. And Gray says, "Life." And what he is seeing is a kind of bacteria which seems to be eating the astrophage. It's like this protozoa type thing. It's cells, and evidently there is life on this planet. There's life here, and this life is specifically kind of parasitizing or consuming the astrophage. This is why
eating the eater.
The sun. It's eating the eater. It's why the sun isn't dimming, because it's keeping the population in check. And Rocky's extremely excited by this. He starts, it's like, "Oh, Grace, yeah, life is a reason. Life is a reason. Life is reason." Grace is trying to get him to slow down, but life is reason. This is the reason. There is no imbalance here, because essentially this is the reason the star isn't dying. And if they can bring the predator home, maybe their stars won't die either. And it's another one of those moments where, similarly to the astrophage earlier, there are a whole bunch of questions that kind of are entailed by this that it is probably better for the movie not to have broached, and it didn't. But the questions are still there, which is like, okay, fine, I guess it eats astrophage. You don't know anything else about what it eats, though.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Entirely convinced this is as safe as it's presented as
it's
being,
not necessarily a miracle. We have no idea, but it's just like, yeah, it'll do. You're like,
You can go through quarantine.
However, the problem they have is that the ship they're on cannot go into the atmosphere. It's just not designed for it. They can't. If they get more than within like 5 kilometers, they'll just get ripped apart. So Rocky says, "Well, I can just make a chain. I can just make a really long chain and put a collection device on the end." And Grace kind of scoffs. "There's like a 5-kilometer long chain, whatever."
He's already made like
he's already made
20
it.
meters of
Yeah, like in the middle of their conversation, he's already made. Yeah, I thought that was fun. Just like sort of, I can do this.
It's simple, but it just might work.
Yeah, it just might. Although another question that poses is like, well, okay, if you can do this, maybe your ship would be better at doing this entire mission than the one we're currently on. But never mind.
Well, there's a few more to this. Potentially, unfortunately, I don't know if I missed something. But like, so they need to make a really long chain to fish, the sample size of this shit out of the planet. But like, they get close enough that it's very dangerous. And so I was just like, is there any reason why you can't just make an extremely long fishing line?
10 kilometers instead of 5?
Yeah, like 10 times the size. Is there anything stopping them from doing that?
No.
Gotta have
unless it's some unstated reason.
Scene, I guess.
Well, that's the conclusion. I was just wanting to make sure because, I really like this scene for many reasons, but I was just checking: is that just arbitrary that they didn't make it longer to get us into the action?
Yeah, because Rocky does not seem to have a finite amount of xenonite with which to craft. He can pretty much just make stuff, it seems.
You need to enter the gravity well to drop it down. That means upper atmosphere. Sure, but you could launch it down.
Yeah.
And you could also release it when you're just within an atmosphere and then head up immediately while it's heading down.
There are plenty of options available that the movie at least does not rule out. It just doesn't acknowledge them and hopes we don't notice. But obviously the scene it's setting up with all of this is extremely important narratively. It's just, I think they may have slightly cheated in order to get there.
Another thing is, why does Grace have to collect it before they just get out of orbit? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, because you can come up with reasons for it. Like, okay, maybe the weight of it is too much for the thrusters to break orbit with that, but that's not anything the movie tells you. That would just be
No, and
headcanoning in
it
a
seems very
possibility.
unlikely too, right?
Also, it seems like there's no way that that would be the case because they built it on the ship, and you're like the masses on the ship. I don't know. It seems like it would just I don't know why they would have to do it this way.
And then if you have to, could you guys not have devised, especially Rocky, a system that reels it in and protects it in some kind of casing? Because his ship is made of the material, right?
Especially when fishing was the premise that they had. Like, you tend to not have to dive into the water to grab the hook once you've got a fish. You reel it in.
A few people are saying the book explains it more, which I'm sure it does.
Yeah,
like that
does.
seems to be a recurring theme for a lot of the question marks about a few elements of the stories that the book does have an answer.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have one of those in the film, but never mind. The scene it leads to is very strong, so there is that. Fishing is a cool sequence. Fishing is as has been mentioned, is the analogy they use, and he shows Rocky fishing in the video dome. So then now they have their new plan: get close to the atmosphere, lower the collector, and then once they've got it, then Grace goes outside onto the hull to reel it in. But that means that some very precise flying is called for, and as we've seen already, that Grace is not necessarily very good at that, even though he pretends that he has been practicing. So they go practicing again, and it doesn't really quite go very well. But then we jump forward in time, and I guess that problem has been solved to their own satisfaction. So they have the collector, they've got the chain, and Grace is getting better enough at piloting. Yeah, he leaves a video log explaining all of this, and this is the part where Rocky says, where he thinks that they're talking to someone directly and wonders why they're not answering back. And it's where Grace has to explain that we're not actually talking to Earth because it's too far away. So we're recording these messages, and the messages will tell them what we've learned, and when we're done, we'll send all of the messages back in a probe. And Rocky asks, why will you not just tell them yourself when you return home? And this means that Grace is going to kind of have to acknowledge the reality of his condition. He says it's a one-way ticket for me. Rocky is confused. Says we had enough astrophage to get here, not enough to get back. And so I've got food to last for a couple of years, but at the end of it, I will die. And Rocky is extremely distressed about this, and also about the fact he hadn't told him about this. He says, why didn't you tell me? And Grace tries to say, well, it just slipped my mind. But Rocky points out, no, he did actually lie about it. And he keeps trying to interrupt. And then Grace finally says, I got to meet you and got to do all of this amazing stuff, so I'm good, and I've made my peace with it. And he explains what that means. He knows he's not going home, and he knows why he's not going home, and he is okay, thumbs up. And Rocky refuses to do thumbs up. And Grace tries to point out that they've got stars to save, so there are more important things. He walks away as he says this, so we can't really see his face too much. And Rocky tries to say, you are, and they don't have a word for this. And he says, need word. And Grace asks what word he needs. And Rocky says, to risk self to help another. And Grace says, dumb. And he walks off, and you see him typing the word brave into the computer, but he refuses to actually say that word, which is very thematic and characterful as a little exchange.
Well, I definitely had a peepo glad face when I saw Brave. I was like, oh, this movie knows what it's doing with themes, which is funny, by the way. Because I had sent you, I think, the tweet or whatever from you, but there was some people are angry at this film for not being good, and one of the things that was said is much like all of Andy Weir's work, it's not about anything. And I was like, I don't think this movie could get more explicit about what it's about, but okay, if you want.
It's very thematically tight. Honestly, it's pretty good on that front.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how anyone would miss that point.
Yeah, their criticism was okay, yeah, the Earth has a thing it needs to solve, and they solve it. Okay. That's fine. If that's all you got from it. All right.
You could do that to any story. What's Star Wars? You need to blow up a thing and they blow it up.
They sure do.
I think there's a bit more to it than that, though, isn't there? Maybe engage the odd brain occasionally. But yeah, so Rocky then comes up with a potential solution to this problem, and he asks how much astrophage would be needed. And Grace says 2 million kilograms. And Rocky sort of hesitates briefly, and then he says, I can give. I go home 6 years slower. And Grace tries to say it's too much, but Rocky says, Rocky watched crew die, could not fix. Grace say, Grace will die, Rocky fix. Grace go home. And Grace turns back and walks back to him slowly, and you see there's tears in his eyes, and he starts crying. And the movie has a really difficult job in a way to sort of make this, because it is like very emotional, but it also understands it understands how to make it comedic, but without undercutting the emotion it's going for. So Rocky sees that he's crying and says, I thought you made peace. And Grace says, I didn't mean any of that. It's just something you say. And then thank you. And then they give each other a big hug. And the hug goes on. And obviously Rocky doesn't really know what hugs are. And it keeps going on. And Grace explains what it is. And then Rocky says, how do you know when the hug's done? And Grace says, you just feel it. There's another pause. And Rocky says, are you feeling it now? And Grace says, no. And Rocky says, okay, yeah.
It's
which is nice, because
it's like he doesn't want to do it wrong. That's the impression I was getting from Rocky. Like he's like, oh, I'm engaging in like a human culture. Am I doing this right? Like he's like checking the whole time. While Ryan Gosling is just like, a hug is just you just let it happen.
This is a great beat.
Yes, it is.
And then we move back to another flashback after that beat. So it's Grace and Strat. They're standing outside. They're no longer on the aircraft carrier. I'm not entirely sure why, but they're not. And it is important that they're not. So they are having a chat outside and sharing a coffee. And they're admiring everything they've built and all the work that Strat's done and accomplished. And Grace explains that the sampler simulation ran again, and they nailed it again. Everything seems to be working. That everyone's going to be ready. And Strat compliments him and says they have a great teacher. And he sort of refuses to take this compliment, which he calls out, and she says, take the compliment, it's in order. So eventually he does take it, and he admires everything that they've been working to do. And he asks her what her plans are for the next 20 years, and does she have a plan? And she laughs. But before we can get an answer, there is a huge explosion. And we look over, and there's a whole building which is on fire, and they run back toward that fire, and an entire building has been leveled. I understand what the movie's doing, and I wasn't sure whether I may have missed a couple of things. But so what we'll learn is that the reason for this explosion is that someone supplied, is it a milligram of
way too much
astrophage? Like essentially an order of magnitude too much. That was the reason for the explosion. But I wasn't entirely sure, A, why they weren't still on the aircraft carrier, and B, how the explosion was kind of so small, given the promise was that it could level California. I guess the amount question's fungible, because maybe a milligram just is enough to level a building, but
it might be that it was under
that they've moved
some kind of controlled circumstance that reduces it as well. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Part of my question was like the idea is that the scientist on the team he's not up to speed, right? Because was it him that was the one that screwed up the measurement or something?
It was a guy who supplied him with it, and I think it's just a supplier.
What's the main reason why they think he's not ready then, that guy? Or is he just dead? I can't remember.
So all the people who were due to go on the mission die in this explosion.
Oh, I thought that the other two... I thought it was just the science dude that died, or if he was too incompetent.
I thought that was...
the other two pilots, the two pilots survived. The science dude who was experimenting on it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so horrifically unfortunate accident, but I really liked the I always like it when movies do this, but you see the light of the explosion before the force of it hits and the sound.
Yeah.
It's
attention to detail makes it all feel a little bit more real.
Yeah.
Also, talk about sort of peaks and troughs, right? We got Grace is going home thanks to Rocky, his good friend, and then cut to, essentially at this point it's like, oh, okay, now we're starting to see why Grace is even here in the first place.
Yeah.
But maybe what we think is a reason for him being here is not quite what it's going to turn out to be.
Because building blocks wise, it's all matched up. It's like I'm getting all this explanation for the mission and how it came to be and what the goals are and how he ended up on it. And I'm like, oh yeah, so this is where they have a thing go wrong that now they're going to have to call upon him and he's going to have to rise to the challenge.
And he will answer the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can always see the scene play out in your head as
Yeah.
you see it all happen. It's like there's going to be a conversation, and he's going to volunteer to go in their
Yeah,
stead. And
you
that's
could
a conventional thing to do.
You have the room with a crowd of people, and they're like, "We need someone. We need anyone, please." And then he stands up slowly, and he's like, "Listen, it's my time. I understand what I have to do. I'm going to do it."
But it does not quite pan out that way, as we shall shortly see. For now, though, that's the end of that flashback. Short and sweet. We go back to the present, and Grace switches the Hail Mary over to manual flight mode, and he starts lowering it toward the atmosphere. And Rocky says, "Time to go fishing," and Grace says, "Well, it's now or never." So they retract the sampler on the big chain at the end, and it drops into this green, smoky atmosphere, and it starts collecting samples. And they have to keep track, obviously, of the altitude and the length of the rope and everything like that. And it's all building toward tension, because you can hear and you can see as well that the ship is basically borderline at its stress limit now. You can hear the noises, you can see the sparks.
Yeah.
Not safe to be going outside in this situation.
I can't remember when there's an exchange around this point where Grace describes something as, "That's not half bad," and then Rocky goes, "It's full good." Like,
yes, that's the one.
That's fun. It's like a confusing little bit of I almost wish there was more of that, like the language being screwed up in ways that are like really cool.
Yeah, it's given us a few. Sorry, after you.
No, I was just going to say I missed a good section of that. I was listening, but the thing with the light of the explosion before the sound, for the last 2 weeks, I've been the medic on an explosives range, and I've seen that effect repeatedly. So when I saw it in the movie, I was like, oh,
yeah,
they did it.
Neat. Yeah, we've got a few fun little Rocky-isms. I do agree we could have had more, but "Is full good" is a good one, and Amaze is another good one as well.
Amaze.
Fist my bump is good. There's a few of them. The movie does quite a good job with that stuff.
Even the thumbs down is like the
do thumbs down.
Of body language.
You know, you said like that's already there's many memes from this movie already. People are gonna love Rocky. You reference like Avatar by comparison. Do you remember when people tried to convince everybody that the lady was gonna be like a major, she was gonna be a major impactful like memory of that movie, a cultural footprint? It's like, dude, come on. Like, this is who the fuck.
It's just not. No, I mean, by Avatar standards, it did work because people talked about it for more than 2 weeks. But now it's kind of gone to the point where, because I'm so delayed doing my Avatar video, that I'm still referencing that as though it's still Avatar's first meme, and it's kind of not anymore. It's already died, so I'm gonna have to go back in and edit the voiceover to say, haha, no. Yeah, it's just nothing memorable. Whereas this movie has quite a bunch of them, and it all comes from a little creature with no face, which is cool. I like that.
Yeah.
But so they are gathering it, but there are a few problems starting to mount up. The sky being on fire is one of them. And Grace points this out, and Rocky says, "Words of encouragement." And Grace says, "You can't just say words of encouragement." And Rocky says, "Words of great encouragement." It's like, nope.
Statement of concept.
But they also hear a whole bunch of banging and this metal straining under tension. But Grace has to go out, and he has to crawl along the outside, and he has to retract the winch manually. And he's a little bit concerned, and he says, he hears the big bumps, and the ship shudders, and he says, "Did you feel that?" And he says, "I'm not worried. Are you worried?" And Rocky says, "Yes." And Grace says, "Great." But then the collector finally closes, and so they move this winch into position, and they start winching it up. And there's another little funny moment, because it's taken a while, and Grace says, "How long is this supposed to take?" And then it clangs up and almost knocks him over, and then Rocky says, "Collector should be here soon." But it clunks back into place then, so he's got it. It's here, and Rocky says, "Amaze." But unfortunately, as Grace is making his way back along the hull, there are warning signs popping up on the computer, altitude warning in particular. And Rocky's encouraging him to hurry, and Grace goes to hurry, but then he gets twatted on the back of the head by a big thing.
Did any of you guys at this point, I won't like summarize before you do, just kind of when you watch this, you're like, I have a feeling I know exactly what's going to happen, because there's choices to be made here that would be particularly potent, considering all of the things they've set in place. It's like, it's kind of funny when movies work that way, in the sense of like, that'll happen, and that'll happen, and then that'll happen, and it'll be pretty impactful, and then it was, and I was like, cool. Like that's what that was.
It's like, I know where this is going compared to the inverse of I know where this is going.
Yeah. I think that lives pretty much exclusively in the character realm because it is telegraphed on just on a purely plot basis. The fact that everyone's saying, "Oh, I know where this is going." In a movie where you didn't already give a shit about where it was going, then it does seem like it's so obviously boringly telegraphed, and there's no point investing in it. But then because they have done such good work, general stakes, yeah, but particularly this relationship and particularly Rocky. It's like you still are invested. You know where it's going, and that's the difference between something being extremely tedious and something being really kind of like it builds up that justified sense of dread as opposed to a justified sense of oh for fuck's sake.
I think that's also the lesson that so many writers don't learn about how and when to use subversion, because I think a lot of them think, oh well, if this is predictable, we've just got to do a hard left turn like that no one's going to see coming, whether or not it makes sense, and it'll be good because no one saw it coming. And it's not that if something makes sense and follows like a through line that you can follow, that doesn't make it bad. It's the execution that really matters.
Yeah.
It's okay for things to be predictable if they like naturally flow.
And I think credit to the editing and the music in this sequence as well. I was quite
yes,
I was feeling the tension happily.
definitely. And there's a couple of like almost fake out, or one particular almost fake out. So like Grace gets knocked over, and he's sort of lying. He's dropped the he's dropped the collector, but it is still attached to the ship, luckily. So you wonder, okay, is this the bit where the thing I know is going to happen happens? But it doesn't, because Grace does eventually get up, and it's obviously very, very dangerous, and the collector is now out of reach, and Rocky tries to encourage him just to come inside, because they'll have another chance at this. You can try again later. But Grace says that he doesn't think there's going to be a later. So even though Rocky is telling him to abort because he'll die, Grace is going to be a hero. He drops down to where the collector is, and he almost falls off the ship, but he grabs it and manages to pull himself back up. And he manages to make it back inside even. But they hear this loud, constant banging noise now coming from pretty much all over the ship. And Rocky identifies where it's coming from. It's the port side of the bedroom, which is where one of the fuel pods is, and the gravity is already tearing the ship apart, but they have an additional problem, which is that the Astrophage is now breaking out of one of these fuel pods because it's wanting to migrate toward the planet to join the rest of itself. So they have to try and jettison this fuel pod, but unfortunately they've been knocked into a spin. So the centrifugal force is quite great, and it's growing as well as the gravity tearing the ship apart. So it gets worse and worse and worse. They manage to jettison one of the pods, but it locks him to a faster spin. It's getting even worse. They have to jettison another one of the pods, but he can't reach it because he's being pressed so hard against the side. And he can just about flip the button open, but he can't press it because the pressure knocks him unconscious, basically. And they're stuck in this gravity well, and the ship's being torn apart. So he's unconscious, and the only one left who can do anything about it is the little creature who can't leave his little pod, because if he does that, then he'll die. But he's the only one who can do something. So just as Grace has put his life at great peril to get this collector for them, at the risk of nearly killing himself, this is Rocky's moment to do the same. And so as Grace sort of fades in and out of consciousness, you see Rocky open his ball, and he flips the switch, and then you see him sort of dragging Grace to safety, even though as you see, like, Rocky's own body seems to be sort of disintegrating as he does this. And he puts Grace in the hospital bay, and then everything fades to black.
There's the lighting coming in and out the whole scene, and then the smog coming off Rocky as he's doing all the things to save, the mission and Grace. I was just like, oh, they've done a good job.
Yeah,
they certainly have, because my God, I'm very upset seeing Rocky in pain.
And it works as well because they've knocked out the translator, so you can only hear his sort of musical noises, but the creature vocalization, sound design stuff works really well to convey, like, when he's in pain and when he's in fear, and you don't need to see the words in that moment. So it sort of adds to it uses there is the cute animal aspect to that character, and when you remove like the translated words, it is playing on the simple but very effective emotion of animal in pain plus noble heroic self-sacrifice, knowing what that means and what that entails. So like virtually everything about the scene is pretty much perfectly constructed to maximize the feels you get about it.
Yep, pretty much.
I really wanted Rocky to be okay.
No, I did too, I was on board with this movie enough that I was worried that he might not be.
I
I thought it could have been one of these movies where this is actually Rocky's death.
Yeah, if I were in a strictly rational brain, I'd be like, yeah, they won't. But in the moment, especially when Grace's eyes are like opening and closing, you can see Rocky's just sort of slanted to the ground once he's got him on the medical bay sort of
Yeah.
thing. I was like, oh fuck, because like it would be really effective to actually have him die here for the story. It would be really
but
fucking
man,
sad.
I just want Rocky to make it because I mean, you know, this is beyond the fact that it's very effective on an emotional level because you become so invested in this dynamic and this relationship. That on the one hand, of course, is very inspiring that they've both been willing to sacrifice themselves for the other, but at the same time, it's very tragic that this has happened. Obviously, on theme, this is just on point completely. You know, the both of them have been incredibly brave for each other. They have found the strength to do something very heroic and noble for the sake of another. And of course, this is sort of our second act's low point equivalent of that because they both seriously hurt themselves to the point that the mission has become in peril. Obviously, now the dynamic has sort of changed from what you might have expected, which is it's actually kind of beyond Rocky at this point. You know, if Rocky dies, then Grace can't save Rocky's home.
Yeah.
It is, and they do then kind of an interesting thing because it is the second act sort of low point trigger when this happens, but it is also like the moment of maximum heroism when they've both done this thing so desperate to save each other's planets and each other that they've inadvertently virtually killed themselves. But then you jump to the next flashback then, and so what you start to see happening is that these things are not operating in parallel. As one of them is sort of ramping up the heroism and then ending with its second act low point, the other one is not, as you start to see from this very next flashback, sort of matching that. Because what you'd expect in like a way more boring and conventional story is that the moment of maximum heroism in the present tense sort of matches the moment of maximum heroism in the past tense in the flashback storyline. So a moment of maximum heroism on the ship might then be followed by the moment when Grace says, "Fine, I'll be the one. I will take the ring to Mordor. I will go on the ship."
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what you would expect to see. But we do get the next flashback, and this is when you start to realize that that's not what's happening. In fact, it's almost the opposite is happening. So they're dealing in the aftermath of the explosion, and yeah, it's explained as the quartermaster handed one of the scientists a milligram by mistake, and it blew up the building. And they have this problem because if they miss their orbital window, they'll be set back for months. And if they miss their launch window by months, then casualty projections go up exponentially. So they have to launch on schedule. They have to use a replacement science officer. And Grace says, "Well, who? Because they're both dead." Then he looks up and he sees that everyone is staring at him. And is this the scene? Is this the scene where he says, "Fine, I will do it. I'll go"? He points out he's not an astronaut, but Strat tells him, "I don't need an astronaut. I need an expert in astrophage who is mission ready." And he tries to deny that he is mission ready. He's not trained, but the astronauts say they'll just pick it up. And he keeps saying that I can't do this. I've never done anything. I've never done a spacewalk. I can't moonwalk. I haven't even done the whole pool thing. And the astronaut tries to tell him that's just for social media. But I'm not heroic in any way, he says. I get sick on the elevator. And Yao says, "Well, there's no elevator on the ship."
Yeah, I like
which is
that.
funny, but also
Yeah.
it doesn't, again, comedy not detracting from the what you're actually witnessing thematically here. And Grace keeps saying, "I can't do it." And Strat says, "You can. You're smart. You'll figure it out." And he says, "This might be very hard for you to understand, but some people are failures. Some people don't rise to the challenge."
Dude, I swear to God,
and,
this movie, when it was, and I was just like, you will though. I was like,
Yeah.
gotta, next flashback, you're gonna be going like, it's time, I gotta do it.
Well, you have to, right? You end up on the ship. That's how else would you end up
Exactly.
on the ship? And
Well, funny you should say.
and Strat points out that if he doesn't go, he's going to die anyway. And he says, "Well, I'll die in 30 years." And she says, "With the rest of us." And then she, almost coldly and matter-of-factly says, "You have no immediate family. You don't even have a dog." And he says, "You're asking me to give up my life." And she says, "I am, we all are." And he asks for time to think about it. And she gives him 3 hours. So then he sort of sits there, takes off his glasses, takes off his hat, and the lights go out. Which is, and I like that as a little choice of visual there, because it is a little bit of foreshadowing with the fact that it fades to black as opposed to hard cutting away. It sort of tells you a little bit maybe as to where his mindset is at, but without spoiling the twist that comes later. So yeah, that's the end of that flashback, and we wake up back in the present, and kind of similarly, it sort of parallels the way in which he woke up at the beginning. It's almost as though some things have changed about that, because he wakes up disheveled and completely out of it in that moment, and here he wakes up. He's looking still better, more put together, and he doesn't have the same problems. So it's a little bit of visual storytelling to tell you that some change has probably happened in his character between then and now, which is another nice touch, which is just good to see. And but he has a very serious and somber thing to do, because he remembers what happens, and he sees this trail almost of dust that's on the floor. And he realizes this is probably where Rocky dragged him, and it might even be Rocky himself. So he follows that trail, and he finds Rocky, and he sees that he did make it back to his ball, but he's looking pretty near dead. The only reason you know he's not dead is that you hear this tiny, quiet little noise, but he's not moving, and he's not doing anything, and things look pretty bleak.
It was
Grace says, "I'll watch you sleep."
I saw someone mention like it seems cheap that he doesn't die. The thing is, it's entirely up to the writer. They never told us like like how much exposure would kill him. They say like it would kill him in the sense that it'll, in the way of like how many bullets does it take to kill I don't know, like a space species in any given sci-fi. If you could say like they can be killed by bullets, but how many, it's like it's kind of up to the writer until they lay anything down. If they had said like 3 seconds in Earth's atmosphere would kill a creature of Rocky, it'd be like, oh well, that would be a betrayal of it then. But if I remember correctly, all they said was that our atmospheres would kill like each other. So
yeah, we can't survive underwater, but we can dive down and swim for a bit.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we can even drown and come back.
We can.
True.
So I guess what I'm saying is like there are many moments like this in all kinds of writing. It is up to the writer. When he escaped the thing, it's like I don't know how long he's got. They never tell us, So it's you kind of just get to go with the writer on that one, and in a way, probably was the better choice, right? You don't want him to say like it's exactly 30 seconds would kill me, and then it's like, oh, how long was the scene? Was it 29? Did he make it? Instead just say like it would kill him in theory. It's just can he make it, sort of thing.
A split second in your environment would make my species explode.
One thing I was curious about is
inconvenient.
It looked like he broke out of his major dome. And then was he in the ball? Because I was just thinking, it's all an ammonia atmosphere, right? So it would have blended with the ships, and then the ship filters that through, presumably.
Yeah, I think that's implied to have happened anyway.
Yeah, because it's this little. He broke out of his he had like a bedroom, right? He has a ball, the bedroom, and the bedroom is the one he broke out of, I think.
Yeah, because he gets back into the ball. Well, unless he makes another ball, because he can. That's the thing, because he can make stuff on a whim. It's sometimes a little bit hard to tell, but he's in the ball later, so I assume that it's the bedroom, the one that he broke out of.
Yeah, and Grace could presumably repair it because he built it, right, with his instructions.
Yeah, it helps him. You see that earlier on when they're sort of after he's wrecked the place.
This is another. He makes a super bad reference with that one, didn't he? He's like, I'm one of those guys in the Phantom Zone where he's holding one of the panes. Yeah. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
It's not like that in the film, but yeah, it's to the point. Like, it's also because the book does this very differently, and obviously Rocky's internal circulatory system is not going to be ours, so it's not like the atmosphere isn't necessarily toxic internally in the way that you're poisoned and you're going to die. The movie sort of gives you the implication that it is corrosive to the exterior of him, which is the thing that's causing him pain and nearly going to kill him. And I think that's a nod to the book as well. But in the book, whereas here it's an act of faith, right? So you have Grace is going to be sitting there saying, "I'm going to watch you sleep," and he tries to do some work while this is happening, but he only really has trust and faith that Rocky will get better. Whereas in the book, he tries to use everything he's learned about his physiognomy to sort of clean him of this thing that's on the outside of him, which is killing him. So he's more involved in saving him. So it's a scientific triumph as opposed to essentially a triumph of faith, as it is in the movie. I think both of them work. I don't have a problem with this one. I think that there's enough leeway given to say, okay, I can assume that the atmosphere kills him slowly, but out of the atmosphere he will heal. I don't need necessarily more information than that. But yeah, it does do the visual stuff to tell you enough that it's hitting him from outside in as opposed to inside.
To me, it's still a meaningful decision in the sense that Rocky didn't know if he was going to make it, and he suffers a lot. It's all of the consequences of that decision are still intact, whether or not he dies.
Yeah. But so all Grace can do is sort of sit with him, and he makes him a heat lamp, and he leaves some sort of little optimistic, childish drawings on the side of his thing, and then he has to get back to work. And he says that Rocky left him one last message, which is save Earth, save Erid. But if he doesn't wake up, obviously he doesn't know how to get to Erid. So one planet at least is screwed if Rocky is in fact dead. But while Rocky is sort of hopefully recovering, he goes and he tests the samples that they've collected, and he notices what's happening, which is that there is bacteria in the atmosphere of Tau Ceti, and it is, as they predicted, predating on the Astrophage. So this is mostly their cure. There's a bit of work, as he explains, they have to do, because it dies if exposed to nitrogen, so they have to, and he does, engineer a version of it, which he calls Taumiba, which is immune to nitrogen. And it's one of those things that, okay, I guess you can just do that, but fair enough. It's a minor bit of genetic engineering, but it's believable enough, I suppose. But he's sort of talking to Rocky all the way through as he does this. He says, I'm sure when you wake up, you'll have a lot to say about Taumiba and how that's a bad name because it's just an amoeba from Tau Ceti, which is obviously a callback to the humor that they've shared earlier. But I would argue there's an elegance to it, a simplicity. Let's not fight about it now, he says. Let's just, and he pauses, we'll table it, and says, and he still pauses because he's, at this moment in time, not convinced that Rocky's ever going to get better. But he does succeed in turning this into a version that will cure their problems in Earth atmosphere. It is now immune to oxygen. They used the breeder tanks that they made together with the Xenonite, important information there earlier. So now they've got the cure. All they have to do now is breed enough to survive the trips back to their planets. And all Rocky has to do is wake up, because otherwise, Erid's kind of dead, so no pressure. But we did make a deal, he says.
I really like all of
the
sort of talking to himself is already just like, an obvious thing of how alone he now is, feeling the lack of the little rock alien, as well as predicting what he probably would have told him about any given thing. It's like how well he's gotten to know him. It's like the lack of Rocky actually makes you appreciate him a lot more as not only a presence in the film, but also the relationship they have. It's just good stuff. It's not wasted dialogue,
And there's lots of little bits either of payoffs or callbacks, or in some cases setups to like individual words that happen in most of the lines there as well, which is good. Because the fact that the breeder tanks were made with Xenonite is going to be very relevant very shortly. But it also functions as a callback to the work they've done together, which he's fondly remembering because it's the only thing he's got to cling on to. So yeah, lines doing multiple things, rarely seen in movies at the moment, but it's nice to see it when it happens. And then having done all of this work and essentially achieved everything he can do on his own, Grace goes to sleep. And then as he's sleeping, you hear this noise. And you see in the backdrop, it's still slightly blurry, but you seem to see a little ball that's rolling toward him. And then it sort of resolves. It's clearer. And yes, it's Rocky. He's in his ball again. He's alive, which is lovely. And he rolls over and he tries to wake Grace up. And Grace takes a little while to come to his senses. He sort of mumbles, and he talks to him as though he was already there, which tells you that he was sort of dreaming about him too. Again, really subtly done, and tells you a lot about his mental state.
Well, and the fact that they've been doing this for so long that it's more normal to him that he's around and talking to him. It's like... I mean, I even have that, right? Sometimes you'll wake up and you'll assume certain things are the way they are, and you're like, oh, right, no, today is this. Just sort of thing. And it's just cool you watch Ryan Gosling go through that little cycle.
Yeah. I had a friend once staying over that we used to stay over a lot, and he woke up from a dream, apparently mid-conversation with me, and tried to carry on the conversation and got really annoyed when I had no clue what he was talking about. and then went back to sleep again. It does
I,
happen, but it shows you what's on your mind.
I had a really after I did the second Resident Evil OG run, I dreamt of playing a Resident Evil game that doesn't exist, and I got through quite a significant amount of. It wasn't a mansion, but it was like a house, and it was really big. And I remember talking while playing it about how it's like, how come I've never heard of this game before? And then I woke up and I was like, probably because it doesn't exist.
Man, finding a Resident Evil game that doesn't exist is almost impressive. There are quite a few of them.
Yeah. It's probably better than the last one too. But so Grace then finally, like, he's groggy, but when he finally wakes up properly and sees what's happening, it's kind of almost wordless initially. He just gives him this very like strong, desperate hug, which is, yeah, it's a really nice, heartwarming moment. That so they have their hug, and Rocky says, "Did we find Predator?" And Grace says, "Yes." And Rocky says, "Amaze, amaze, amaze." And he's happy that they used the breeder tank design, so they've got it. They can go home. And Rocky says, "Fist my bump." And Grace says, "No, that's still not right, but I'll do it." And Rocky says, "Good, good, good." So then asked what they do now, and Grace says, "We party." And so the ship flies away from the planet, and inside they go back to the video dome room, and they have their little party. And Rocky's got a special, ornate sort of celebration outfit that he puts on in special occasions, and Grace puts on a party hat, and he gives a party hat to Rocky too. And they have a nice little dance. It's just sharing. It's the moment you think, at least at the end of the adventure, and it's just nice and celebratory. Of course, we're not quite there yet, but it's nice. The time, however, is shortly coming where this is the end, and they're going to have to leave each other for the last time. These two people who finally found companionship in one another, of course, can't linger in this manner forever. So he gives him a party hat, but then he gives him a little model of Earth to remember him, and then he also gives him a laptop and an Earth thinking machine. And Rocky's really pleased with this. It contains all human knowledge, Grace says. And Rocky says, "Thank." And then
specifically, he gives him the hacky sack, the lava one.
Yeah. The floor is the Earth is lava in that case.
Yeah.
And so he gives him Earth and says, "So you can remember me." And Rocky says, "Rocky can't forget," and says, "I didn't get you anything." And Grace says, "You gave me everything," which is nice. But of course, It's not quite done, because then Rocky says, "But if I were to give you something?" And Grace says, "Well, it'd be pretty cool to see your ship." And Rocky makes a nice happy noise. And so the ships dock and they go for a little adventure. One last adventure.
Like an audience insert moment of like, "Yes, please." Like, go inside the ship.
Yeah.
Because we've always wanted to see it. And it was a really tricky thing, I think, for them to do, because half of the magic and the mystery is in not understanding the thing. So how much can you show without it diminishing the effect of it? And I sort of found myself torn, because on the one hand, that you go into the ship and you see how beautiful it looks, and you almost emerge with no more knowledge than you had going in. And like, you see a couple of things which are sort of you fill in a few gaps, but you still don't have any fundamental understanding of the thing. So the mystery remains. And so you're sort of caught between being disappointed that you haven't really learned anything else, and also kind of happy that you haven't really learned anything else, because the essential alienness of the thing is preserved by doing that. Like, you see how vast and complex it is, and there's a couple of sort of like symbolic markings, and you see there's markings almost symbolically matching those of the mission that Grace has been on himself, so that you see the points of commonality and stuff. But that's mostly it. And there's the comedic beats as well, because Rocky's made Grace his own little crystal spacesuit thing, which is really clunky. But it's it's the final reward that he gets, seemingly, at least at this point, because there's a couple of twists coming up for us. But did I miss anything from the ship? I don't think we learn anything more than that.
Something that's kind of fun as sort of a detail, which could already basically be inferred from earlier in the film, is that there are no lights in here. It's pitch dark, because of course it is. Because Rocky doesn't see, he doesn't have eyes. That's not how he sees. So it's all, pitch dark except for the light that's coming from Grace's suit.
Good move that a lot of the most meaningful materials we use for information mean nothing to Rocky without like translatory, technologies. And then vice versa, you'd expect that to be the same. We go to his place and it's like, there's like nothing here, it's just walls. And it's like, yes, but you like lack the sufficient elements of sensor to satisfying. And then, as Platoon said, it maintains a bit of a mystery. Because isn't there a shot, I think, of Rocky's like moving his limbs on. It looks like he's possibly manipulating controls of some kind, but like we can't understand it.
It's almost like he's playing a string instrument.
Yeah.
Is like the way that he interacts with the spaceship, which is cool. It's all sounds oriented because that is something that's just sort of been consistent for Rocky. Is sounds are super important. It's all sound based. Pretty much every aspect of his life and seemingly of his society as well.
For some fucking reason, it's reminded me of Wakanda Forever and the way they open force fields by drumming on water guns. That's how not to do it. That's how not to do it. But so the main purpose of the scene, I think, beyond obviously preserving the sense of mystery, is that you get here the sort of the ultimate reward for the hero's journey. The hero's reached the end of it, and he's got something he really wanted. He's gained new knowledge, and it's the reward for all of his hard work. But that's not actually the main point of the scene, because the main point of the scene is to do contrast with the flashback, because we've sort of now reached the polar opposite points in the two sort of parallel stories chronologically. So you've got the reward for heroism, and then it's immediately followed by this flashback, which is one of the most important flashbacks in the entire movie. So they're in Strat's office, and what you would expect, of course, is this the moment where Grace says, "Fine, I'll go," but it's not. He says, "I understand you think I'm the right person for this mission, but I can't do it. I can't do it. You will find a solution." And Strat straightforwardly says, "You are my solution." And he says, "My place is in the classroom." And she kind of chides him, says, "Stop pretending this is about your students. It's so insulting. We'll lose 1/4 of the Earth's population in the next 30 years, and that assumes that the nations of the world would work together to ration food, which they won't, so I'd double the estimate. And if you would truly care about the children, or anyone else for that matter, you would get on that ship." And Grace says, "I understand the stakes, but I don't have it in me. My mind is made up. I'm sorry. You can't talk me into it. I'm sorry."
It was a bit of a roller coaster already for the scene, because when she made that appeal, I was like, that's got to be it, right? Like the logic of the kid, you gotta do it for the classroom and to preserve a potential relationship, to do it for the team. But I was like, that would be it. That's got to be the thing. And then he's just like, no, still no. And I remember being like, wait, what? Like that's what would be? I was like, what would be the reason to get him on now if it's not that?
Well, yeah. Once that was happening, it's like, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. And he had amnesia when he woke up on the ship, huh? It's like, wait a minute, it's all slotting into place.
And we've already known and we've already seen that Strat's methodology is not usually to convince people. It is to get people to do stuff, whether or not they necessarily want to do it. And so, having just said, "You can't talk me into it," she replies, "I'm not trying to talk you into anything. I'm trying to make you understand what I'm about to do next. Please stay calm." And then she turns to the door and says, "Come in." And a sinister-looking doctor enters the room. So things have turned quite dramatically. And Grace obviously is alarmed by this, and Strat says, "The mission plan will state that we induced your coma early to maximize your safety. You will be remembered as a hero, but this appeal is not going to work to him, on him." So
that's such a haunting line. It's her, because again, the character, despite the fact she's not in the movie for that long, is so clear. She's basically saying, we're going to force you to do something that you won't do because of your cowardice, but the world will never know that fact. They'll think you did it because you're a hero. And it's like, oh, thank you. Like you didn't.
Yeah.
And the way she words it too, like, you will be remembered as a hero. It's acknowledging that, yes, I am also sending you to your death. I'm giving you a death sentence right now, and you have no choice in the matter.
And also, I know what you truly are as well, which is almost like the more damning thing. It's not just sending you to your death. It's that I know you are a sniveling coward who couldn't do this, so I've planned for it. Like, she understood him better than he understood himself, and kind of predicted this is how it would happen, which is like the ultimate condemnation of him as a person, which just works so brilliantly when it's set against the immediately preceding scene, where obviously he's so opposite of everything this is. But this is how it came to be. It's not a hero story. It's an unconventional one, if it is one at all. You have to be sort of tricked and cajoled and then ultimately forced into doing the right thing. Which, but in doing so, turned you into a better person.
I've also seen the theory that that's why he made it and the others didn't. Like, if he had been, I don't know, induced conventionally instead of the way that they did it, that he would have died along with them or something. Like, some kind of thing went wrong, and it was actually the nature of being induced early that, like, saved him. which is an interesting idea. I just don't think they make that explicit. They sort of, there's
No.
stuff to work with. I wasn't sure if they gave us anything for why those two died, other than it's just like, unfortunately, that's what happened.
Yeah, there's nothing I was able to spot. I mean, it might come on a third watch, but I don't think there is anything. I'm kind of torn because it's a nice thing to have as a theory. I just think it would also be a really nice thing to have in the movie, definitively,
Yes.
because you can be more declarative.
Also, I've seen the notion that moving the events to be revealed in this way was unnecessary and that this film could have been told linearly. That's fine. Everyone's allowed an opinion. But I thought this was inspired. And of course, I wanted to clarify quickly then. It was like, this is from the book, right? Because, what a crazy change if it wasn't. But to go through this whole adventure with this character who has borderline, like the way that they use the amnesia is the same information kind of that we have. You're the pilot of this human being, right? The fact that he opens with saying, like, I guess I'm smart, I guess I'm a person who understands technology, like that's how much he's lost of his memory, and he's gradually getting it back while we're receiving it. So conventional wisdom says, like, oh man, he was like a school teacher, he was just doing a normal everyday man life, and eventually he's called to action, he resists, but eventually, yes, he does it, and look at him, he's come this far. As you were just saying, we've got the memory now of you've gotten your reward, and the mission is completed, you've saved Earth, and it's like, and the final puzzle piece in the reverse side of the story, or rather the end of the flashbacks, connecting the whole story, is the reveal of, like, you're not a hero, you're a coward, and you were forced to do this. But does that even matter now as criticism of your character, because you did it? You've done all of the things, and you've come through on several tests of bravery. It's like, how like Night of the Seven Kingdoms is really inspiring because it's a man who's basically, he wants to be a hero, he wants to be a knight, he wants to defend the innocent, he wants to protect them, and he eventually becomes that through, like, sheer perseverance, strength, and all that. This is like, I don't know a story that gets this close to locking a person. Like, someone out there probably sees Night of the Seven Kingdoms like, yeah, that's all well and good. I wouldn't mind being a hero, but that I'm just not. And having Grace's perspective, that's like, don't you realize there are just some people who aren't? That's just it. It's over for them. They're just not going to be that person, even up to the point of being told the whole Earth's about to die. Can you please do something? You're like, nah. But then this film's like response to that is, even those people, there's still actually the chance that that person is in you, and that's the reality. Like, remembering that flashback for him has got to suck. It's like, oh my god, I was forced on this mission. But simultaneously, it's like, but you did it though, because you thought that's who you were, and then you actually, what you did matters. You are that person now, even if you didn't realize you were.
Revelation.
Carl sort of points that out to him as he's passing out, though, right? Like, he just says, like, you know who you are, or something to that effect.
Well, yeah, I mean, she believes he'll do the job. And I guess to an extent, it's like, well, of course he will, because, what's he going to do? Kill himself or something horrible like that?
Actually, yeah, like, that's what I was going to say. Like, a lot of people, if they woke up on a spaceship that they didn't know how to fly with everybody else dead, and they knew they were 11, so how many years was it? It was a stupid amount of time. Well, like,
I mean, more so,
years away from work.
If he wakes up and he's with the other teammates and they just have to analyze the star and then send the information back and then kill themselves, that was the mission. I'm sure they wouldn't have been too surprised that he would have conducted that portion of the mission. What the surprise is for even Grace when he gets this memory is he came through on, like, really difficult challenges in this mission.
He came through hard.
Yeah.
It's what makes it so interesting. It's like, this should be a gut punch, right? And it's like, well, it's almost like it's not relevant information anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
he's not that guy anymore.
You came through big time. There's nothing to be, like, ashamed about or upset about. You did it, and you're going home, and you saved the world. It's so interesting in the sense that it, as a bit of information, is unexpected, because, like, oh, dude, he failed, and it's like, no, he didn't. The whole movie is showing you that he didn't. It's really subversive in a cool way.
The point I was going to make, though, is that I think, like, a lot of people would, when faced with that kind of despair, actually would just kill themselves. Whereas, like, it's a much different type of person who, even if they don't think they've got it in them, to fight tooth and nail to not only to survive but to actually achieve a goal.
Yeah.
And
I totally understand what you're saying. I think they thought that he wouldn't do that upon waking up, that he would conduct the simpler side of the mission more than likely.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the idea of it being a suicide mission is the thing that terrified him anyway. He doesn't want to die.
Yeah, I guess
He
that's
wants
true.
to live in any circumstance. I mean, that was his justification for saying originally he wasn't going to go, is that at least I'll get to live 30 years down here before I am killed, as opposed to I will kill myself. It's so like he's a coward, and in a way, the cowardice kind of saves him in that respect. He's never someone who was going to actually, end himself in this circumstance. He might not know what to do in the worst case scenario. He just drinks and lingers and nothing happens, but he's not gonna like torpedo the mission for no reason. He's stuck in that situation and he's too cowardly to bring it to a premature end. And Strat does say this because the other interesting thing structurally about this is that though this might seem like a really drastic and quite evil action on Strat's part, because you've seen everything else that's come as a result of this, like the justification's already presented to you. And so when she says, I think she says specifically, it might seem like I'm betraying you, but it's actually me believing in you. You've now proven her right. It was a horrible, nasty thing she had to do, but she was right to do it. And we've already seen the outcome, which is good for everyone. Everyone survives. It's a really clever structure.
Like I said, I just think it gives a level of hope to some people out there maybe who don't think much of themselves. Like I said, conventional hero stories can be very much inspiring. Something like a Superman, where it's just like he's just fucking straight up awesome. And again, there's all kinds of inspiring stories but to have someone who's just so shit, like to just be like, I'm not doing that. I'm not saving the world. I'm scared. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to die. I want to keep living, even if it's on a burning planet. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, and runs away. Like even that person doesn't realize the potential they have. And just give even the most hopeless a bit of hope. I just find that really fucking cool.
It is. It's a very uplifting message, more so than many more conventionally written movies that try to be uplifting can manage.
Also, because I realize it's a bit of it can be a little bit strange. So hopefully if someone just erases your memory, you could succeed without the burdens of your personality. But it is him. It is him.
Yeah, it's not the memory. It's the when placed in a scenario. I guess it would be different to be the type of person who would choose to go into the scenario. But if you find yourself in it, like what's a good analogy to use? A zombie apocalypse. The idea that like some people say, oh, if a zombie apocalypse ever happened, I'd just shoot myself in the head. I feel like a lot of the people who say that, it's like, I don't know if you would. You might actually find that the will to survive is stronger than you'd think.
Not to be a downer, but similarly, a lot of people would say, like, I would absolutely take a bullet for, a defenseless person or my friend or whatever, and then when the time comes, they might not. And there's a lot of, like, tests of character, and I guess what I'm trying to get at with this movie is that he was certain of his own cowardice, and then he's like, oh shit, I was actually kind of wrong. Remember, they say, like, he doesn't have any significant others at the time, not even a pet. He's not got like he cares about the kids, but it's kind of that a little bit more impersonal care. Like, and the idea with this story is that a fucking rock, like he has the correct relationship in the sense that it brings this trait out of him, that he's able to like make these decisions. It was always there. It was just what the pilot said, right? It was just like you just need like everyone is capable of this. This is what I mean about the film being so affirming, despite being kind of controversial in the sense of our hero refused the call outright. He had to be forced to help people, and yet I think we'd still comfortably call him a hero.
Yeah, and it's because it's not, as you said, he's not a different person. And in fact, making the memories structurally vital in order for him to do the things he was doing sort of affirms that continuity. He has to recover these memories of his disgrace, essentially, in order to be able to overcome those and be the person he is at the end of the movie chronologically. Like, without those memories of including this moment, he would not be at the position he's in chronologically at the close of his story. So it's not like the memory loss absorbs him of his sins. It's that the sins are an essential part of who he is as a person, and it's how you sort of grow through those and use those to your benefit later on. No one is truly irredeemable, even if they've just refused the call to save the entire human race, which is essentially what he's done. And he has to be dragged kicking and screaming into doing it because he runs away. but he gets sort of tackled by security guards and he gets forcibly drugged, and this is how he is winding up on the ship, which is like the last memory of his that you recover.
And that's why it feels appropriate that there wasn't some kind of existential crisis, and then he's like, like, oh God, I nearly bubble. It's like, nah, that's the past now. I've already gotten over all of that because of the things that I've done. And it feels like the scene sort of represents that experience for him. It's just, which is just unconventional for stories, and I really appreciate them doing it.
Very much so. That is the close of that flashback. So we rejoin the present tense, and it's time, sadly, for Grace and Rocky to go their separate ways. You can tell they're both very reluctant. Acting against a puppet with no face, and the amount of emotion that you can get out of that thing is quite remarkable, because lots of the reluctance to leave and the fact they both understand what's going on has to be conveyed wordlessly, and to do that with a faceless creature is especially difficult, and they really do manage it, because a lot of it's like what they are not saying in the dialogue, which is quite studiously normal. Grace is like asking, is there anything I forgot? And Rocky asks if he fixed the fuel tanks okay. And Grace says yes, and Rocky says, oh good, happy. And that's kind of it, really, because then the acknowledgement has to come. Grace says, well, my friend, and Rocky says, yes, friend. And Grace says, I'm not sure what to say, so just gonna... And then Rocky stops him and says, no one to watch you sleep. And Grace says, yeah. And Rocky says, you're very brave. And Grace says, I don't know about that. And Rocky says, you're the bravest human I have ever met. And it is a joke, and it's a funny joke. Because he's only met one human, as he then tells us, because he's still getting used to what humor is, and that's itself really funny.
Yeah, that's awesome. But he's it's like a formula that he figured out for the first time there.
Yeah. And then Grace says goodbye, but Rocky doesn't have a word for that. And Grace says, it means see you later. And Rocky points out, but I won't see you later. And Grace says, I know. And he asks how you say goodbye back home. And Rocky says, we don't, we do this. And then he rubs his arm and makes a little musical noise. And Grace turns around and walks off. And then there's multiple stages of this where he turns and he turns back, and then he dances because he's remembering that. And Rocky dances back, and then he walks off, and he turns back again. He dances again. He turns, he leaves, he turns back, then he waves. And then he gets back into his ship, and Rocky watches as they detach, and they give each other the thumbs down. And then the ships separate, and they go off. And seemingly, you would think, never to see each other again. But as we've already established, this is not an entirely conventional film. So this is not, in fact, the bittersweet parting that you might expect it to be. You get a sort of bit of a flashback montage at this point. So Grace lies down in his bed, and he's alone again, but he's remembering all of those things that he's been given during this adventure, all of those wonderful experiences that he's gained based on the fact he didn't want them. He goes to sleep, but then he wakes up from this montage to an alarm that's going off because the computer has detected a contaminant, and he frantically searches for this, and the engines have shut down, and he realizes that the Talmiba they're transporting has broken out of its container. And he turns to his video log to explain this to the people back home, which is useful for the audience, but it also suggests he's already made up his mind as to what he's going to do next. And he says,
I'd say so.
Yeah. And he says that the problem is that the xenonite they made the container out of, because they made the container out of it, the Talmiba has evolved to be able to get through it because it was bred inside of it. So it's evolved to escape it. He says, I stopped it before it ate all of the astrophage. But Rocky's ship is built of xenonite, and the Talmiba is probably already in his fuel lines. He won't be able to find the leak because the leak is the ship itself, and he'll be without any fuel. He'll be stranded. His life support system will fail, and if that doesn't kill him, then the radiation sickness will. So he's looking at a long, slow, painful death alone. And having refused the call at the beginning, and the end of the very last scene, in fact, now he has a new call. What's he going to do? Is he going to save his own life and get home? Or is he going to do the much more risky thing of saving Earth by sending the cure back to Earth, but then going to rescue Rocky himself? And you see him starting to work things out on his whiteboard. And he says, I can't do both. I can go home or I can save Rocky. And then he places the Talmiba in the probes, which were going to send it back to Earth. And he says, as a sign-off to the video message, I've sent you details of all the findings. There's enough Talmiba to start your very own Talmiba farm. And at least I'll never have to hear you say I told you so, even though you were right. And then he signs off, and the probes, which are named John, Paul, Ringo, and George, fly back to Earth. And he puts a little model of Rocky on his dashboard, and he changes the ship's direction, turns around, and he flies off to the rescue. And he starts ticking off days on his calendar as he gets closer to the location of Rocky's ship.
What a great placement for this payoff too, because now he's already done all of the things that prove he was wrong about himself, despite the end of the flashbacks. But this one is like the final test on top of everything. It's like, now that you know that was your history, but you also know all these decisions you've made and the relationship with the literal alien rock, what are you gonna do? And to me, I'm watching, I was just like, well, yeah, it's like,
because it's one thing, he did all the brave stuff thinking he had no possibility of going home, but then he has the opportunity to go home, and now he's consciously choosing to abandon that to save his friend. It's like the final, yeah, pretty much, it's the final act of bravery.
And yeah, it's just he's, you know, I assume he does weigh it up, and it's just like, yeah, I you know, it's not even just letting Rocky die; it would, in theory, let his whole world die.
Whole planet too.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's just the complete, it is selflessness compared to the selfish man that he would have not only was in terms of what actions he was taking, but believed himself to be in full. It's like, now you're giving up everything you want for the sake of life forms that are completely, you know, other to you.
Even for the chance at saving them too, because I was kind of thinking, I was like, man, like, I wouldn't be confident in my ability to intercept a ship flying to another planet in time to actually repair something that's destroying the ship from the inside out. Like,
you might even say
it's a massive chance he's taking.
It's a bit of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, one might say.
Hail Mary. Ooh.
Yeah, the real Hail Mary is the friends we made along the way, literally in this case. So he finds the ship and he arrives there. And of course, we don't know entirely, though obviously the audience is not really expecting any massively traumatic tragedy to occur now. But I think it's, again, testament to the good job it's done making me care about all these people. There's still that thing in the back of your mind, which is like, you're bored into this story so much that when you arrive there and the ship is dark and silent, it's like, fuck, is he already too late? And he starts hammering on the crystal glass wall, and there's no answer. He keeps hammering, and there's still no answer, and he almost seems to give up. But then, the last possible moment, there's a little noise, and there comes Rocky, and he makes this happy music noise. And Grace assures him that he's here for him now. And so they place their hands on their crystal glass together, and they have a little moment, and he's made it. He has indeed saved his friend and an entire extra planet. So it's a nice little affirming thing there. And he saved 2 planets in doing this, because then you get the last flashback of the entire movie. It's back on Earth, and there's Strat who's now watching those video logs, so we know they've made it back to Earth, and the Talmiba has as well. And Grace is introducing him on the video log, is introducing Rocky, and they also know the existence of alien life, which poses some interesting questions. Rocky introduces himself, and he says, left detailed logs and the findings, threw in a little something else just for fun, and I hope it all makes sense, and if not, you're smart, you'll figure it out. This is Captain Ryland Grace reporting from the Hail Mary, as the Iridians say, and he does the little goodbye gesture, and Strat smiles for one of the first and only times in the movie, and says, let's begin. And the last we see of Earth is the Talmiba containers all being unloaded, and the sun over the horizon gets a little bit brighter. And then it's not the end, surprisingly. That could be the end, but it's not. Because we then cut over to a beach, and you're thinking, well, what's happening here then? Is this the beach simulation? It doesn't look like the Videodome room, and it can't be Earth because we know he's not there, so what is going on there? And we find Grace in a house with Armando, who is his little robot guy, who I think probably could have had more screen time, but didn't get it. But there we are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the part where that robot is making the gestures, and then Ryan Gosling's making fun of it, and then Rocky's simulating the gestures he's making fun of him with, so they're all essentially dancing without having, you know, deliberately chosen to do that. I like that moment. That was good. It's
good. There's a lot of stuff you could have done with him, but Armando has got a nice ending as well as the robot. And Grace wakes up and says good morning to him. He makes him a coffee, and then it's a very insistent banging on the door. And Grace goes to the door and he opens the door, and it's Rocky. And together they walk out onto this beach. You're still thinking, where are we? What exactly has occurred here? What's going on? And they have a nice little chat, and it's just a perfectly normal chat, and as though it's the thing they do every day. It's just a neighbor coming to pick a neighbor up for a walk. And until they sort of walk alongside the water. And Grace says, "Can we talk about the water temperature a little bit?" Rocky says, "Yes." And Grace says, "It's amazing that you've done all of it, but it's very cold, and before it was boiling. Is there an in-between?" And Rocky says, "I asked Adrian to work on this." And Grace says, "Please tell me the biodome illumination team that it's perfect now." So then you start to get in. So we're on an artificially created place. He's not anywhere near Earth. It's not artificial.
He's in an Iridian human zoo.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
is.
pretty much.
It's a slightly dystopian way of putting it, but nevertheless, it's kind of what it is.
Habitat.
Yes,
Yeah.
they've made him a habitat. He's on Iridian. No, he's on Erid even. And Rocky asks, "Do you want it to be sunnier?" And Grace says, "No, you know, I'm a sucker for the fog." And you see the big biome. They've made it ocean, oxygen, clouds, fog, and land, and mountains, everything. It's got everything you could possibly want.
When he's outright like learned the language now as well, right? It's been that long.
Yeah, because they're not using the translator anymore.
Yeah.
So when Rocky speaks, you've got the little subtitles on the screen for you instead. So he's learned completely in his time here. And then Rocky asks him a question. He points out the Iridian scientists are ready, and there's a sort of pregnant pause, and he says to prepare the Hail Mary for journey home. And Grace says, "Can I think about it?" And Rocky says, "Yes, think about it long time." And so they sit out together, watching the ocean, and they walk off, and Grace is sifting sand between his fingers, and you get the sense he feels properly at home and at peace here. Then he turns around, and there's a laptop station set up, and he presses a button, and he says, "Good morning, class. Everyone take their seats. Let's wake up. Who can tell me the speed of light?" And the camera flips around, and you see a bunch of little child Iridians, and they're all excitedly making musical noises. And that is the end of Project Hail Mary.
Yay.
Good stuff.
A very neat ending because it makes that, you know, he so loves teaching, he's so good at it, and he's enjoying this whole
And it
culture.
transcends all boundaries.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, he's kind of at home now, which is very, very positive and uplifting at the end. Very happy ending, which I'm on board with for this particular story.
Incredibly easy film to just have a smile on your face. You're like, oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Thumbs up or down in this case. Which, by the way,
right, yeah.
Gary had put out a tweet saying, like, you know, I saw Project Hail Mary, loads of thumbs down. He said, "If you know, you know," and loads of people replied like, "Oh shit, is it bad? Like, what's the, you know, what did they do? How did they ruin the book?" And it was like, no.
Oh, you don't get it. But I mean, yeah, this is like an easy recommendation. To bring it back to what I believe I said right at the start. I sort of wholesale reject this notion that this unfortunate notion that is kind of reliably true, which is that if the film costs more than $100 million, it's probably not going to be good. It's almost like a sort of just a guarantee at this point. The more money it costs, the worse the script is. And unfortunately, unlike in this case, a lot of the time the worse it looks as well. That money doesn't help them. But it's really bad if we get to a place where any film, like, where we almost preclude the possibility that anything that is like big budget, generally a crowd pleaser. And of course, if it's big budget, you know, most genre films, science fiction, fantasy, are going to be big budget. That is something that you might as well just write off. It's not going to be good. You shouldn't expect it to be good. And that the only good movies are movies that are made by like A24 or Searchlight or something. We need more of this. We need more like good, approachable, spectacle movies.
Yeah, there's so many elements we talk about what are missing in the major budget stuff, but like this one, the easy thing to say is heart. It's just like, oh wow, I can feel this one. They had a lot to say and do, and you've got like I mentioned at the beginning, and when I was talking about it, like 4 creative people all together who have reliable work in their history, and it's like this is kind of where we need to be. You send the money to the people who have proven that they know what they're doing, have a lot of history and experience. Mm-hmm. And several like successes, and can sort of account for each other's maybe lacking experience in whatever angle. It seems no surprise to me that a film with this budget and this level of exposure is good, because it's directed by two people with great experience of doing good things, written by a guy with loads of experience, and adapted from a book from a guy who's, I'm not going to say I'm a huge fan of Andy Weir or anything. It's just that that's better already as a foundation.
It's got some kind of winning formula.
Yeah.
He clearly does. There's something there.
So,
a formula beyond this is a brand people recognize.
But this is what the big budget should be saved for. This as much as the risk in this, I suppose, is already the budget, as always, because you can never know for sure these days if your movie's going to be able to make that much back. But stuff like, will the audience react well to a faceless alien? And it's like, you can have those conversations. Unfortunately, they're going to happen all the time because there are insecurities and stuff. But the less risk aspect should be that you're like, we've got people behind this who know what they're doing, and they care, and they've taken their time to make sure that things are meaningful, and it's all constructed in a way that supports the notion of filmmaking in so many different aspects. Because this is the thing. I don't think any of us here are going to call this a masterpiece. We've been over how it's potentially even a bit overpraised by some people. But at the same time, it's clearing so much stuff that comes out in the same sector, like, significantly. And would it have, if you rewind, like we were talking about in the top 10 episode, like, depending on what year? And it's like, probably not. It would have slotted in much more comfortably the further back you go. But nowadays, like, oh shit, they could. Because that was the first thing I saw with so many people reviewing this. They were like, Hollywood proves it could still do it. It's like, don't you think it's awful that that's how you're describing this movie? Like, they're not pretty dead, much, everyone.
And then a lot of this sort of film, like, Twitter. What's it called? Like, film Twitter, like, this sort of crowd is like, I thought you guys were, like, really pleased with, like, the general quality of all of these movies. But then you're not, because the truth is, you know it's a bad time. You know that this is stands apart. And again, the fact that it stands apart when it's good, I wouldn't say it's great. I like it a lot. But I mean, this ain't Terminator 2, all right? This ain't Aliens. This ain't,
maybe more appropriately.
The Empire
it's not Empire. It's not 2001. It's not Blade Runner. But that's okay. That's totally okay.
But it's okay.
And it's what should be aimed at as really, I mean, it may be slightly above the baseline, but at the very least, the baseline should be raised much closer to this. And this is where it naturally lived in a healthy movie climate. This would be a pretty good entry alongside a bunch of entries which have the bare minimum, the surface level quality of this. It should not be as exceptional as it is, but it is exceptional because of everything else that's around it. It's a good movie. I like it. It's a good movie with some great moments in it. It's got a few little places where it kind of drops the ball, but very few of those. It's just that everything else is just like a whole realm of dropped balls and crap writing. It's just it's kind of depressing.
Even on the more, if you want to say it superficially, the sort of spectacle of it. I mean, this film looks great. It's got some really amazing visuals. It's got a really cool soundtrack. It's succeeding on that way more than a lot of other like. Look, I'm sorry, guys. Superman looks fucking hideous compared to this. It does. Yeah. It looks horrible.
I don't even think the Superman fans are going to deny that, right?
Like, yeah, well, I don't know, man. The way they talk about that movie sometimes, oh, it's so great. That opening scene, it looks so good. It's like, oh, yeah, okay. I think there's a gulf between this and a lot of other... And same with Fantastic... I saw so many people saying that space sequence in Fantastic Four was great. It's like, dude, this movie's space sequences are so much better. It looks way better.
Fantastic Four space scenes looked like every other shot on a volume CGI goop action scene that MCU's been doing for
a lot of the shots. Honestly, a lot of people pointed out, it's just like, isn't this just an Interstellar shot? And it's like, yes, a lot of them are.
Except worse, because Interstellar has aged a lot better in the visuals.
Interstellar, I would never take away as a fucking gorgeous looking film in many modes, and the soundtrack is like borderline 11 out of 10. It's amazingly good.
Oh yeah, no, Fantastic Four soundtrack's so great. It's like, is it? I don't see fucking anybody giving a fuck about the Fantastic Four theme right now compared to...
I can't play it in my head, like even a note of it right now.
I can, unfortunately. I remember it, but by comparison, because this soundtrack, clearly Phil Lord and Christopher Miller like working with them. It's the same guy who did Spider-Verse, which Spider-Verse 1 at least has a really good soundtrack. I don't remember much about the second one, but the first one has a good soundtrack, and yeah, this one is cool as well. It feels Interstellar adjacent,
Sure.
In terms of it, but it feels like it's a little bit quirkier, maybe a little bit
It would
more,
be interesting to track the sort of how often we're getting, because Gravity people always include as well as like that. It's like, is it one of these per year or 2 years or something that we get a film that feels like it's high budget sci-fi person in spacecraft of some kind doing a crazy mission? Because this one, I know this sounds stupid, but I've seen the notion that this one is way too involved on the science, and I was like, man. The thing is, for me, I would have instinctually called it pop sci-fi, and then I realized, like, no, it's what I want it to be rather than what it is. The audience right now is weird, like to the point where sci-fi is so crap and worthless and stupid that this film is considered like a bit ridiculously detailed and
everything
nerdy.
else will just be some fucking flume shit.
Well, it just makes you wonder, right? Like,
Four, it'll be some just retarded flume shit.
well, and if you've seen the original Star Trek, the film, that is like way, and I don't mean this, I really liked it. You can check out me and Drinker talking about it. It's much drier and it's much more definitively detailed, and it's very conceptual sci-fi stuff getting discussed by people in rooms excessively about what things mean and what the implications are. This movie, and again, I don't hold it against it. It's like, it knows its audience and it's trying to make a lot of money. It's much more bombastic and spectacular, and there's sci-fi in it for sure, and it's taken with the, you know, different degrees of care depending on which part of the movie you're in. Meanwhile, like, you know, the I don't even know what to reference first, but you know how like people say fantasy is fucked right now? It's like, yeah, so sci-fi, so is everything, really. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, sci-fi, if anything, you could say that sci-fi suffers the same problem. Sci-fi in film feels like it's suffering from the same problem that stealth in video games has, because superhero fiction is basically science fiction. Like, most of the time, the vast majority of it is more science fiction than fantasy. It's almost like, well, no, you're getting your superhero stuff. That's like, look, there's like future tech, nanotech, and spaceships and shit. That's like good enough. That satisfies it, kind of the same way that third-person action adventure games with like basic stealth. That's good enough.
Yeah,
you getting some stealth. We don't need to be doing proper. And you know, there is that problem that science fiction, original science fiction, is really risky, whether it's good or not, because I'm reminded again of The Creator. That's original sci-fi support. It's like, yeah, I went and saw it, fucking sucked. That's an unfortunate problem that you have as well, is that somebody might go and make their original science fiction thing, and it sucks, and then that like further hampers any willingness to back. And I know this is an adaptation of a book, so it's not technically original, but in the film medium, it's original at least.
Yeah, it's not a franchise property. It's not like, oh, we're going to make Terminator 9. This time, John Connor's ghost comes back from Dark Fate and then becomes the
just
AI.
so everyone understands, Avatar is science fiction, right? Like, I don't even think people associate it in their heads that way. Quite, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh right, I guess, yeah, sure. Not in the same way you do films like that are very much like this, like Gravity, like Interstellar, like 2001. That sort of, like, Avatar is just, it's such a, I don't even know, like, your action adventure feels more appropriate almost, because it's just like, does it even care about being science fiction, really?
It doesn't really give a shit about the science element. No, it's not like a big part of the story. Even though you could say that it more so, the first one, yes, more so. Avatar 1 is more of a science fiction film than the ones that come afterward.
Yeah, with 2 and 3, it's like, what even is Avatar anymore? It's like, I don't know.
IMAX 3D theme park ride.
Yeah, seems like an appropriate name. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, the movies like this, unfortunately, seem like they're just going to be anomalous rather than indicative of some form of healing. Because
I don't think that it indicates any kind of healing. I think that a film studio executive is like, right, so the winning formula is Ryan Gosling, just chuck him up there in an astronaut suit.
Well, and we got any more of them Andy Weir books? We got any more we can adapt?
Well, there's Artemis. That's
well, what I'm saying is that's how
looking at doing, right?
And by the way, that doesn't necessarily, I'm not even saying like that's a bad idea. What I mean is that that's what they take from stuff like this. It's never anything to do with like the actual way it was written or filmed. It's always like,
yes, the movie-going audience has indicated that they are interested in science fiction movie. Find book that is science fiction, get the film rights, make science fiction movie, and then hire fucking whoever you want. Get some random idiot, some random screenwriter, throw them in there. Don't spend as much time on it. Don't plan as much for it. Just fucking
Well,
get it. Oh,
Frankie.
it failed? Oh, I guess there's no appetite for this. Oh, well,
Do you know
never
this?
mind.
In my head, this actually goes both ways. To be like, what if? I mean, this could be a moneymaker. We put Ryan Gosling in another somewhat sci-fi film, major blockbuster, and a known IP, and we make the director, I don't know, Sean Levy. He makes money.
Dude,
Get some writers
it's
from
like-
Rick and Morty. They know science.
They do.
Dude, it is as bad as when Cartman was dressed up as Awesomeo and is like, okay, how about this? The movie's Adam Sandler, but like his dog has a jetpack or something. It's like it's that bad. That's how bad it is.
Well, and then the really sad part is that you don't even fucking blame them that they've become this robotic level, because if that movie, the Sean Levy, Ryan Gosling Star Wars movie, ends up making a lot more than Mando and Grogu, which is very possible, it would be like, so it is Ryan Gosling. It would be like, dude. It's like, oh, it is Sean Levy. He's the best director working right now. I'm like, oh, no.
Sean Levy and a Canadian Ryan. Just throw them up there. It'll be fine.
Dude, he got away with some shit with Stranger Things, because a lot of people were like, yeah, I like Deadpool Wolverine. It's like, you may like Deadpool. You know he made he was involved directly for like all the shit seasons of Stranger Things.
He's the executive producer of Stranger Things. He directed
Heavily
episodes
involved,
for,
man.
every season, I think. It's partly his baby. And I mean, remember the things he said in the behind the scenes? He's just one of those guys. Talks so much shit.
Yeah.
Just waffling full of bullshit. Like, oh yeah, no. Stranger Things was the first show that featured kids that was like for adults. It was the first show that did that. It's just like, what do you... I'm sure that sounded great in your head. It's just like a true statement.
Yeah, this shit about like, this first show about growing up, but in the context that's like, there's subtextual, supernatural shit. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. But I mean, that's why he gets paid the big bucks, right? For all of his just his instincts about storytelling and making money.
Because they do work sometimes. Yeah, I mean, you can't take away the fucking financial gains from a lot of these projects.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, is that Sean Levi, he is actually successful at this. Like he knows how to make movies that people like for enough time that they make money. And by the time that they realize, man, that was either I don't remember anything about it or it was bad, it's too late. He's already collected all the money.
Yeah, and could you tell the difference between a movie from him and Peyton Reed?
You sure couldn't, but the only reason that Peyton
couldn't.
Reed, the only reason that people make fun of him is just because there was a comparison to Edgar Wright, who himself ended up becoming a loser who can't make good movies anymore. So,
and Peyton Reed is just, unfortunately for you, wrong movie, wrong time. If they'd given it to Sean Levy to do Quantumania, he wouldn't have made money either.
He'd be the clown that everybody makes fun of. That's what he would be. It's all. Do you see how it's all just so arbitrary? So much of like the movie industry. These guys get paid lots of money. They get paid so much money. They live in nice big houses, and they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
it's insane. They drive nice cars. They probably get to go on really nice holidays to exotic places, and they don't know anything. They're fools. They have no idea.
It seems like it also would not be too much. It seems like it wouldn't be too much more difficult to care a little bit, like at least enough to, when writing a script, you have someone read it that can just say, hey, wait, why does this make sense? I don't understand that. And if the person can't explain it or just says something like, well, that's what we need to have happen so the rest of the movie can happen, just be like, okay, let's workshop this a little bit. Let's work a little bit harder on this one part.
But like you know as well as we do, right? Like there's a time where that might occur on a lot of different projects, especially the better ones. But a lot of the time you're dealing, especially with this kind of money, which is the irony of it all. There's no time for anything. Get everything done. Okay, that's the more important part. That's the other thing that gets people hired, is can they complete the project under budget and under schedule? It doesn't even matter if it's good at that point. It's like, you did that? Oh, sweet. We can rely on you on a on a piece of paper sort of thing. It's like, oh yeah, that looks pretty good actually. You can get that job done. It's like, dude, do you know anything about these people? And that's the problem. The people who make these decisions, it's like they oftentimes don't even care about films.
Nope, they don't care. They don't know
stories.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just like they're not that interested, which makes you wonder why they'd bother doing this rather than some other boring shit. You know, like why are you in the movie making industry? Why don't you just become like an investment banker or something? Like if you have no passion for this, I don't
think also,
understand.
on like the concept of it just being investment and not like actually passion for making something good, you got to figure that why is so much money spent on things that are bad then? Because you got to think that, like, wouldn't there be a lot more care put into, hey, wait, what are the things that we can spend money on that really make a big difference? And I don't know why the writer isn't an easier decision to invest in than extremely expensive CGI action scenes.
And
I don't know. It's
we've talked about this before. We focus heavily on writing on this show, and I think to an extent on our channels, because that's not the be-all and end-all of the conversation, but until you sort that shit out, we can't move on to the next things. Like, if all stories had a baseline of being relatively well-written, we could talk way more about how important, like, loads of other shit is. Which we do sometimes, we come in and out, of course, but the main focus is on writing because it's just, we're in a catastrophic time for writing right now.
yeah, like I'm not interested in like, oh, look at this trailer. Look at how the Spider-Man, he's swinging like on the Amazing Fantasy cover, even though the pose isn't as dynamic as on that, and the colors aren't as vibrant as on that. So I don't even know what we're praising really, other than that you vaguely recognize it. But I'm not interested in conversations about that when the writing in a lot of these big budget things are so dire. Once we sort that out, then we can start talking about how crazy the cinematography is. Until we figure that out, I don't really care that much. Like, oh wow, look at that shot inside of the mask that doesn't even make any sense, and the fact that so many people recognize it doesn't make sense means that the shot fucking failed. If that's how many people noticed it, if it takes that many people out of it, it's not a very good shot. But why are we even talking about that right now when the writing for superhero movies is so utterly dire? Who cares?
You know, the set design of like original Doctor Who seasons or Star Trek, like, you know, you can make some of the most famous IPs the strongest ever with a foundation that is just the writing is as long as you got that.
One Punch Man.
Yeah, for those who don't know, One Punch Man is like original version. The guy is called One, right? That's what he goes by. He the writing is so fucking endearing and interesting. He had like stick figure drawings basically, and then an artist came along and made, you know, like a redrafted version. But like, why would that artist do that? It's like, well, because the story was so fucking good. Yep. It's such an exponential benefit, because if your story is top tier and then you tell the actors about it and they're like, this story's fucking cool, and you tell them like, oh yeah, I want you to be doing this, feeling this, and this story is about this, and I'm hoping it'll do this for people, and then they care. Then you have people like, you know, who are doing costumes or sets or whatever, who also really care, and they have like special. We talk about this with Lord of the Rings all the time. All the little like specific, amazing little factoids about all the armors that don't even translate necessarily to the average audience member, but they're all there because everyone cared when they were making it. It's I just want those times back, man. And hence why it was a good, you know, it was opening in this conversation about this film, all those efforts that were made in a filmmaking sense, rather than finding out through one of those fucking behind the scenes of Marvel on Disney Plus, where it's like, oh man, we had this whole set where we're doing all this effort, like all the stunt dudes and all the special effects, the pyrotechnics, all the set builders, and it's like, we don't even know which superhero's in this scene. We gotta blow things up, we gotta make sure it's all done on time and all that shit, and then some other guy is like, what's even in Act 3? He's like, I don't know, it's the fun of making a Marvel movie. And it's like, what the fuck?
That should frighten you.
You know, before they even adapted this, they know what it's gonna be. You know, like, there's a benefit of adapting a book, or anything with the source, I suppose. It's all so insane. And the fact that they don't even tell the truth about budgets anymore.
Well, I mean, like, if you use it well, a small budget can get you pretty far. I think,
of course,
we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but Iron Lung is perfect proof of that. That didn't even need to be in theaters for longer than like a couple weeks to make, I mean, it's exponentially what it costs to produce.
It is an aristocracy of sorts, right? Because it's almost like it takes a village to make a movie, essentially. You need a lot of different people with a lot of different skills, and you can, as one person, generate that kind of network if you're in the right position. We've seen a couple of people do it, but ultimately, like, Hollywood have the market on that. and that's why it's like, please make better story, because this is just an example of, like, I want more stories like this to exist in a popular fashion with many eyes on it, because it's very inspiring in a very good way, as opposed to, I don't know, like a miserable slop thing that, like, look at like Ironheart, right? It's good that lots of people didn't see it. It's a fucking horrendous show with a horrible message.
Well, I mean,
It
I
is.
think it's that Hollywood has the infrastructure to get very complex productions made without much trouble. I think the problem is not caring much about the writing and just being like, oh, whatever, like we'll have superheroes on the screen, it'll be fine, and not thinking about the compelling story, interesting characters, things that actually have staying power in people's minds, like long after they actually watch the movie. That is like the piece that's really important. It's the skeleton on which all the rest of it's built. And like, I think a movie like this is proof of that, where I think if this were just forgettable Ryan Gosling space movie, we wouldn't be talking about it in this high regard. But the fact that there was like some effort and care taken to tell a good story with some interesting characters and present things in a way that's not super traditional, like the whole like Rocky not having a face or being able to speak the language for a good chunk of the first part that he's on screen, at least. All that stuff is probably the reason why we're going to remember this movie 5 years from now. Whereas I saw Fantastic Four like 6 months ago, and I remember very little about it. And I did like a 5-hour podcast on it like 2 days after I watched it.
And to the point, I mean, all of that stuff supersedes, like, for all we started off talking about how much care and attention was put into the visuals, the effects, to make the world believable, to make it tangible, inhabitable, all of the stuff, which has really helped the movie. That's all superseded by what are the story concerns with the movie. There are plenty of quite shit things that were made entirely practically, and the fact that they were all made practically makes no difference to the fact that they were totally shit. Alien Earth has a really like faithful, practical adaptation of the opening scene of the original Alien movie, and nobody gives a fuck because that show sucks balls.
I still get mental
the writing.
whiplash about the existence of that show. It is insane how awful it was. That's like achievement levels of. Could you reasonably make something that bad on purpose? Because you would just easily move into a farce, but they managed to, because of course it was a farce, but what I mean is just like, oh my god, you're like so catastrophically stupid, whoever wrote this. And of course it was, it's Noah Hawley, right? Am I remembering properly?
Yeah.
Who has written things before. It's like, what is this? It comes across as someone who's like, hasn't written anything, but only written awful things. Like, you've only learned the most horrible things. I don't even know what else to say about that. It's mind-blowingly awful. But because I just saw someone mention, it's like, oh yeah, Wonder Man getting a season 2. It's like, yeah, but nobody watched season 1. It's like, it's got to be a critical reception bullshit or something to do with Ben Kingsley. I don't know what's going on, why that gets a second season.
They might have already just been signed on for 2 seasons.
That's also possible. Whatever it is, it's not because everyone's watching it. I know that for fucking sure. In the same vein, by the way, we started talking about vaguely, but Born Again season 2, dude, it's fucking dead out there. Nobody's talking about it.
Nope. You wouldn't even have guessed that the first episode dropped like 2 days ago.
And remember, like, it was a struggle, but it was still around. The discussion on the first season died out early, and its viewership was really bad. It's like, can you imagine what the fucking viewership for season 2 and 3 is going to be?
They're already locked in for season 3, and it's like, well, I mean, maybe that's going to be
Daredevil, dude. Like, what a sad ending.
Sure is.
Meanwhile, thoroughly encourage people to watch the Netflix, I was about to say trilogy, 3 seasons. So much good content in there, so much good, like, philosophy and engagement with just all kinds of ideas, all kinds of threads and dimensions and stuff. And then it's like, oh yeah, Born Again, the 3 seasons, it's like, avoid like the plague.
Yep.
It's the thing that just entirely broke me on the MCU. I'm just like, no, it's never going to be good ever again, not even a little bit. It's never going to be passable. Like, it's Daredevil is not that hard to get right. You don't have to do much. He's a pretty street level hero. You don't have to have him being a CGI goop monster bouncing around. It's good martial arts action scenes. That's all you really need to do, and have a compelling story.
Yes, the point we're making is Hail Mary was neat.
Yeah.
Sure was. Go watch it.
was.
Yes, so it'd be a recommendation from us, though. I suppose, by the time people were listening to however much, they're probably like, actually, I might want to see this. You probably figured that out already from how we were talking about it. And hey, relatively early in the year, so maybe there's some hope, right? We had Night of the Seven Kingdoms in this.
Oh, yes, I mean, it's not looking great, though, is it? We got Mario Galaxy this week.
Ooh.
With Fox McCloud, he's going to be in it. So we are doing Super Smash Brothers sooner rather than later, by the looks of things.
Does that mean they're
Made by
releasing a new Star
Illumination.
Fox game? Do you think? Would they do that?
That's the rumor now, is that there will be a new Star Fox game coming out this year.
Well, I'd like
be a
to
lot
see
worse
that.
than
The
Metroid.
game.
I'd
might
like
be
to see a
okay.
new Star Fox game. Yes, that's totally fine. As for what and the thing is that a Star Fox movie, it's like, dude, that could be great, but like if it's Illumination, that's not reassuring. I'll be honest. But yeah, that's which should just be a sign of it's like, dude, video game adaptations, we are full steam ahead on that. Get ready for many things that you like to almost certainly be ruined.
Someone in chat will know the name of it, but that indie horror game where you walk through a subway over and over and over again, and you have to find anomalies or something. It's gonna be funny if it's just called Anomaly or whatever, but that's getting one, and the Backrooms is getting one, and of course we did the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 recently, and I assume the third is gonna be coming out. It's just like we truly are. I know that there's no news to anybody. Exit 8, I guess it's called, but this is not news to anyone. But we really are in the fucking video game adaptation timeline. It's just crazy. They're popping up all over the fucking place. Some of them you're just like, wait, they're doing that, and you're like, yes.
Yeah.
Return to Silent Hill was a ride, I'll tell you that.
Assassin's Creed getting a Netflix series from the showrunner who made Halo Season 2.
Good
and
God.
I saw that announcement, and like they showed a bunch of cast members with no characters attached to them, and I was like, well, first of all,
and also Rome. How boring of a
Is,
choice. Rome. Wow, you doing Rome?
So
that's
then,
crazy.
Are they doing Ezio then, or I guess like ancient Rome?
No, ancient
Like,
Rome.
yeah,
So, which by the way, Roman Empire is cool as fuck, but like, what a boring choice for an Assassin's Creed TV show. Rome.
I think that's going to be
Of
the
all
least of your
places.
problems with that show. Like when you get to it.
Of course.
I
Yeah,
am
it's,
luckily I don't really care about Assassin's Creed, but I feel bad for those who got that on the way.
The thing is that I'm pretty disconnected from Assassin's Creed at this point. My interest in Assassin's Creed, we're talking about games that came out 15 plus years ago. By the way, Super Mario Galaxy is nearly 20 years old. Just a reminder of that. Yeah, nearly 20 years old. 2007, one of the best years for games ever. That was the year of Mario Galaxy, and I'm sure looking forward to the Mario Galaxy film being nothing like the game at all, and certainly not capturing the general atmosphere that Mario Galaxy had. I'm sure looking
I don't know. I
forward
thought that stage in Mario Galaxy where Fox McCloud shows up was pretty cool.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's right. I assume that means the whole gang might be there. Potentially.
Oh, and people keep mentioning a
Samus
Bioshock
in there
movie
too,
potentially. It's like, so whereas Assassin's Creed could have 10 seasons in a movie that are awful, now it would just be like, well, that sucks. If they made a bad Bioshock film, oof. Like we would have we'd have some episodes on that. I think, yeah, probably one or two.
Why is Rome boring? Because like ancient Rome, when you think about historical settings, it's like the Rome. I don't know, man. It's like the American Revolution is like, that's kind of interesting as a choice. Whereas the French Revolution, well, no, you know what I mean. It's like when you run through the list, right? Like Renaissance Italy, it's like, it's kind of cool. That's kind of like an interesting one. But then it's like ancient Egypt. It's like, yeah, I mean, everybody kind of wanted that, but like it's pretty expected. You know what I mean? It's like. It's kind of what you would expect compared to there are some crazier, more wacky sort of historical settings that you could do. But it's like, yeah, of course, Rome.
It's a very conventional choice.
Yeah, he's not saying it's bad.
Everyone's so familiar with the.
There's
Roman
nothing wrong
Empire,
with it. It could be awesome, but it won't be.
That's the part where I'd be like, yeah, worry about that. Ooh, boy, the Halo showrunner. That's incredible. Yeah. I'm glad for them. They get so much work. They get to destroy.
I was about to say failing. I was about to say failing upwards, but I feel like it's more failing laterally.
Yeah.
Because these are both franchises that are in massive decline.
They've been running to the ground. Yeah. They were
But, I
both
mean, yeah,
probably at the peak of their popularity at around the same time too.
Uh, well, Assassin's Creed started when Halo 3 came out, so I'd say it's probably. But yeah, there's a bit of overlap. But Assassin's Creed is a series for, it's over. But it's not over for being exploited. None of these are. I mean, hell, right? Like Splinter Cell got like an animated adaptation, and Splinter Cell is dead at this point as a series.
I mean, Ubisoft.
I think even
humbling
Watch
right
Dogs
now.
is getting an adaptation. Watch Dogs,
So,
which is
like,
absolutely dead.
part of me thinks that all of these projects might just be Ubisoft just trying to do anything they possibly can to make money, so they're just licensing out properties because Ubisoft is not in a good spot right now as far as their long-term survival possibilities. It's very possible there might be like one or two more Assassin's Creed games, and then the whole company might collapse. And that's if they even get those out.
Yeah,
Sort of bring it down.
No,
But if
no,
you're a
no, yeah.
Ubisoft
Well,
fan,
no,
it might not be a great time for you.
It's all downer. Unfortunately, when I watch something like Project Hail Mary, that doesn't make me go, man, the future's looking so bright. It's like, that was nice that this got to exist. Back to your regularly scheduled sludge.
One of the reasons I was like really
Sludge.
keen to do this is because if you look at the slate of movies coming up this year, it's not great. And TV shows.
You
Obviously,
not
know,
excited for Supergirl?
No, I mean I think
Aw.
it'll be better than Superman, but no.
Well,
not
TV
much.
shows we're looking okay, all right? It's got Mobland and Gentleman this year, right? I think. And
Yeah, but we
Oh,
got
Gentleman's
Lantern.
coming back!
We got
Yay!
Lantern. We currently have
We do-
Daredevil. That's right now.
That's rough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The
Well,
Boys season 5, that's coming up. We'll
we
get
got a
to
big dice
Ahsoka
to
is
roll.
coming as
thrilling
well, isn't
conclusion. Ahsoka season 2. Yeah,
House of the
Grogu.
Dragon. We don't know what that's going to look like
Oh,
yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see.
Roll the dice, like I said.
Which House of the Dragon is coming back?
That's kind of the question. So, lots of things to look forward to, everybody. I suppose.
I am excited about The Gentleman, though. I love that show.
Yeah, no, I'm
It's
looking
cool.
forward to doing a rewatch, ready for the season 2. Same with Mobland. They're just fun to have shows like that. Very reliable TV. I mean, I hope anyway. Well, alrighty. Before we wrap up, Mark, thank you so much for joining us. Why don't you tell chat
Yeah,
where
thanks
you
for
can be
joining me.
found and what you're up to?
I can be found tomorrow on Metal Commander's channel. I'm the co-host of his podcast, The Forge, and tomorrow we're gonna do just kind of a discussion, like random talk about things stream while playing Resident Evil 6. That prior to Resident Evil 9 coming out, we did the entire Leon campaign. So at the beginning of the stream, we're gonna have chat vote on which campaign we do next, and I've been playing through some professional mode of the OG Resident Evil 4, and yeah, that's some good Resident Evil right there. So I can't wait to hop on 6 and be like, oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, find me tomorrow on Metal Commander's channel if you want to say hi and vote for us to play one of the remaining 3 RE6 campaigns.
Sweet. Well, Fringy Platoon, anything you guys want to mention?
I'm just working. You know the deal. Just working away.
Did a little second channel video on Nobody, having talked about it on that top 10 thing. I figured I'd try a little second channel video on it. Can heartily recommend, if you have a second YouTube channel, don't abandon it for months, and do not come back praising a movie no one's ever heard of, because it's just generally not advisable strategically. But I like the video, and that is available for anybody who is interested. It doesn't spoil the movie too much. So, but otherwise, there'll be some more main channel stuff out potentially this weekend, but realistically early next week.
No, I still got to watch that, and I do plan to. It's
Likewise.
just so much homework to do right now.
Yes.
I got to rewatch the Mario movie. Actually, that's
God, same.
suited up. But yeah, you I don't know if it was between now and the previous episode, but you got 3 parts of the Stranger Things thing out now, or is it 4?
I've lost track because of how it was split up.
Yeah.
3, I think. Yeah, it's 3. So there's one more, I think.
Sweet.
Probably.
But yes, available for your viewing pleasure. As for myself, other than your regular scheduled episodes of Real BBC and Open Bar, I will be beginning, I can't promise I'll do the whole thing in one, unless I'm crazy. The Resident Evil 1 remake with Jill on Monday. I'm gonna start her up probably at around 7 p.m. British time, which actually resembles American time again. Because you guys in chat have been like, why are you guys starting an hour, I think, late or early? I don't really. It'll go back to normal. All right, it's about to as of tomorrow. Actually, I think today.
It's an hour late for us, so that's why I was trying to be like, so what time is
think
EFAP exactly?
in
'Cause
twenty-
Clocks change in 2 hours, I think, right?
Yeah,
Or
we're
1
we're
hour.
literally about to change, so everything goes back to normal on timing. So don't you worry. But
Yeah,
I
back
think,
to
then is
normal.
Germany
it's gonna be
different?
fun for
Because I'm
me.
pretty sure, because Metal was telling me that his clocks aren't until like the following week. But
well, every
like, is it
every
not?
country's like a little different, right? I guess. When does Australia
Okay.
change theirs, Fringy?
I think it's next weekend.
Yeah.
Wow, and it's not even Australia. It's certain states. Like Queensland doesn't do daylight savings.
Well, there
Australia's
you go.
huge though. It's like a continent.
Yeah.
7 p.m.
I mean, it is.
The
It is a
regular
continent.
start time will be back
Yes,
to normal for Americans, I suppose. Unfortunately, not for Fringy.
Yep. Okay. Well, no. What? Wow. It is a kind of normal. It's just I have to wake up crazy early instead of just kind of crazy early.
The other half of normal, unfortunately.
Yeah, the other half. Yeah. and it'll be for Mario as well. Which.
Yeah, I suppose
Yay.
it's no secret that's what's going to be happening next week.
Yeah, we're doing
so...
Mario Galaxy next week, so but I mean, it's funny. It's like, yeah, so we gotta go watch Mario Galaxy for it. It's like, I mean, I'm not betting, man, but I assume it's gonna be not good, and I assume it's gonna be worse than the first movie. Which, yeah. So
the conventional wisdom at this point is to compare it to Age of Ultron, where they've done their big movie, and now they're doing the big movie that's going to launch more movies.
Oh yeah, well yeah, it's Iron Man 2, or
Iron Man 2, yeah.
or fuck, what's another one?
Is it-
Batman v Superman.
Yeah,
this
I was
is-
about to say, it was like the second DC movie they made. I guess that's probably
the
actually
ones
more
that get torn apart because they're being pulled in every direction as to what happens next. Now, I'm sure it could still be a great film. We shall see.
Do you think that there's going to be anything in that movie that's even approaching anything as crazy as the ending of Super Mario Galaxy, the game? Anything like that at all?
I don't
And when
think it's.
Samus
I really don't
Aran
even feel like it's
shows
going to
up
have
and-
any plot relevance at all to Mario Galaxy at all. Just in any
No,
way.
I think it's clear that that's not the case. That it's not going to be. It's going to be little references. Like there'll be a 10-second bit where you can hear like the Good Egg Galaxy or the Gusty Garden Galaxy theme, but then otherwise you're not going to hear much of it at all, or that you'll see a couple of things that you'll recognize. It'll be like Easter eggs, but the actual plot won't be like even. I don't even see how it could be, honestly. I mean, it can't really, like with some of the choices that they've made with the story and the characters. But yeah, I mean, there's no way that there'll be anything particularly poignant in it. I wonder if there'll be any statement that the film is making at all about like the life cycle of the universe, like Galaxy does. No way, no way. Because unfortunately, they are locked into an interpretation of Mario that I think is pretty lame. But oh well, who cares? They're going to make $1 billion probably, but maybe a bit less than the first movie.
And I think we answered this, but I'll mention it again that we do intend to cover Daredevil Season 2, and we may very well be the only people on the internet doing it at this point. It feels like nobody's talking about it, but...
That and I guess the Punisher special as well is going to be coming out a week after it ends.
Dude, the fact that we're not even that far away from the fucking Mando and Grogu movie, dude.
No, that's 2 months away.
Damn.
It was the only trailer I saw for Project Hail Mary.
Oh yeah, I got
thing
that
comes
too.
up as Lucasfilm, and I was like, for a second, I was like, "Is this going to be the Ryan Gosling Star Wars movie?" And I was like, "Oh no, it's just this."
So anyway, thanks for joining us. Check out Project Hail Mary if you wanna. Other than that, we're gonna see you next time, folks. Good pip. Cheerio.
Bye-bye. See you later,
Thumbs
everybody.
down.